everybody. I'm Matt Pamonte. I'm joined by Sean Gallagher here. We are in Lansing, Michigan today. So take me through a little. So you're number 12 on the leaderboard,
yeah,
which is pretty amazing. Being up there, a lot of great players in the room. We just qualified 3 players last season.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're going to make a run for the championship also.
Yeah, I'm going to make a run for it. I have a little bit of driving to do. I mean, I drove 10 hours here, and then I have Chicago, which is like 6 or 7 hours at the end of July.
Okay.
But depending on where we're at there, I mean, I'm going to keep driving to all these.
Very cool. Well, we're happy to see. I know I've seen you a bunch, and we've kind of gotten to know each other a little bit. Just, in passing, I come check in every so often. Like, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You know,
right.
You and I are pretty easy to spot. You're in this outfit. I'm in this. So we're probably like 2 of the easier people to spot.
Right.
So tell me a little bit about and you and I just talked a little bit. We've seen this money pile deck. Now you've played Modern Horizons 2 makes your deck possible, right?
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah. So for this year, Modern has been pretty good to me. Modern Horizons 2, I got second place at Milwaukee playing Murktide, which is almost exclusively Modern Horizons 2 cards. And then I decided that deck wasn't expensive enough, so I decided to play 4-color.
Perfect. You gotta have 80 cards. So why not, man? If you got the money, spend it.
Exactly. So I don't have a lot of friends, so I have a lot of money to spend on Magic cards. So I have my Modern deck money pile, and then just plays all these busted Modern Horizons 2 cards, and then the talk of the town is what's going to get bad next. Yorion, Renin 6, who knows? But
yeah, it's really interesting. So I came over actually and watched a little bit of your match at the end there.
Yeah.
If I'm on the opposite side of the table trying to play against Solitude, Fury, Force of Negations, it's really difficult. Now, back when I was playing a bunch, it's pretty heads up. I thought to use you, and I'm like, oh, cool. I know what we're playing around for the next several turns.
Yeah.
Nowadays, and if you have mana up available, nowadays it's like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to bounce my stuff? Are they going to cycle? Are they going to, all the evoke cards and stuff like that? Yeah. It's really difficult to play around your deck. It's probably really difficult to play too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to play, but the one nice thing about the deck is even when you're pretty far behind me, my opponent last round had 5 creatures in play, and I just got to blink my Yorion with an Ephemerate, blink out 2 creatures, and cast a Supreme Verdict.
Sweet.
Like a 5 or 6 for 1. So you have a lot of these cards that kind of just maximum value. I mean, Expressive Iteration, we all see how busted that card is. So when you're just playing 2 for 1s, it's really easy to come from behind. That's one of the powers of playing Money Pile for sure.
Yeah, it's a sweet deck, that's for sure. So tell me a little bit about the team you're on, Arclight Gaming.
Yeah, so I've been a part of Team Arclight now, co-captain with Nicole Callahan, Lady of the Cris. We have a couple of people who are actually playing on the NRG circuit. Piper Powell, who won, I want to say, in Milwaukee, I think, maybe. She won playing Living End, which was awesome to watch. And then she ended up top 8ing the next day playing Blue Red Delver. Yeah. So she did really well. Team Arclight is mainly about our team working together, kind of making sure everyone's able to get to the next goal, less about the individual accomplishments, and making sure that we're all working together to help each other get to that next goal.
Very cool, man. Well, we got 1 qualified for champs. You're hopefully next, man. Number 12 is a great spot to be. And, obviously today's the start of the next season, so making a good push for it. You've got a great deck. How do you feel about tomorrow? That's the one thing I want to ask about, too.
Yeah, so I'm playing Yorion today. I figured, why not play it again tomorrow? So I'm playing Blue-White Yorion tomorrow. The reason I like the deck is because it has a reasonable Phoenix matchup, and I think that with Winota being banned, people are going to kind of gravitate towards Phoenix being one of the better decks.
Sure.
So why not play a Broken Companion in that format too? I thought so.
Very cool. All right, man. Anything else you want to chat about? Any shout outs you want to give before we wrap it up?
So I mean, shout out to my friends in Minneapolis who are watching. They'll probably make fun of me for this interview, but
hey, that's fine. Me too.
Yeah. And then one last thing, I wanted to shout out to Eric Hawkins, who helped us make top 8 last time with an awesome top 8.
Oh, yeah. That has to be one of my all-time favorite moments I've ever seen, because I'm sitting probably, 50 feet away, and Eric's rubbing the top of his deck, and I'm like, oh, man, he's going to hit it. And it's a no-look, just slam down. So if you get a chance to go watch that match, the called shots are so cool. How often does it really happen when someone knocks their deck and they actually hit the card, right?
Yeah, it was wild, honestly. It was a miracle on 4th Street for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So, all right, well, Sean, thanks for the time, man, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks.
And I'll catch everybody next time for a good interview, and we'll sit down and get to know some more players on NRG Series. right, everybody, welcome back. I am Matt Monty. I'm joined by Drake Sasser. We are doing round number 4 here in Lansing, Michigan of our Pioneer event. So we have not seen Izzet Phoenix yet, but we will this round. So we're going to have Izzet Phoenix, and I believe it's playing against the Rakdos Midrange deck. So we'll get to see a little bit of how that push and pull works and see really what Izzet Phoenix has to offer, post-ban.
Yeah, so it's actually interesting. It feels like, first of all, saying Izzet Phoenix is present in the metagame post-banning, I think is already a point of interest, right? This is previously a staple of the Pioneer metagame, or at least in some capacity. Izzet prowess with how Ledger Shredder kind of adapted that archetype may have been taking the lead. But either way, the Izzet expressive iteration decks existed in some capacity or another prior to the banning. It's interesting to see how they're going to adapt post expressive iteration for starters. It looks like they're reaching for things like the full copies of Chart Course and additional copies of use of Treasure Cruise and stuff like that, especially alongside Ledger Shredder's ability to fill the graveyard. But this matchup in particular is one that existed as well prior to the banning.
Yeah, maybe we can put Scott's deck list up here in a minute. I know we got some things going on. Scott took a quick restroom break real quick, so we'll see. It sounds like we might not be able to get it, but that's okay. Just to kind of see where the deck list landed post iteration, like you said, maxing out on charter courses. There's other things. There's tons of cantrips to be tried in this archetype. So, and Scott's 3-0, so the deck must still be pretty okay, I guess.
Must still have some legs. No, there's a common adage I think adage is the right word, in the Magic community where when something is banned, the best place to start testing is whatever was banned. That's something that people do a lot in the competitive community, is see if they banned it enough. We saw that happen with Dredge, right? Where there was some banning of some Dredge pieces and Hogak pieces, and those decks remained. And the same concept applies here. If they ban expressive iteration out of the Izzet deck, well, look and see if that banning was enough, and maybe it's not. Maybe with all 4 copies of Treasure Cruise and Temporal Trespass fueled by Ledger Shredder, the deck's still maybe dominant, maybe still one of the best decks, but you don't know until you try it.
That's right. Yeah, and I think it's a pretty good statement to make. Is start with what's been banned, and maybe it's just still too good. And we're gonna find out here in just a minute. It sounds like players are shuffling up, getting ready to roll here. And the Pioneer matches we've watched today have been pretty good, I thought. No washes or anything like that. I felt most games have been competitive so far, and that's good. I think it's a good place for the format to start.
Yeah, a lot more interaction we've noticed. I think that was one of the big complaints when you're talking about the Winota Join Our Forces deck, is that deck, it kind of felt like it didn't really do anything until you were down on the spot, right? And that was very frustrating gameplay, at least for me personally, and I think a lot of other players kind of echoed that sentiment, where there's a bunch of just like nonsense creatures that don't really matter, and then a Winota hits the table and suddenly you're dead on the spot to just this huge flurry of permanents that come out of nowhere. Yeah. So as a result, games maybe felt a little less interactive. But with the Rakdos midrange deck and the Feather deck, and of course, like the Phoenix deck has a lot of back and forth with removal spells and drawing cards, a lot more interaction going on in this current Pioneer metagame. And I'm pretty interested to see how this goes. We saw a ton of stack interaction between Spirits and Dimir Control.
Yeah, for sure. As we hop down here, we'll get those game wins updated. We are just starting the round, so nobody should have a win quite yet. This format's not that fast. Not that fast yet. So, as you can see, Scott looks like going to take a quick mulligan. Larry is going to join him on the mulligan train, so he's probably going to be down to 6 cards. I would assume, I don't know. I would assume the Izzet Phoenix deck plays better on mulligans than the Rakdos deck, where you need like a bunch of removal spells and Thoughtseize and things like that. But at the same time, mulligan against a Thoughtseize deck is always a scary proposition.
That's definitely true. And the Phoenix deck, with 4 copies of Treasure Cruise certainly can unmulligan, if you will, a lot easier, being able to recoup some card advantage that way. But to the Rakdos deck's credit, especially in this matchup, there's a couple like hammers, right, in this matchup. You have things like the Graveyard Trespasser that can really cut down a lot of the graveyard interactions. And like you said, Thoughtseizes that can really kind of help stumble your opponent, even if you're mulliganing somewhat low. And even out of the sideboard, things like Go Blink and stuff like that, the critical mass discard can do a lot to stymie Izzet Phoenix's power, because they get a lot of their card advantage through graveyard interactions. So that's kind of how you can stifle a lot of Izzet Phoenix's potency.
One thing I do find kind of funny about these Izzet Phoenix deck lists right now is, like, at least in Scott's case, there are 4 Arclight Phoenix and there are 4 Ledger Shredders, and that's it. There's no more creatures. That's it. That's what you got. And there's not like a bunch of burn or anything. There's actually 0 burn, I believe. That's it. That's all you got is those 8 cards. So if they get exiled in some way, you're in trouble.
It's true. You actually have a couple Hall of the Storm Giants that you can pair with, the Galvanic Iteration, Temporal Trespass synergy. We've seen that in Standard. Very potent here in Pioneer as well. Big reason why the Phoenix deck saw a lot of play prior to the bannings. Cruxa on turn 2, it looks like. Going to make the Phoenix deck discard a card. Yeah. Maybe not so good if there's an Arclight Phoenix you want to discard. That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, no kidding. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, thanks
no
for the
damage
help.
taken. Bird in the yard.
I think those are River Glide pathways in the graveyard there. So it's got quite a few lands.
No Thing in the Ice is Ledger Shredder, like you called out, kind of replacing Thing in the Ice, especially with no Winota to be found. Winota is kind of one of those decks that I think Thing in the Ice really performed against. But yeah, it looks like that's the only flip card, so they should be River Glide pathways. And here is a Consider after a Ledger Shredder. That'll trigger Connive. I think. Did we do it afterwards? Did we miss Connive? Didn't see what happened. Maybe we discarded a land. Either way, Ledger Shredder, Consider the turn for Scott Pulera. And here's a Graveyard Trespasser. That one's going to go ahead and eat the Phoenix. So, you kind of had a one-turn window to bring it back with that Cruxa. And that probably is why Larry is willing to fire off that Cruxa into that turn 3 Graveyard Trespasser. Get that bird out of here.
Sure. Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser is a nice one. It's 3/3 and actually has Ward also, which makes it pretty difficult to get rid of for a lot of decks, which is
I like
Scott's
this.
deck.
Galvanic Iteration, Consider. Like Trigger Connive. That's a lot of cards that are going to get moved around this turn. It's a lot of power. This really shows the power of Ledger Shredder. I mean, look at this Graveyard Trespasser. It exiled a bird. That's awesome. But as far as graveyard hate goes, I mean, look at how overwhelming Scott's graveyard is becoming just, on casting 2 spells. Ledger Shredder's triggering, Considers throwing cards in the graveyard. Galvanic Iteration is a primary target for the Graveyard Trespasser itself. It's just a lot of cards being moved around and really showcasing the power of Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, Scott is one of his 4 treasure cruises away from just overwhelming Larry's, his hand disruption or whatever it is. Like Scott could care less about the Cruxa discarding card.
Yeah, pretty okay. I mean, cards in graveyard help me too. So you got to have some graveyard exile backup, and there is some. Looks like Fiery Impulse discarding an island, going to go ahead and take care of the Graveyard Trespasser. So that one's not going to get to do any more work for Larry Fields. We'll see what his follow-up is.
Yeah, I feel like that Ledger Shredder should have counters on it, but we might have missed those. I'm not sure.
Well, obviously, if you discard a land, it doesn't get a counter because that's just the text on Connive. Thoughtseize going to go ahead and take care of, looks like Scott's last card, which is an opt. Would have been a good one alongside the Galvanic Iteration. Can recoup the cards there. No longer for Scott. Here's the Blood Tithe Harvester you called out earlier. Going to want to grow the Ledger Shredder now for sure before we can get to some kind of a second blood token and trade that Blood Tithe Harvester for the Ledger Shredder, putting Scott on no threats. A lot of big draw steps for Scott, though. Treasure Cruise among some of the best.
Yeah, Scott is a Treasure Cruise away from really being in the driver's seat.
Looks like we're thinking about the draw step. An attack for 1 is going to come across. Pass the turn back. Let's see what Larry Fields can assemble.
Got a fatal push.
Fatal push. That's going to take care of the bird just fine. Don't even need the Blood Tithe Harvester. Now the Blood Tithe Harvester can go to work laying the beat downs. So we talk a lot about who's kind of the aggressor in a given.
That one is, I believe.
Strangle, Strangle, like one of the new removal spells from I believe Crimson Vow is when that one was released. But yeah, we talk about who's the beatdown here, and I think in the main deck games, due to the inevitability that Galvanic Iteration plus Temporal Trespass provides for the Izzet Phoenix deck, that Larry Fields is kind of the onus is on him to get the game over with before that can happen, before suddenly things get extremely out of hand, 2 extra turns happen. You might even just die to a haul of the Storm Giants out of nowhere. That maybe shores up in the sideboard games when Graveyard Hate gets added to the mix. But I do think here, at least in game 1, Larry's under a lot of pressure to end this game before Scott can recover from being more or less hellbent here. And Pieces of the Puzzle is certainly the beginning of it.
Yeah, definitely a huge rip there for Scott, able to refuel the hand, and a lot of pressure on Larry here.
Let's see. Day Night, I believe, should have flipped at some point, but a lot of moving back and forth. That's one of the more annoying things with the Day Night. It's tough to track when it no longer matters. As there's the namesake treasure cruise that we were talking about. Big part of the recoup plan for the Izzet Phoenix deck. Thoughtseize very timely. Going to go ahead and take care of that one. Larry Field's probably looking for a 4th mana to escape the Cruxa that has been sitting in the graveyard since turn 2. That one will put the close the door on this game very quickly. As here is, looks like a flashback Galvanic iteration. And Opt. Not as good as Treasure Cruise, still worth 2 cards.
Stomp. Look like I might have been a Bone Crusher Giant for the turn. Yeah.
Bone Crusher Giant, a nice one. Can play that as a 4/3. Looks like we are going to do that. Going to up the clock a little bit, really showing that Larry's not too concerned about the 2 points. Oh no, Treasure Cruise
Scott
again.
with a huge draw.
Yeah. There you go. There's a look at Treasure Cruise, the banned in Legacy and Modern, the very powerful Delve mechanic. Go ahead and draw 3 cards. Card was compared to Ancestral Recall for rather obvious reasons. 1 mana, draw 3, like we see here, quite literally very similar to Ancestral Recall for Scott Pulera, and just what he was looking for to drag him back into the game. We'll see if it is good enough.
Yeah, it looks like Scott's getting back into this one. If Scott's at 13 life, he's actually in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, Larry Field's missing on the land for so long for Cruxa really just gave Scott a lot of time. And now, all of a sudden, despite having 7 damage in a 2-turn clock, it may be too slow.
Yeah, quite good.
Let's see if there's a good draw step. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Not a bad one. But not going to end the game this turn. Fiery Impulse can take care of the Bone Crusher Giant. Do get a little bit of damage for your trouble, thanks to the Bone Crusher Giant trigger. It does reduce the clock a lot with no 4th land for Larry. Just going to go ahead and play the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Add a 2/2 to the mix. Does put lethal on board. A 3/2 and a 3/3. Threatening to end the game next turn. But with all a fresh hand from the Treasure Cruise, for Scott Pulera, I have to imagine he's going to have something to say about that. And Pieces of the Puzzle looks like one of the cards picked up, really beginning to claw his way back.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad start there.
All right. Untap. Let's see. Thinking pretty heavy. Looks like we're going to start maybe with Pieces of the Puzzle. Reaching for 3 mana. Yeah, Pieces of the Puzzle.
Man, that's a good one.
Trespass among the mix. Arclight Phoenix hit as well. A 1 mana spell and a Trespass. Both, I think, very impressive for Scott Pulera. Let's see if he was looking to bring birds back. Looks like Consider might be here to help him get that done. And if the birds come back, that's blockers for a long time. That's going to buy Scott a lot of turns, even if a Crux is returned.
Oh, yeah. Scott going looking for some birds here.
Well, looks like the Fiery Impulse is the third spell. That's going to be good enough to bring back a bird. I think there's 2, maybe? No, the other one got exiled, and the other one's a third one is in Scott's hand. So we have a bird to block the Blood Tithe Harvester. And this Fable is going to potentially draw some cards, but I mean, looks like Scott's at least bought themselves another turn, and we know there's a Temporal Trespass that was picked up off the pieces of the puzzle. So, I mean, there's a potential that we could see one, maybe more turns taken for Scott, and that's where things really start to slip away for Larry, is when the extra turns start hitting the stack. Let's see. Thinking about what he wants to discard to Fable, I think. Looks like just a land. That would be a tap land. Not good enough to bring back Cruxa. Let's see if the redraw provides an untapped land.
Culligan's Command? Is that what that is?
Maybe. Culligan's Command, not quite good enough.
Well, if he makes Scott discard a card, that's...
You could shock and return Bone Crusher Giant, right? Because that's a shock that could threaten in the game. So you attack for 3. It looks like he did make him discard. Maybe. Yeah, he did make him discard. So the bird does go to the graveyard. I think I would have liked to see a raise that on the Bone Crusher Giant there. Have that extra insurance in case, you do get another turn. Scott has no way to gain life. So the 2 damage from the stomp would be good enough.
It's actually a huge turn for Scott.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. The power of the Phoenix deck here is being able to Galvanic Iteration into Temporal Trespass, giving you 2 extra turns. And if, Scott can find a way to bring back the Arclight Phoenixes, it might actually just lock it up, because 2 hits from the Arclight Phoenixes, and that is game.
Oh, Treasure Cruise off the top. I think Scott's going to win it here.
Well, he has an untapped land, I think, so he just activates the Hall of the Storm Giants, and we're good to go.
Yeah.
But he does not. So he's going to Treasure Cruise instead, which is also a fine start. Darn, you can't just win. I have to Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, this is way more entertaining than animating a creature land.
True. It's true. And if you're Larry, it has to feel like this slipped away.
Yeah, and he has an axe, too, to discard that Phoenix that's in hand.
A third Phoenix? Oh. Well, that's pretty good.
That is so good. So.
And that's good enough. 3 spells, that is deterministically lethal.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott takes down game number 1. Man, that was quite a turn. I mean, Treasure Cruise obviously is going to unbury you from some spots like that where you've been discarded with Thoughtseizes and with Cruxa. But Treasure Cruise showing its weight. The Temporal Trespass is that's a real card. I just gotta say that's
still as potent as ever.
So man, just crazy turns. And I thought Larry's turns were pretty good for the most part. He used most of his mana throughout the match and throughout the game. And Scott just said, yeah, well, I'll just draw 3 cards. I'll just filter through my deck if that's cool. And he had a few impulses and stuff to kill what creatures were necessary at the time, and really played pretty well. I thought the Phoenix deck looked really strong there. So we're gonna check out the deck list here and see. We'll take a peek at the deck list as the players are shuffling up here. So Larry Field's Rakdos Midrange deck looks quite a bit like Will Kruger's deck. These 4 Lava Coils and Duresses are gonna do some damage here, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I think in the game 1, we saw very much the pressure on Larry Fields to end the game without the inevitability in that game, because that the Phoenix deck is going to have access to multiple time walks if you let them just take turn after turn. In the sideboard, things change a lot. There's a lot of cards you can bring in. You care about these Duresses. You care about these Go Blanks. You could even reach for Necromentions for Arclight Phoenix if that's something you want. So there's a lot of different approaches you can take, a lot of cards you can cut. Some of this 1-for-1 spot removal, maybe not as good. And a lot of improvements going to come in, be made here for this Rakdos Midrange deck that really changed the script of how these games are going to play out.
You could make an argument that 12 of these cards should come in from the sideboard. I don't know how many are going to come in, but I mentioned there's only 8 creatures in Scott's deck. So if you hit him with Necromentia, even if you hit both with Necromentia, the game's just over. I mean, there's literally 8.
Yeah, I mean, the Hall of Storm Giants is the only thing to worry about at that point, but that's not a lot, right?
Yeah, right, and you'll live dealing with a pair of Hall of Storm Giants, and I mean, it's an interesting push and pull. The go blanks are going to be absolutely absurd. I would assume here.
Yeah, they're easily, I think, the most obvious bring in. I think that card's coming in just about no matter what configuration of removal spells, discard spells, and maybe even extraction effects you want is certainly up for debate. But I think, like you said, there's an argument for up to 12 cards here to change, and that's a lot. So we'll see exactly where he falls there. Take a look at the Arclight Phoenix deck. No expressive iterations in this one. Freshly banned.
Weird that card's gone. That's good. That's good for Scott. He did not get himself disqualified at the deck registration check.
That would be problematic.
That's a good choice, I think. And there's a few things like there's Aether Gust and Abrades. There's plenty of good cards going on here, I think, in the Izzet Phoenix deck. Now, I have a question. So if you assume that your opponent is going to bring in I mean, Lava Coil is one thing, you're gonna have to deal with that anyways, but if you assume there's gonna be go blanks and other exiling effects, is Crackling Drake a card you want to bring in to kind of overload that removal?
That is a slam dunk. I think that is easily the best card in your sideboard for this matchup. Crackling Drake, even if it trades with a Lava Coil, is a 2-for-1 because it draws a card on enter. The go blanks, like you said, do clear out the graveyard. You're going to be expecting those, but your Crackling Drake still get the that power boost from the spells that you go through. I think that is easily one of the most appealing things that you can do in the sideboard games. And like you said, maybe provides a little bit of insurance against Necromentia if they try to take this strategy where it's like Necromentia your threats. Now you have this additional threat, and that requires all 3 Necromentias to cut them off threats. So Crackling Drake at the very least, I do like some number of like the Spell Pierce effects. I think there's only one there in order to Spell Pierce some go blanks on critical turns. But for the most part, Crackling Drake is the card you want.
Okay, cool. Well, looks pretty good to me. And both players dropped their opening 7s. We'll see what we get to. A lot of these hands, like I've always found in these Izzet Phoenix decks, like a lot of the hands are just like, you're like, all right, well, I have a couple cantrips, couple lands. Like this is just good enough, you know? You kind of keep a smattering of these things that are going to churn through your deck. And you're not really looking for specific things, even in post-board games.
Yeah, that's one of the really appeals of a lot of these decks is a lot of the cards are more or less more of the same, right? Like you have lands, you have cantrips, you have threats. Assemble the right mix. The cantrips help you find the threats. But more or less, like your entire goal with the deck is just kind of move cards around until there's enough stuff in the graveyard that you can assemble your synergies with the Delve cards and your synergies with Arclight Phoenix. And yeah, it looks like a chart, of course, I believe is what that is here on turn 2. No, it's 3 cards. What are we looking at? Is this strategic planning? Is that what this is?
Looks like strategic planning.
I don't even see it in the deck list, so I might just be wrong about what this card is.
All right.
I'm entirely sure. I can't get a great look at what that card is, but I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat can help me out. It looked like it looked at 3 cards. Yeah, it looks like it is strategic planning.
Looks like... Okay.
All right. We'll pass the turn on back. Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what the card is. Strategic planning here as a turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker played by Larry Fields. Going to go ahead and generate a token. And a Fable of the Mirror Breaker for Scott Pulera as well. The one of in the sideboard. Went ahead and brought that one in. Another potential threat. Kind of interesting with Crackling Drake. Can kind of assemble a combination of playing Crackling Drake, then making a hasty token that can immediately attack for a ton of damage. I like that. That's actually a cute little combination they have out of the sideboard.
Okay. Very good.
2-2 for both players. Looks like can't get a great look. We're looking at cards to discard to the second chapter of Fable. This Fable and Mirror Breaker card we've seen a ton of. The rare from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, previously kind of only prevalent in the Winota deck because it generates a non-human that you can attack with and gives you a little bit of filtering that the deck sorely needed. Showing up in a lot of other places, proving itself to be quite a powerful card. What are we looking at? Let's see if there is any interest in removing the token from Scott. It looks like he does. That stomp's going to come down on a token. Tokens removed. Now you're free to get some damage in and start making treasures, which looks to be what we're doing. Kind of a Ragavan effect, able to make a little bit of treasures here in Pioneer.
Yeah.
And a tapped castle locked away. No swamps present for Larry Fields.
How about that? Having your 4th land come in tapped, and that's
yeah. When you have 2 black sources that aren't swamps, this is the way we drew it up. I'm sure.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, Scott's hand actually turned out to be pretty good here. Just going to discard a pair of lands off of that, and I think Scott's actually about to start moving through his deck pretty quickly here.
I agree. Consider very good at that. Fable the Mirror Breaker providing some of that action as well. Able to fill up the graveyard. Looks like you said, 2 lands discarded. That's a lot of value for the Phoenix deck. You don't really want those extra lands, and you do really like cards in the graveyard, so able to kind of move through the deck really quick. No Phoenix discarded. Kind of wonder if we drew that one, or if we're holding it around graveyard hate, right? Like that's something that you might want to hold on to so that it doesn't get go-blinked out of nowhere. Here's a Treasure Cruise to go ahead and use what looks to be the entire graveyard.
Yeah, there's not really a worse feeling than like playing a red-black style deck and your opponent just like Treasure Cruise, and you're just at their mercy. Like, well, yeah, I guess you draw 3 cards. I mean, I can't.
Sure,
I can't
you can have your Ancestral Recall. No problem.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about it.
It feels so bad. Looks like Scott has a red source and picked up a Lightning Axe, which is going to be great with this Phoenix.
Spell number 2. Do we have a third?
I believe that's spell 3, right? That is spell 3. There was a Consider.
What was the first spell? We had a Consider. Oh, Consider Treasure Cruise Lightning Axe. That's spell 3. So here comes the bird.
Right.
Once again, no chance for Go Blank to tag that one. It's going to come in immediately attack for 3 damage. And what an impressive use of the graveyard. Like, this is a turn we brought back Phoenix, and we Treasure Cruised our entire graveyard away. Just showing how quickly Phoenix can fill the graveyard and then immediately use it as a resource. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, just ridiculous. And that's like, it's a 4th turn, and you're already casting 3 spells, drawing 3 cards all in the same turn, and attacking for 3. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, just doing it all. Showcasing the power of Arclight Phoenix, a card that's seen play across multiple formats. We've seen it in Modern for a time alongside Faithless Looting, and a little bit in, Historic, before the banning of things like Historic. Brainstorm. And I believe Faithless Looting was present there as well. Have to do it the hard way with things like Fable, the Mirror Breaker, and Lightning Axe in this format.
Lightning Axe, or Lava Coil does its job there, though. Tags
Lava Coil, able to exile with Phoenix. And cracking the treasure, looks like we have the Bone Crusher Giant as a follow-up. Now, if this land comes on a tap, we could have a hasty Bone Crusher, but it does not. Another tapped Castle locked away here on turn 5. And we'll see if there's any further plays. Consider. Going to take a look at the top card. Now, like a play that I'm really looking for here I'm sorry. Unlike Kiki Jiki, the flip side's not hasty. A lot of complaints about that one, so you can't actually activate it. I apologize. But yeah, Scott Pulera, I have to imagine at this point, looking for a Crackling Drake. Being able to crack in with that one with haste and draw a card is extremely powerful.
Yeah, pretty good stuff.
Hoping to see
got
that
a lot of cards here.
Pieces of the puzzle. Hitting another bird, Crackling Drake among the mix, Treasure Cruise among the mix. Wow, what a pieces of the puzzle. Filling the graveyard and finding Treasure Cruise. She does it all for you.
Yeah, this card's ridiculous. It does just everything you want is a Phoenix deck.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree. It looks to be maybe a little bit slow on paper, right? Like 3 mana is not the price you want to pay. But if you look at what just happened there, right? It like put Phoenix in the graveyard, found you a Treasure Cruise, filled your graveyard for the Treasure Cruise. Like it really just solves all of your problems. So you can afford to use some cheap interaction, things like Lightning Axe that even come at card disadvantage, set up a clear board, and then cash a piece of the puzzle. And it just solves the whole deck for you. It's the glue that keeps it together.
Yeah. And Scott has enough for another Treasure Cruise, I believe, which is crazy.
Yeah, just same turn. I mean, you just put 5 cards in the graveyard, and here comes Arclight Phoenix. The Arclight Phoenix just found off pieces.
Gonna leave it back as a blocker, which makes some sense here.
Yeah, you don't probably want to be trading life points quite yet. And if you can trade it for a Bone Crusher Giant and then just return it on the next turn, that's just about as ideal as it gets.
All right, sounds like this match is going to go to a pause. We might come back to us for a second here. So, okay, so we're going to jump into us here, and then it sounds like we're going to game 3 of match 2. Is that correct? I'm just getting the word in my headphones here. So give us just a second. Okay. Okay, so they're shuffling up for game number 3 in our backup match. Just a brief pause in the main match here. So we'll get that all sorted out and we'll let you know what's going on. But a pretty good game so far. I thought you can see really the power of this Izzet Phoenix deck. It's just able to draw so many cards, filter through its deck, find what it needs at the right time, and that's pretty great. I mean, that's just how you want to build a Magic deck, right?
Definitely. I mean, it's definitely the way I want to build a Magic deck. I love me some Arclight Phoenixes. I definitely love me some Crackling Drakes. I love the 3 copies of that. I love the potential with Fable the Mirror Breaker. I was dreaming about that all match long. So I really like seeing that deck still having legs post banning of Expressive Iteration. So some cool stuff there. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of it this weekend. But we have a backup match to check out that's a little bit of a different flavor as far as I understand.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to jump down there. It sounds like they're basically ready to go. They're shuffling up, so we'll check them out. I don't remember the exact archetypes, but I remember checking them out beforehand, so we'll see what we got going on.
It's a mono red mirror.
That's right. I think you're right. Yeah. It's honestly kind of shocking that they're still playing right now. We are at 15 minutes left in the round, and they're still playing in a game 3. That's pretty good. So.
Well, if it's anything like some of the red matches of old formats, right? Like, it kind of turns into the player on the play is the aggressor. The player on the draw is kind of takes a control role and is using all the removal spells to slow down the opponent who's the aggressor. So it actually does kind of get grindy because instead of going face, a lot of the player on the draw is trying to use all of their burn spells to fire at creatures. So actually this matchup, even though it's like, okay, wow, aggro mirror, that'll be done in 4.2 seconds. Instead, it actually it can take quite a long time because there's a lot of 1-for-1 trading on resources.
All right, Drake, I told you this weekend you were going to learn a lot about me. And so now I have some more questions for you. How do you feel about playing a mono red deck in bright red sleeves? And I have a follow-up also. So
okay, all right. So I play with matte red shields, dragon shields most of the time. So I have to admit that the times I have played mono red decks in tournament settings, I have been the player playing a mono red deck in red sleeves. However, I also played, Delver and Control decks in red sleeves. It's just kind of the sleeves I ended up choosing. So I'm willing to go either way. Either it's good branding or it's accidental. And for me, it would be accidental. That's where I'm at. What do you got?
We're gonna make you make a decision one of these times. You can't play Switzerland all weekend long, right? So that's part 1. So part 2 is, how do you feel about showing up to the tournament playing a mono red aggro deck in a Jace the Mind Sculptor hoodie?
Ooh, okay. I'm a little more into that.
You can see on the left. On the left, you can see there's a Jace the Mind Sculptor hoodie and with the hood up, of course, because why?
Obviously, you have to have the hood up. You can't show up with a Jace hoodie and not have the hood up. That's the entire brand. Like, what are we doing here?
You got to stay in character. So then you show up and you play mono red. That's pretty good. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I'm a little more into that for sure. I definitely like showing up. I'm the kind of guy that wants to show up with a Goblin Guide playmat playing blue-white control. I'm really into that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Give me that.
That's where I'm at.
Give me that red sleeves, red deck box, Goblin Guide playmat, turn 1, Temple of Enlightenment, tap, scry trigger.
Like James Johnson is gonna mulligan 2 cards down to the bottom here. So unfortunate start for James. And they're on the play too. So they're gonna be behind 3 cards to start here. But Monastery Swiftspear, great spot to start.
Absolutely. Like I said, player on the play, pretty interested in getting some of these early points of damage. Gonna come across for 1. Let's see how Alexander's going to respond. Like I said, a lot of times you kind of just want to fire off your shocks, especially main phase in the face of these prowess creatures. If you have a 1-mana spell that deals 2 damage, you're going to fire that off right now. And
Oh, yeah.
Instead, choosing to get to the board with a Soulscar Mage. Also a fine play on turn 1.
All right, so back to James here. Picked up a Raminap Ruins for the turn. Got a couple lands in hand.
Let's see what he's got on turn 2. Raminap Ruins, another staple of an old format from Standard, banned in its Standard format as well. Kind of innocuous, but extremely powerful. Not a ton of other deserts usually there to sacrifice. Just a nice little free extra 2 damage you get out of your mana base for mostly free. It can matter a lot in these mono red mirrors, but we're going to go ahead and kill our Soulscar Mage, or kill the opponent's Soulscar Mage and get an attack in for 2. Looks like Red Cat.
How was Raminap Ruins and Rampaging Ferocidon banned at one point? Come on now.
Well, they printed like a year of just busted red cards, right? Like, what is Hazoret the Fervent? That card's messed up.
Oh, yeah.
This is just so free. Like, pay a life, get red mana, so it still taps for red, comes in untapped. And at some point in the game, if you're out of gas, well, check it out. You're dead for my land. Taste it.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Zap.
All right.
And here, this is that card that I just never have the name of it. It's extremely potent, and one of these days I'll get it. Kumano Faces.
Kumano. Yeah. That's right. You nailed it. Card is quite good.
Can't agree with you more. And this is a great sequence here. Getting that free point from your enchantment that allows you to use your Skewer the Critics as a removal spell for Monastery Swift Spear, exactly the way Alexander wants the sequences turn to. Able to get that started and get a threat and answer James's threat.
Yeah, I think that's actually why the card's so busted. It deals that damage, and you can either light up the stage, as you see James doing, or you can Skewer the Critics, and it's pretty solid card there.
I have to agree with you there.
All right, so it sounds like we're resolving the main match, the outcome of the main match here. So they're going to move on to game 3 in the main. We're going to stick it out here on this mono red mirror, and then we'll play game 3 in the main here in just a few minutes. It sounds like we'll jump into that when it's in progress. It sounds like.
Yeah, let's get everything resolved with that. Finish up here. This match looks like it's mono red, so hopefully it won't last too long. There's a stomp. Get a little bit of free 2 points out of that. Light up the stage, the follow-up. Very good follow-up. Both players kind of getting some card advantage to light up the stages. Kind of a tough spot for James, though. Can't deploy the Chain Whirler and the Kumano Faces Kakazan from exile from his light up the stage on this turn.
Yeah, a little rough. So I'll give you a quick update, Drake, just so you are aware as well. I just spoke with MaxCon. And so what happened was we saw those strategic plannings hit the graveyard for Scott Pulera. They were listed as chart of course in the deck list. So it was just a deck registration error. He's going to go ahead and keep those strategic plannings in place, but will receive a game loss. So that's why we're moving to game 3. So just so everybody knows, make sure check them over beforehand. Check over your deck list. That way you can avoid these kind of issues in the future. So unfortunate for Scott, but he does get to play the deck that he wants to play, which is what he wants to do, obviously.
And he still has a good start nonetheless. So not even out of that match quite yet. So still some good deck building. They forgot to update the deck list. Happens to us all. Hopefully happens to you all only once after you make that mistake once. Hopefully it's one you learn from and don't make again.
Yeah.
I think I have made the mistake exactly once myself.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a Sokenzan entering untapped.
Oh, you just asked about this card. You want to know what this one does?
Hazoret the Fervent. Yeah, that card's still messed up in Pioneer. It's messed up in Cube. It's messed up in Pioneer. It's messed up in Standard. Card's just messed up. Love it.
That one's good. Yeah, that one's pretty solid, I'd say. Good luck beating this one.
In case you're not familiar, this card's pretty good. 3 in a red, legendary creature, God. Can't have a second one in play. Indestructible haste. Can't attack or block unless you have 1 or fewer cards in hand. 2 in a red, discard a card, deals 2 damage to each opponent. So empties your hand for you, is a 5/4 that you can't kill, and has haste a lot of the time. Doesn't here. Alexander with 2 cards in hand as we speak. But, on Alexander's next turn, they can play a spell, discard the other card to Hazoret itself, and then make an attack with Hazoret having only 1 card in hand. So card, kind of a weird form of summoning sickness here, but going to threaten to really start turning the tide of this game very quickly as James continues to stumble on lands.
seems totally fine in this red mirror. Unbeatable.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yes.
I mean, basically, Soulscar Mage is one of your
Right.
only ways to even try to interact with it. You have to have that and start throwing burn spells at it, but that's just so many resources to commit. And you get blown out if you remove the Soulscar Mage response. Just such a mirror breaker.
Yeah. Alexander's kind of flooding out here. I mean, obviously, Hazoret's going to deal some damage, able to pitch extra lands, but it's like he's kind of, he's got 5 mana in play.
That's a lot of mana. I mean, that helps. That deploys. Maybe you just deploy all your cards. You don't even have to pitch any to Hazoret. Here's another Kamado faces Kakazan, going to deal damage. Monster, especially with 2 counters on it, is big. Alexander, life total fairly low. Hazoret can now block if we so choose. We also have this Bone Crusher Giant still on an adventure. A lot of good options here.
That comes slamming in. It's a tight game right now.
Absolutely. And, Hazoret maybe not able to attack these 2 Kumano faces Kakazans. I mean, this is very much what this game's about, right? 5 that we're looking at in play at the moment. 2 are going to become creatures with haste on James's next turn. Might need to just assemble some blockers. That's exactly what's happening here. Bone Crusher Giant going to add to the mix alongside Hazoret.
Yeah, it's a big turn here. Might be James's best shot to get in a little bit of damage that he needs, and
despite James missing on lands, he's done a good job navigating this game as the aggressor, right? Like, if you look, Alexander's still kind of been on the back foot the entire time. James missing lands means he's got spells, and he has navigated these spells very well.
Yeah. I believe James has a Kari-7 in hand. So
this is where things get hard. When you're attacking some chump attacks into these huge bodies, this is where things get really difficult. And there's enough damage that Hazoret threatens to output alone that if you tap out, making a non-lethal attack, you might just die on the backswing. A lot to think about here.
Yeah, exactly.
Real lot to think about. Both players sitting back, really pondering this. State. This is a tough one. What do you like? Are you attacking here with anything? I'm not sure you can.
It depends. So that looks like the 1 damage. It was called Spikefield Hazard, I believe is the name of that card. It's so you have 1 more damage. It's just you're only going to get 2 points across here, or 4 points across here, which would mean 5. 4. I don't think
have some spells can maybe live. So big. Kari Zev added to the mix.
I think you just have to wait here. Yeah, as awful as it sounds, you're at 12, so you could make some blocks. It stinks, but
yeah, and you have some life total to work with, right? So Alexander can't really get too frisky with the big creatures here because otherwise, you're threatening a huge crackback. So it's kind of just this holding pattern that one player is really looking to break open with some removal spells.
Now that's a beat.
Bone Crusher Giant certainly begins to do that, able to pick off one of James's threats and represent a threat on its own. And another 4-3 is not what James wanted to see on the opponent's side. Oh, sorry. 5-4, thanks to the Kamano faces Kakazan, is not what James wanted to see.
Yeah, that one's a beating. I was going to say, if I'm Alexander here, I'm trying to shut the game out. And obviously Hazoret lets that happen.
Yeah, Hazoret's one of those cards that if you're in a holding pattern, Hazoret is the trump card on the table, right? And that's probably why we see it present in Alexander's deck list here in the Cyborg games. It's expensive. You'd think the games might not go long enough, but they definitely do, as we're seeing here. 1 card in Alexander's hand, and every draw step you give Hazoret represents at least 2 damage, right? Because at the very least, even if you draw a land, you can pitch it to the Hazoret, deal 2 additional damage. So if the game's just taking draw steps, Hazoret's gonna be a good one. And Hazoret coming in with Indestructible means it also kind of represents the Abyss. Just turn after turn, able to attack. You can't make any profitable blocks.
Exactly. You have 2 turns left, and let's see what James has picked up for the turn. There's a Soulscar Mage. I mean, we needed that.
That's step 1. Maybe too late here with 2 Bone Crusher Giants. James being only on 2 lands this entire game. Math is for blockers, says James. We're attacking with everybody.
Just turns them all sideways.
All right, Matt. What you got? What's your take on the Mensa card as the Ragavan?
high IQ. Is that a high IQ card? Is that what that is? Is that what that's?
I think that's what that
for?
is.
There we go. That's
we
what
got
I like. Our table spotter fixes it. God bless.
Fair enough. Well, there's an actual Ragavan. Well, not a 1-mana Ragavan, a 0-mana Ragavan that loses all of its abilities. A little bit worse.
That card's fine. Yeah, that card's fine. Let's put that in the. let's put that one
quite
instead.
Quite a bit better. Without Karizev is Ragavan. Did not need the human.
Just doing some checking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this 6? This is only 6 damage, right? Because he has Spikefield Hazard, which is 1 point of damage.
3, 4,
to 8.
5.
It pumps up the Swift Spear.
It'd be 7, right? With a 1 Spikefield Hazard. There's 3, 4. Oh no, you're right. It'd be 6. That's not enough. So, we're gonna need more. And James Johnson gonna pick it up. Hazard the Fervent looking incredibly impressive.
Yeah, Hazard was the mirror breaker there for sure. Just able to play offense and defense a little bit. It lets you do the thing where you just gum the board up with a bunch of blockers, and you're at 9 or 12 life, and you say, all right, well, we're just gonna sit here like this. I'm gonna draw a card. I'm gonna shock you every turn. Or you get to the point where your opponent bricks or doesn't have enough lands to keep up with you, and you can start attacking and abyssing, like you said, and pretty well navigated. I think both players did the best with what they could, and that looks like a decent deck.
Yeah, Mono Red looking extremely potent. Once again, another deck that didn't get hit with the banning at all. So we can take a look at the our old favorites, a little bit of Arclight, Phoenix, and Rakdos. Very, very different flavor of Magic from the Mono Red mirror. We'll take a look at Game 3 there and see where they're at.
All right, got a pair of Ledger Shredders in play. Getting ready to connive. Oh, that's a good one to put in the graveyard.
Yeah, this Ledger Shredder card, I hear it's pretty good at putting Phoenix in the graveyard. Grows the Ledger Shredder, draws you a card. That's a pretty impressive interaction. This is Fiery Impulse going to take care of what appeared to be a Graveyard Trespasser. Get a little look at our bird friend that I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of from New Capenna.
So it looks like Larry actually had some of his better cards to match up too. There's a Trespasser there, as well as a Go Blank, and still 2 Ledger Shredders in play, which is pretty difficult stuff.
Yeah, I mean, post Go Blank, given how big the graveyard is, and I don't see any cards in exile, I kind of wonder if that Go Blank maybe got tagged with some flavor of counterspell. Otherwise, I mean, either way, these Ledger Shredders, with 2 of them, you threaten to fill the graveyard up even after a Go Blank so fast.
Oh, yeah. Larry discarded a pair of cards, and I think drew 2 lands off of that saga.
And not really what the doctor ordered. We do have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, I think is what the full name of that card is. The black creature land.
Yeah, Hive of the Eye Tyrant. You nailed it. So becomes a 3/3.
That's a card, and it's going to come in. That one has Menace. Can exile cards from the graveyard as well.
Yep. All right, Scott gonna untap.
Let's see what Scott can assemble. A lot of real estate over there for Larry Fields. Not a lot of action. Man.
Taps 4 mana. Larry Fields knows he has Crackling Drake now.
Oh, yeah. Crackling Drake. More threats is not what Larry wants to see. Already a little bit behind with 2 evasive threats in the form of Ledger Shredders. Crackling Drake, I'm sure that thing is huge.
Yeah, I believe that card when it touches the table, when it hits the table, I believe it makes a thudding noise too when it hits the table. So.
like on Magic Arena where you have the footprint.
Yeah, it's actually the noise I think it makes when it hits the battlefield.
It is. Actually, they use my sound bites in Arena. I don't know if you knew that about me.
Oh, that's good. You're getting paid royalties, I hope. Otherwise, I'll negotiate for you. So, Larry, couple lands and a Bone Crusher Giant. Not going to do it against the ginormous Crackling Drake and the Aerial Assault that Scott put together there. So good game for Scott. And sideboard plan worked out kind of how they wanted. You and I talked about it beforehand. Crackling Drake's going to be a big one. It literally hits the battlefield and the game ends on the spot. Just overloading the threats. The too many threats overloads the removal, and just how we drew it up.
I've heard the card described 4 mana, suspend 1, win the game. That's exactly what it was there in that match. And like you said, an impressive showing from both Ledger Shredder and Crackling Drake. Good to see those cards back in action without expressive iteration.
Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of cool because you get to see the power still of this blue-red Phoenix deck, even without, the 4 of expressive iteration, so still very playable, obviously. It didn't look like it was like super oppressive or anything like that. Just a magic deck.
Powerful.
And it's a powerful deck, and it's obviously you can attack it in different ways. So it's good that it still exists, in my opinion.
Agreed. Very much agreed. But I'm a big fan, so maybe biased.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So it sounds like we're getting ready to take a quick little break here. I think time was just called in around about 3 minutes over time. So let's So I got to sit down a few minutes ago. Drake and I covered the finals of the modern event, probably like 3 hours ago at this point. And I got to sit down and do a quick winners interview. So I think we're going to be able to air that. We'll do that. Drake and I will be back for round number 5 here briefly. All right. All right, everybody. I am Matt Monty. I am joined by our champion, Josh Warsaw.
Thank you.
Congratulations, brother.
Yeah.
It was a really good match to watch. You played probably one of the best players in the room too, which is always cool to get a dub against someone like Zach Allen or someone with that pedigree. So,
exactly, and a good friend.
Yeah, pretty cool. So tell me a little bit. So it was kind of funny. So there's a million places to eat in every city that we go to. And I just so happened to walk into the place where you and your friends were eating at.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh yeah, I top 4, blah, blah. And I was like, well, that's cool. And you told me like, where'd you guys come from?
So we came from Bethesda, Maryland. So I'm from Bethesda, and then 2 of my friends, one's from Virginia, and then Rockville and Baltimore.
Okay.
And so one of my buddies is getting his PhD in Michigan. So we planned this about a week ago, probably last Sunday. And we're like, all right, like we'll meet you in Ann Arbor where he goes to Michigan, and then we'll drive up to Lansing. Everyone backed out. I'd have to drive 8.5 hours alone.
Okay.
So, and then Tuesday, I convinced one of my buddies. I was like, you got to come.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I'll come. And so I had a buddy to drive with. Long story short, I drove the whole way.
Amazing. That's how all great Magic stories start, man. It's like, you're like, everybody's like, yeah, we're in. There's 6 of us in this car. It's going to be sweet. And then people are like, nah, I can't go. I don't want to go. I'm not going. And you're like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to like, am I going to book a flight? Am I going by myself?
Yeah.
And then somebody eventually is like, I'll come and I'll help you drive.
Yeah.
And then they don't help you drive. It's just crazy how all Magic stories start. So long travel, but certainly worth it, right?
Certainly worth it, yeah. And, I've had, a lot of people supporting me, even texting my parents.
Yeah.
They've been watching me on stream.
Cool. That's
cool, they root for me.
That's sweet. That's sweet. So, NRG Circuit, so you got 30 points today, which is the best possible start you can have to Season 2. And now you're going to be entering into Pioneer as well.
Yeah.
So you're off to a really good start. And, our championship at the end of the year is a really little tight tournament. It's really super cool. So I assume you're going to try and make a little push for it?
I mean, after this, I really would love to.
Yeah.
I go to school in New Orleans, go Tulane, roll wave.
All right, roll wave, yeah.
And so, New Orleans is pretty far from the Midwest.
Yeah.
But, I got some dineros tonight and, going to go, book some flights probably.
For sure, man. Cool. Well, we'll be happy to see you. So,
yeah.
And you told me this is your first NRG Series event, right?
This is, yeah. First,
so, 1 for 1. It's pretty good.
Yeah, 1 for 1. I used to grind the SCG circuit pretty heavily because it was on the East Coast.
Sure.
And then I kind of got word of this through right after COVID because you guys started doing events online. I was watching coverage and I was like, these look fun as hell.
Yeah.
And and I was like, let's go to one.
That's cool. Well, congrats on the win. So, your deck is like, so a lot of people are playing this like 4-color mid-range pile blink stuff, whatever. I mentioned to Drake 100,000 times that it's cool to be able to watch like you're the controlling deck sometimes, you're the mid-range deck sometimes.
Yeah.
And in Game 3 of the finals, I thought was like really showed you're masterful of the deck because you realized that you were the beatdown at that time. You like flash in endurance, flash in solitude, flash in Kodal, and it's like, okay, well, like beat these cards or don't.
Yeah, exactly. So. And like I kind of turned into like a tempo deck. So I kind of like noticed that his hand was kind of clunky. And I like was running out of resources quickly.
Sure.
Didn't have a Teferi. Like, if he has counter spells, can't really beat those. So I was like, all right, end step, just like flashing stuff. And like that one turn where he counters my Prismatic Ending, and then I just go all in, Fury, exile my Omnath, like only last 2 cards, Eternal Witness, counterspell. And I'm like, we're doing this. And so I attack him down to 6 there, and he plays the Omnath, and he didn't have a counterspell back, and rest is history.
Yeah, you shoved on him, and I was thinking when he's he fetched, and I'm like, well, he's at 1, like he's like cycling through his deck. I'm like, oh my god, there's a Supreme Verdict.
Yeah. Oh my god, he showed me after. I was like,
which is a sweat. Yeah, and I was like, well, if he hits Supreme Verdict, like you're in trouble.
Oh, the game's over.
Yeah, you're probably toast. But
Yeah, very masterful. Like, if you guys want to watch like a really great match overall, I think all 3 games were played really well.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knew their role.
Yeah.
And how to pivot from like the control deck going over the top to like you did. You pushed all in and said, here's what I got.
Yeah.
Either beat it or don't. And
Exactly.
it worked out for you. So
yeah,
really cool to watch.
And the deck was amazing all weekend. To talk about my testing a little bit.
Yeah.
So starting the week, I was playing Grixis Death Shadow, the canister challenge list. Deck sucked, kinda. I mean, it's good, but not as good as 4-color.
It's not good,
And then I transitioned from that to like a Grixis like old Luris. So like Spire Bluff Canals, Blackleaf Cliffs. Deck sucked. 5-0 to league, but that doesn't mean anything.
Right, that's true.
But and then I was like, let's just play the broken cards.
Yeah, why not?
And like, let's play Omnath. Like, this card is so good.
Crazy, right?
Like, it's insane. And and I literally lost once this weekend, and it was to myself. We went to turns, and I died to a top deck Eldritch Evolution for Gerald's Messenger.
Okay, for the
and I could have beaten it. I had one more turn cycle, and I thought I was actually on turn 3, but we were on turn 1.
Okay.
And I just tried to beat him down, and then
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So I could have been X'd out.
Good run. Anything you would change from it? Top of your head?
I think I want some Mystical Disputes in the sideboard.
Yeah.
But
instead of like the Veil of Summers, that's like the flex spot, right?
I mean, the Veils were too good. I was playing against Lotus Field round 7.
Okay.
And like he just goes like Teferi minus on your Teferi. I'm just like, Veil, game's over.
That's rough.
So I think the Veils are good. Chalices are good. I love the 3 Endurances because like you can just turn into the beatdown. It's honestly really nothing I would change. Maybe the verdicts aren't great, but
it's like an insurance policy, right?
Exactly. So,
Cool.
Awesome.
All right, sweet. Any last minute before we wrap up? Any shout outs you want to give?
I want to shout out my boys who I drove here with, Alex Rubin, Jeff Carr, and Harry Chackladder. They're the boys. They've been supporting me, feeding me coffee and water in the finals and stuff. So love you guys. Thanks all.
Cool, man. All right, well, we're going to get out of here again. Congratulations on the dub. We're going to see you at some more events, I'm sure, but really well played. And again, if you want to watch a master class in the 4-color mirror, definitely a great match to watch here from Lansing, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, see you in Pioneer.
everybody, welcome back. I'm Mappamonte, joined by Drake Sasser. We're getting ready to kick off round number 5 here in Lansing of some Pioneer. We've had a lot of cool deck lists on camera today. We're going to continue that trend, it sounds like, as we're going to run down to our feature match area here. Our backup has some good stuff too, so I'm really excited that we've been able to showcase several different things rather than just being like 4-color mid-range, for instance, in another format all day long. So we're going to have some Boros Aggro. Looks like we got them mixed up on other sides, but we'll get that fixed for you. Got Boros Aggro versus Rakdos midrange. We saw this matchup, I believe, earlier, but a little bit different in the deck building selections. Again, a lot of stuff's very customizable right now, so seeing what works and what doesn't work in this week is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd like to highlight, too, that this deck's called Boros Aggro. Notice that Gigantha as a companion, you actually can't play Feather in this deck. So it's not a Boros Feather deck. This is actually just a heroic deck, rather, featuring many of the same cards, but none of the namesake Feather card itself. Maybe suggesting a rename is in order for the Boros decks. But either way, 4 copies of the newly added Illuminator Virtuoso as well.
All right. And that land, I believe, is Takanuma is the name of that one. The Abandoned Mire, I believe that's the name of that card.
That
so I was taking a peek with Thoughtseize and working on Zach's hand a little bit.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is surprisingly good against this. Normally, you'd expect them to be somewhat bad against aggro decks, but the nature of this particular aggro deck, it wants a composition of creatures, lands, and spells, and therefore discard spells are very good at disrupting the mixture. Whichever one that they're short on, you can cut that down even further with the discard spells, and they actually can convert to be pretty good. Although another creature added to the board does mean that Sean's going to have to start paying attention to the board here. Get some of these creatures down before they can be protected by the draw steps. Double red for Stomp. That's a start.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant, quite good. Protections. It looks like that's actually, man. It's actually pretty good for Zach, I would say.
I'd say that's very good for Zach. I mean, that's the blind draw. Sean, I don't think, knew about that particular card. A protection spell off the tops, basically exactly what Zach was looking for, and is able to cost Sean an additional removal spell, which cannot line up against the 10th District Legionnaire. And now we get to start going to work with things like the Defiant Strikes, and Ancestral Angers, and what have you.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, boy. Defiant Strike into Defiant Strike? Well... That's
gonna be a lot of damage.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's the way you want to sequence this. Just Defiant Strikes off the top. And we've seen, I mean, a series of Ancestral Angers, a series of Defiant Strikes just lead to a huge kill out of nowhere earlier in this exact matchup, like you alluded to.
Yeah. Decent little chunk of damage here. And
there's a maximized velocity too.
Wow. Favorite Hoplite has been like, I always look at the card and I'm like, there's no way this card's playable. It's actually been pretty good against these Rakdos decks.
Yeah, the preventing damage actually matters a lot against the Stomp. If you target it with any spell and let the trigger resolve, then even though it still has 2 toughness, the damage just doesn't work, right? It's damage, not combat damage.
All right, easy enough for Sean. Just picks up a Fatal Push and says, yeah, whatever. Another favorite Hoplite. Looks like there's a Stomp looming, though. Oh, that's so good for Sean.
That's so good. And you could flash back the maximized velocity, or rather escape or jumpstart. Jeez, so many different out of the graveyard abilities. Escape the maximized velocity, but looks like we actually responded there with the Stomp, and now able to deploy Bone Crusher Giant. Sean missing land drops, but actually kind of where he wants to be. Doesn't really need them and does need the removal spells. Gigantha is going to go ahead and get bought from the companion zone. A nice little extra threat in case you're out of gas, which Zach most certainly is.
Yeah, looks like that's gonna. Man, it's just rough out here for Zach now. And Sean's been a land away from dropping the Chandra for a few turns now. Like finds the land there. And that's going to be pretty good here.
Chandra on an empty board. Have to be somewhat excited about that. Doesn't kill the Gigantha, but Gigantha still needs an additional land from Zach Dubin's side. And Kalitas, the chosen card to play instead. Start recouping some of that life. Also going to be quite good against any future creatures that Zach deploys. Here comes an attack for 7.
Yeah, believe it or not, any of these 4-mana creatures on an empty board or 4-mana plays on an empty board are going to be quite good against Zach's deck, and he's in some trouble. So it looks like Zach's going to go ahead and pick him up, and Sean Ryder picks up game number 1 with the Rakdos midrange deck. All right, and it's this is the same thing we saw. We saw Will Kruger play this matchup earlier, and I believe Will Kruger won game number 1, and then I believe the red-white like heroic style deck won game 2 and 3 in the post-board matchup. So be interesting to see what kind of plans both of these players have in comparison to that matchup we watched, I believe, in round number 3.
I believe that's accurate as well. Yeah, so we saw that same dominating performance from the Rakdos midrange deck in game 1. Removal spells just more than enough to take care of all of the creatures from the Boros aggro / feather side, the heroic deck, if you will. I'm going to go ahead and call it that. And then out of the sideboard, there was a whole bunch of cards that came into some really, really impressive turns in the sideboard games from the aggro deck. We can take a look and see if Zach Dubin can go ahead and assemble that just like his forerunner, Andrew. We can take a look here. We have access to a Danto Vanguard. That's a sticky threat. We don't have access to Feather because we do have Gigantha as a companion, but we have some fight as ones, as well as looks like a bunch of removal spells and an additional Bone Crusher Giant. So yeah, probably interested in the threats. Maybe a little bit of the
very similar to Andrew Wolteitz's deck. There's no Fiendslayer Paladins in this particular configuration. I think Adonto Vanguard is actually quite good, maybe even better served than Fiendslayer Paladin, because it doesn't seem like the red-black deck puts a bunch of pressure on your life total. So paying 4 life to prevent a removal spell is probably just fine, I would say. And it attacks through pretty easily most of these creatures as well.
Have to agree with you there. Like the cleanup on the creature slots a little bit better in this deck as well. Featuring the four copies of Dreadhorde Arcanist, as well as a single Soul Scar Mage in addition to the 4 Swift Spears. So I like the Boros aggro configuration as well, kind of abandoning going all in on the heroic stuff, maybe favoring a little bit more of the actual aggro elements, hence the name. Let's take a look at what Sean Ryder is bringing to the table.
All right, so Sean's got a backup Kalidas. There's a Chandra's Defeat in the board. That's cool. A couple Lava Coils. There's tons of different things here, but not a lot of it looks like it's built for like small creature decks, if I'm being honest here.
Yeah, a very different approach from what we saw from Will Kruger early on. You know, still a couple things you might want to bring in. We saw Will Kruger bring in the Duress, might see that here as well. Lava Coils, Chandra's Defeat, maybe even the Kalidas, since you're playing on killing a lot of creatures. Noxious Grass potentially in the mix as well, but not the same just huge selection of 1-for-1 spot removal we saw from Will Kruger. And we'll see if maybe you don't need to go so hard on sideboarding and removal spells, as they can be kind of clunky. We'll see if Sean has a little bit of a better setup for the Boros aggro deck than Will was able to present.
Yeah, and again, like there's not a bunch of extra help in the board. I mean, again, though, the 4 Bone Crusher Giants, there's 5 1-mana removal spells, there's 3 Dreadboards, there's tons of point and click removal. So Andrew Wolteitz, I think, got pretty fortunate in his match to draw like runner creature at one point, and it was which was crazy. But I mean, sometimes you're just going to get a little help from the top of your deck, and you got to capitalize on it. So I think Sean Ryder's the Rakdos deck, I feel like, is a good matchup into Boros aggro, but we're going to find out here and see a little bit more of how this matchup works back and forth. So Zach can lead on a tap land. That can't be a good start.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw Andrew in some of the sideboard games kind of just sandbag threats, kind of planning to wait to play a threat until he could also hold up protection. I wonder if now the matchup is face up, that's what Zach Dubin was looking to do. And on a turn 2 with a favorite hoplite, have to imagine that's probably why that card is deployed on turn 2 and not turn 1.
That would make sense. I believe that's a Canyon Slough is that first land there for Sean Ryder. His Castle Lockwing comes in untapped, which I don't know if we've seen that all day, actually.
Yeah, that card has come tapped a lot. Kind of wonder if maybe there's too many of those and not enough swamps. Yeah. Here is a pathway from Zach Dubin. All his lands in are untapped.
Yeah. Zach's off to a
decent start. Beatdowns for 1.
Yeah, 1. Gotcha. Another one. See, this is where Legions end. Legions end, notably not in Sean Ryder's deck.
And no Legion's End available for Sean Ryder. Favorite hoplites, very safe. Fatal Push going to be attempted here. Probably on the end step, if I have to imagine.
It looks like that's where we're at. So favorite hoplite number 1 goes down. Sean,
no sense protecting a threat that when you have another one, you can go ahead and just go all in on one of the threats.
Yeah. I like the way Zach played that too. Doesn't commit anything to protect it. Just says, I got one. That's good enough. I got one creature. So make sure we get life totals accurate here as well.
And a lava coil going after the second favored hoplite. See if we have any spell at all to target. We do have a Defiant Strike. That's damage. I believe this gets prevented. That's going to be pretty brutal for Sean Ryder.
Man, this hoplite's been so good against these red-based removal spells.
Yeah, we were making fun of favored hoplite. Look at it now. Just really showing us who's boss.
I know. Man, how can I talk about this thing anymore?
I don't think you can. I think all you can do is say good things about it. You're not allowed to say anything bad about favorite hoplite for the rest of the day. It's just not possible.
I think I have some leftover emotional damage from when it was in the blue-white heroic deck ages ago, and that thing used to kill me. And I'm like, how does this thing get me? This is ridiculous.
Are you joking? I always got really upset at the 0-4. It's like an 0-4 that just gets a counter. That's all it does. This thing just kills me. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? This thing is just so bad. All right, whatever. I'm dead. Fine. You got me. You win. I don't. I'll move along with my life. Because here comes a flurry of spells from Zach Dubin. Homestead Courage representing so much power in one little package. Here comes an attack for 6.
Yeah, just take a third of your life total out. That's fine.
Yeah, see ya. 2 mana up still for protection. You gonna want to try another of those lava coils, tough guy? Doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, seriously, you gotta be nervous to pull the trigger on the red base removal against this deck. And Sean gets up to 4 mana in play, but those 4 mana spells are just not really very appetizing against a 6/6 on the board.
Yeah, notably things like Chandra, which we do kind of label as additional removal spells because they do deal 4 damage, not good enough at all in the face of a 6/6.
Wow.
Here's a Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, imagine playing a Bone Crusher Giant just face up, not on an adventure
block
against a 6/6.
Yeah. Here, attack for 6. All right, I'll take 6. I'm at 7. Dreadhorde Arcanist to follow up. Beautiful old border Dreadhorde Arcanist. A lot of respect for that.
I love that thing. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Does Zach have
It reminds me of old Magic. Dreadhorde Arcanist is an essay of a card as well. Just a block of text. I love just seeing an old border with a block of text. That really is just old Magic design right there.
Oh yeah, if any card needed the old border, it was definitely that. That looks like, is that the Dreadbore? That's some really strange art Dreadbore. I can't remember what.
Yeah, that's the rock metal album stuff Dreadbore. So we're gonna go ahead and attempt that. From the secret lair. God's Willing in response, going to play a second Bone Crusher Giant. And now Dreadhorde Arcanist is going to be able to untap, threaten a God's Willing on this favorite hoplite. That'll give protection for red. Looks like Zach Dubin just signaled that. And that is going to be lethal for Sean Ryder. And here we go. This is exactly what we saw earlier.
That's crazy. It just starts off as this paltry little 1/1 for 1 mana. And you're like, oh yeah, that'll do something later in the game. And before you know it, it's a 6/6, and then it has protection from everything, and you can never damage it because you always have 1 mana to protect it. It's crazy. This card's definitely underrated all-star for this deck. That's so far, in my opinion. Insane.
I have to agree with you, mostly because we're not allowed to say bad things about favorite hoplite, but I will say it can be frustrating losing so much to it. No, a very impressive showing from Zach. Once again, navigating all of these burn spells. Those lava coils, we saw them from the sideboard, but favorite hoplite still can prevent all damage. And let me tell you, lava coils damage. So a single spell, it can even be a Defiant Strike, shuts down those lava coils. And so despite the real critical massive removal from the red-black midrange deck, the mana efficiency and these little tricks with things like favorite hoplite just continue to abuse the removal spell filled Rakdos deck.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why in Will Kruger's case that being able to exile things is a big deal in comparison to just straight damaging them. Like the Legion's End is a huge card, obviously, and they might not load up on them on the board or whatever, but just being able to exile it in general is great. So, man, this card is just being an all-star in these red-based removal decks, and I think it's one of your best starts. Really, is Zach played that really well. Didn't play it on turn 1, left protection up for it, which is a big deal, like you mentioned. So plays behind curve, plays it on turn 2 with the mana available, and really got rewarded. That thing just went the distance, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Some impressive stuff. We'll see if game 3 can go a little bit better with the Rakdos deck able to be on the play. If you're enjoying the content, please make sure to follow. We are going to be bringing you Pioneer coverage all day long, including the entirety of the top 8. You're not going to want to miss that. Make sure you're following. Make sure you can see when we're live. And there's a whole lot more tournaments coming to you for the rest of the season. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at game 3 of Rakdos Midrange versus Boros Aggro. Sean Ryder versus Zach Dubin, both players 4-0, looking to improve to 5-0. Here's a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, good start for Sean. This is able to pick apart the hand. Looks like there's one single creature. This is an exact carbon copy of our match in round 3. There's one single creature, and actually goes ahead and takes the God's Willing. So it takes the protection spell here instead of taking the creature.
I like this a lot from Sean Ryder, right? Right, because so think about it. If you just play the creature now, like having seen this, being Zach Dubin and seeing that you just took the creature, you can't play it on turn 1. So okay, you get a turn from that. Sean Ryder can sit there and develop mana, and then here's a follow-up Thoughtseize.
Love this. So now you have to take the creature. So now it makes a lot more sense to me that Sean had double Thoughtseize. So, and he probably has a removal spell. So if you take the protection spell, if Zach deploys the creature, you can just have your removal spell. And now he gets kind of paid off for doing that. So
I have to agree. Finding looks like a creature, looks like Soulscar Mage off the top. Zach Dubin. This seems to be the way it goes. The Thoughtseize bug just very repetitive here. And gonna go ahead and fire off a God's Willing on a Lava Coil. That's a little bit of a better trade for Sean. Favorite Hoplite being able to survive and draw a card from the Defiant Strike. Not the way you want to do it. Trading for another God's Willing at least feels a little bit better, but Zach Dubin able to untap, has free reign with the Soulscar Mage. We'll see what he can assemble.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's a realistic number of damage that Zach can do here? It's probably like between 8 and 10 here, I would assume.
Yeah, I have to imagine when you're talking about damage numbers, Ancestral Anger is always a big part of the equation because that card just piles up damage really quickly. But either way, even just a modest hit growing here like we see, looks like 2 prowess triggers plus a point plus another point. 2 more points. I'm sorry. So 3, 4, 5 is the math I got.
Good. There's the Dread Boar. And now Sean might be in the driver's seat because Zach hit a creature and now he's just kind of, maybe not on E necessarily, but he needs a creature desperately.
Definitely have to agree there. Blood Tithe Harvester, not a bad follow-up, too. Could represent another removal spell. Also just a fine attacker / blocker. The flexibility of this card is really what gives it its power, gives you a second game object. A Monster Swiftspear off the top. All right. Take a look at Blood Tithe Harvester. Nice pickup from the Innistrad Crimson Vow set. And 3/2, very aggressively statted. Creates a blood token when it enters. You can sack it. Creature gets -X till end turn, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. So this can kill 2 toughness creatures. Monster Swiftspear coming across for a lot more damage than that. But Sean Ryder able to untap. Monster Swiftspear with that counter now. 3 toughness. Cannot be killed by the now no longer summoning stick Blood Tithe Harvester.
I was going to say, you got to love that play. You gotta love that play from Zach to outgrow it outgrow it now while you can. And Sean's in some serious trouble now.
Oh yeah, I think if you're Zach Dubin, seeing your Rakdos Midrange opponent untap, cycle a land for 2 mana, and then crack the blood token, discarding another land, and just go ahead and pass the turn back, you have to smell blood.
It is.
Reckless Rage, that removes the blocker. Now we're at 3 damage. Can we assemble a kill? What do we have? Sean, taking a look.
Sean has a stomp.
Respond with a stomp. That will kill it with the Reckless Rage.
Yeah. Oh, Zach needs a piece to protect it here. Oh, that's a huge play for Sean. Huge play.
Maybe somewhat of a miss sequence. I think that's one of the +1/+1 counter effect. At sorcery speed, you can't Homestead Courage. Jeez, I don't know why I couldn't think of it. It looks like a Homestead Courage in hand, right? So if you lead on Homestead Courage first and then fire off the Reckless Rage, you maybe get to keep your Monastery Swiftspear in the face of something like a Stomp.
Yeah, and you're going to do it anyways, right? More likely than not, you're going to Courage it anyways. It seems like.
Yeah, and maybe Zach Dubin not really having that card on his radar, and now suddenly the Bone Crusher Giant alongside Den of the Bugbear going to go ahead and come across, provided that token was remembered. It looks like it was. That's going to be worth 8 damage.
There's Gigantha. This is lethal, right? This is lethal.
I think we're 1 short, right? It's 8 plus 1 more from last turn, so we should have 9 coming across. Yep, but still, 1. I mean, Zach gonna have a lot of trouble with so many bodies on his following turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a haste threat alongside some protection.
And that's the end.
Effects.
Wow,
and that's Ryder. It. Zach Dubin is gonna lose this game. John Ryder winning the 3rd game there, and you have to look at that Reckless Rage Homestead Courage turn.
Yeah, that was the decider. I mean, man, that was just that small little misstep just turned the game up on its head. That was crazy. And then and Sean has the creature land, able to turn the corner rather quickly, and you get to see the power, just the power of these things that go on adventure, like Bone Crusher Giant. It's able to remove and then immediately the next turn plays it, so you have a play for the following turn, and then you get to turn the corner and start attacking. Man, that was crazy game. That's a good matchup. That one feels like that's going to be a staple of Pioneer for a long time. Like that's going to be one of the classic matchups, and it was really good to watch the back and forth, I think.
I can't agree with you more. A lot of interaction, like I was talking about earlier, as well as it seems like it's very punishing to make mistakes. There's a lot of room to make mistakes, and it looks like, I mean, we saw right there that mistake, literally cost Zach, I think, the entire match. So, mistakes extremely punishing. Really, really cool match to watch. And hopefully we'll have a little bit more Pioneer on the series later this year. Go ahead and take a look at some of our events that are coming up before we take a look at the next round.
Cool. Very good. So you can see here that schedule down at the bottom there. So we are playing Modern and Pioneer now. So and then you move on to July 30th and 31st. You can see there's a Modern $10,000 trial on Saturday, the 30th, and then on the 31st in Chicago. Some Legacy, getting back in the saddle with some Legacy. That should be super fun. Chicagoland area is always really good attendance and things like that. So looking forward to seeing tons and tons of players out there. Our August one, it says on the bottom right, it says TBD, but it has been determined. So it's to be determined until right now it's determined. So we have a team showdown on August 27th, and that's in St. Louis. So $20,000 team showdown. And then the 28th, if you want to play some more, there's Modern 5K on that Sunday. Should be a really fun time. Our team tournaments are a blast. Always a lot of camaraderie, and always fill up the room. It should be an awesome time. You get to see, I don't know if they're going to run it back. I assume they will, but Zach Allen, Zoe Riederman, and they're just going to try and run it back, and Jesse Robkin try and run it back again. I assume they're going to run it back, but you never know.
Oh, definitely would love to see that.
All right, and then for season 3, which is pretty cool, you all get to see that. I think it's the first time we're actually showing this, so you get to take a peek here. So the rest of the year's planned. So here's what I would do if I was a Magic player. I would get out my Google Calendar, and I would invite my friends, and I'd say, hey, I know you have Gmail. So here's this Google Calendar of all the NRG Series events. Here's the dates. Here's the formats. And I would do this, and I would go pre-register whatever events you can, okay? Because we've capped the last couple events. So you're going to want to get in early. Make sure you're registered for those events. Again, October 22nd and 23rd, we're going to be in Newark, Ohio. There is a $10,000 team trial on Sunday. We have another individual trial. The formats are not exactly announced yet. However, all the dates and the locations are, so you can start looking now. Put them on your calendar. We'll have hotel blocks and all that stuff. We'll get information up on our social medias so you can get that all set up. I'm pretty excited for Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know what Nebula Comic Con is, but I assume it's pretty cool. And I'm going to take some time to walk around and check out some other stuff while we're down there. So should be a lot of fun. We're going to a lot of new locations. So again, put them on your calendar.
Louisville, very close to me. Might actually try to make it out to that one in person. Obviously I'm a little bit remote at the moment. Not a lot of ovens at the convention center, but Louisville is actually one of the closest it's been to me. A little bit further south than I feel like the NRG normally goes. So if you're in the South and you haven't been to one of these before, this is your opportunity. Come get a piece of the action. Maybe see me there. Maybe see a Comic-Con there. Lot to do there. Very excited about that event for sure.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. So that's the furthest southeast we've gone. We're going to go southwest with the St. Louis one, and it's going to be a ton of fun. It's great getting to go to new locations. First time we've been to Lansing. Great turnout. We sold this event out. So it's been amazing. Just, as we keep expanding, more people are coming to events. I mentioned Sean Gallagher drove 10 hours to this event from the Iowa area. It's really cool to watch everybody come through. And, come say hi, let us know where you're from, any improvements we can make, things like that. But we're coming around. We're traveling all different places, trying a bunch of locations out, trying formats and different things like that. So definitely value the feedback and everything. So it's been super fun. Lansing's been good. So sounds like we're getting ready to, our backup match is still in game 1. Why don't we just do it live? Let's not screw around. Let's just jump right into it live. So we are in game number 1. That's right. I said that. Game number 1 of our backup feature match. So we'll take you down there. And I think Sulaiman is actually playing down there. And yeah, so Esper control, no surprise. That's taking a little bit of time to get it done. A lot of sharks on the table against a lot of forests.
What is happening here? I was hoping to catch this here in game 2, but apparently we're going to see the end of game 1, and there is a lot to process in this board state. A Shark Typhoon in play, making sharks. Teferi upticking, moving stuff around. Another Teferi going to make another shark. I have to imagine this looks pretty over for Carson. Yeah. Beauchaine? Is that how you say that?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get confirmation on how to pronounce Carson's name. I couldn't imagine not conceding at this point if you're on the Gruul ramp player side, but it's you get 50 minutes, you can do whatever you want with them. So,
well, I mean, you're a Gruul ramp deck, right? When you have this many lands in play, basically any extremely good payoff off the top maybe can swing the game in your favor. I have to imagine at this point in the game, it has to involve something like an Ugin the Spirit Dragon alongside no counterspell from Raja's side, which may be a little ambitious at this stage, but it's not like this board state is unbeatable. And all Carson, right. 1 point still not 0.
Come on, Ugin. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, well, Ugin the Spirit Dragon action. You into that kind of stuff?
Right. Is that a Tarka the Spirit Dragon? Is that called? What is it? Not the Spirit Dragon. What is it
Dragon called? Lord Atarka. Huge. Dragon. Another standard all-star in its time. Love this card. 5 damage. Divided as you choose. Upon opponents, creatures, and planeswalkers. Can't deal it directly to the opponents, and no burn spell Atarka here. But can take care of the Teferi and I think that 2/2 shark. And threaten to be able to block the other shark. But this Memory Deluge is going to make a 4/4 shark, and that should do it.
I got a good story about Dragon Lord Atarka when once we get in the middle of games here. I got to tell you.
Looks like this game's probably about to end. What you got? Give me some Dragon Lord Atarka stories.
All right, so players are scooping it up. So what's the coolest? Have you ever played Dragon Lord Atarka? Have you ever registered that card like in a tournament before?
Never in a tournament. Played with it in some cube, and I have played with it a little bit in like some standard testing games, but I don't think I ever registered it in like a Comp RL event.
What's the coolest thing you've ever done with Dragon Lord Atarka? What's the coolest thing you've ever done with it?
Coolest thing I've ever done. I like recurring nightmared with it in cube, I think.
That sounds pretty good. So I played a standard event one time, and I played Dragon Lord Atarka, and I also played Eldrazi Displacer, and I Eldrazi Displacered it like several times in a turn, and I was like, all right, we'll just take everything off the board. And then my opponent was
it may take a while, but I'm killing it all.
Yeah. Thanks to my opponent, wherever you're at. I don't remember who it was, but thanks for letting me do that. And they just kind of watched and were like, this is so cool. Like this is amazing. So Eldrazi Displacered one, and it was pretty nuts to say the least.
That's awesome. I love
we're gonna
that.
check out. Yeah, it's pretty good. So we're gonna check out some deck lists here. It sounds like, and we'll be able to bring you these. So. We'll get confirmation on Carson's last name, but Gruul ramp, as you mentioned, there's these Ugin the Spirit Dragons. There's all the natural, the normal things you would expect there to be for ramp that cultivates, necessarily Pilgrimage, and a bunch of mana dorks. There's 10 of them here, it looks like. So, yeah, World Breakers.
Yeah, 2 copies of Sylvan Carroted to join the elves. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Sylvan Carroted was a standard all-star for a long time in the Gruul, like the Gruul ramp deck. That deck was crazy too. But there's tons of good stuff in here. It's just your traditional ramp deck, and you get to jam threat after threat. It's kind of like a Tron deck if you're familiar with Modern. It's kind of how these decks feel.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think there's some good options in the sideboard too. Emrakul the Promised End, probably exactly for this kind of matchup, can bring in some of the small ball stuff as well. Things like Courser of Crewfix and Tireless Tracker. A lot of times the way that the control deck's going to try to approach this match is by just countering your really big payoffs. They don't care about you ramping. They're going to counter all your big spells, and then they're going to go on to win the game. That gets harder with things like Ulamog and World Breaker, but overall, that's a lot of times the control deck that's how they want to approach it. Now, if you're slipping under some of those counter spells, with things like Tireless Tracker and just kind of overworking the control deck's resources, that's a nice approach to take. and maybe you don't want as many of the mana creature stuff. But we'll see. I'd have to imagine there's quite a few upgrades that Carson can make in the sideboard, depending on how hard they want to go on the creatures. I'm sorry.
Is that a Rurik Thar, the Unbowed in the sideboard over there? That card has killed me more than any card, I think, in the history of Magic the Gathering. I've died to that card so many times. I have to get this off the screen. That card is a beating against control decks. That's to say the least. That is cards a beating against control decks. So.
Oh yeah, it's beating against a lot of decks. I mean, think about it in the Phoenix against the Phoenix deck too. It's like, you want to cast a Treasure Cruise? It takes 6. Card's incredibly impressive. Almost certainly going to be here as well.
All right, so we're going to jump over to the Esper control deck here, and it looks like Raja's actually playing a Yorion on the board too. So this is an 80 card deck, which I totally missed that in the beginning. There was tons of things going on, but this is a 80 card deck, so that's pretty good. There's 4 Aether Gusts in the sideboard. Those are all stars in this matchup.
Yeah, I have to imagine those are slam dunks.
Yeah, those are very good. Other than that, I mean, it's so weird because these Vanishing Verses are actually probably horrible.
Yeah, a lot of colorless stuff. Worldbreaker and stuff like that you'd love to exile is actually colorless thanks to Devoid.
Yeah. These Othakayas probably not great either. It's a game plan, I guess, with your Sky Noodle, but other than that, I think you're just like on counter spells and thought seizes to try and close the game out. So we'll see how it works out here. And we're getting ready to game number 2. They got about 20 minutes left in the round, so hopefully they're able to get the last 2 games in.
That win from Raja with how long that game took. Got to be pretty happy about his position there. At the very least, might lock up a draw just due to these games going so long. And that might be even more of an argument for Carson to bring in things like Tireless Tracker just to get the games over with early. Maybe you could just cheese them by some removals by Raja taking out a lot of his fatal pushes and other removal spells, stuff like that. But that's kind of hard to do given that a lot of your ramp is coming from mana elves. So like the removal spells aren't bad like they are against Tron. They're still finding targets against the mana creatures. So that's probably not even that good of a plan. So Carson's going to have to find a strategy to get underneath the counter spells and removal spells from Raja, especially with maybe a little constricted on time.
Sure. I think I saw Tireless Tracker actually in Carson's opening 7 there. So that's quite good. In the face of like these weird removal spells like Blood Chief's Thirst and Fatal Pushes, that's a pretty good one to have. So yeah, looks like a pretty solid hand there for Carson.
Gotta be happy with his spot. Raja taking a mulligan. Gonna take a look here. Does he like his 6?
That one doesn't look very good either, honestly. But sometimes just gotta keep these kinds.
just keep some cards. I don't know. We got an answer to turn 1 elf. That's a start.
There is a
got a Godless Shrine,
thought.
Fatal Push.
Yeah, there is a thought seize, but I believe it's a Fetid Pools coming in to start it up.
That's very true. Castle Garenbrig into Sylvan Keratin. That's the mana dork you want against this deck. Doesn't get hit with Fatal Push, Vanishing Verse, or any of those.
100%. So this one's pretty good, and Raja holding on to that thought seize.
Interesting.
Gonna wait the maximum time, it looks like. So that's an interesting play. So Carson plays that. I believe that's Arch of Orzhaka is the name of that card over there. Plays that before playing the Tireless Tracker. Might be a small misstep there.
Yeah, an interesting sequence. Maybe respecting the card's censor. That's the only thing I can come up with that I think would maybe dissuade you from casting your Tireless Tracker before making your land drop. And here is a follow-up Elvish Mystic for your trouble.
Aether Gust, that's a good one. So that goes back.
Gonna put that one
on the bottom there.
On bottom. All right. See, maybe Carson has his mana tied up for the next few turns. We'll see what Raja can assemble.
Yeah, I think
looks like an Odawara as the land for turn.
Fatal Push. That's a good one. You gotta hope that Carson doesn't have a 5th land and a Cavalier here.
Yeah, that would be a really good one. Cavalier able to put big, powerful threats back on top when you kill it. Not really what the doctor ordered. Looks like Nissa's Pilgrimage, the card that is cast here.
It looks like Carson didn't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. It's another cultivate effect. This deck supporting, I believe, the full 8 cultivate effects that are legal in this format.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Carson would have missed the land drop there. So, but I believe that they do have a Cavalier of Thorns in hand, as well as a World Breaker. So some big payoffs coming down the line. Just gonna have to dodge, dodge some counter spells, but that's probably fine.
Yeah. Does find red mana. Notably, that was missing. Oh, well, outside of the Sylvan Keratin, but it was missing in the land base prior to this Nissa's Pilgrimage.
All right.
Wait, no, Nissa's Pilgrimage can't find mountains.
Right, you can only find a forest, right? Do we need to pause this game?
You can only find basic forests. I thought it was worked like Cultivate. I literally was calling it an additional copy of Cultivate, and that it has a little bit different text. As here comes the Thoughtseize, World Breaker,
we're trying to pause. We're trying to pause the match. Just a second here.
Okay.
So I radioed down. We're gonna try and make sure we can get to this point. So it looks like we got it paused here in just a second. So we'll make sure we sent the judge down there to make sure that this happens. All right, so let's bring up Nissa's Pilgrimage real quick. How about that? Let's bring that card up here in a second.
That's valuable.
And we'll fact check ourselves here before we go any further. So Nissa's Pilgrimage, yep. So let's see. Yep. So it's forest cards, not a mountain. So we're gonna make sure we get that all solved.
Even with Spell Mastery, you still only get access to more forests. Now, easy mistake to make, given this copy does also support 4 copies of Cultivate, and that one does find any number of basics. It's a very easy mistake to make, given that you're on the full 8 copies of this effect. However, important to note the difference. Now, of course, there's not even red cards in Carson's hand, so, definitely kind of takes off the table the idea that this is in any way malicious. Cavalier of Thorns and World Breaker, the 2 cards that Roger was looking at off the Thoughtseize. So this should be corrected pretty easily. Get all that swapped out, and whatever necessary fixes need to be done. Our judges will figure out the appropriate fix for that. But in the meantime, this, I think, game looks to be going pretty well, even after the Thoughtseize for Carson, right? Like the Thoughtseize was staring at 2 good threats.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is, again, it's kind of like the Tron matchup where it's like you have all your lands in play, you've accelerated a little bit, and now you just go like hammer, 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 and hopefully one of them sticks. You don't really care which one. Obviously, some are better than others, but you just got to hope that one sticks and can go the distance. Like this World Breaker is one thing though, where it has an on cast trigger, so it's quite good. It gets to put Raja back again, another land. There's a lot of things that go on. A lot of these cards have on cast triggers, so those are pretty good. And just needs to refuel. Again, Cavalier Thorns does a great job about that, though.
For sure. I like you calling out the World Breaker. Being good against counterspells. I mentioned during sideboarding that the control deck often wants to beat these ramp decks by countering the ramp cards, right? You don't want to try to answer them once they're in play. A lot of times the big, powerful spells do a lot when they enter play. So you're going to get 2 for 1, 3 for 1, to maybe even more by those cards if they are able to enter the battlefield. So against the ramp deck, a lot of times the control deck wants to just answer them with counter spells. But these cast triggers, like you mentioned, get around that. You still get your value even if the spell is countered. And with the Arch of Orazca, the World Breaker is even more effective, even if the Thoughtseize comes down.
Yeah, Arch of Orazca is a good one. That's I've seen it as a one of in several of these decks. It's kind of like a filler card and whatever. You can play a longer game with cards like that, which is nice for these ramp decks that kind of, they run threats into answers and they can refuel a little bit, which is a nice little boon to have. So.
Exactly.
Sounds like
nice land. If you need to play a colorless land to return World Breaker, that's the one you want to do it with, because it fills that niche in this matchup where you're going to have the mana, you're going to have the permanence, and drawing those cards could be the critical cards you need in order to swing this matchup. So nice one for Carson to already have in play. And even if the World Breaker gets Thoughtseize, maybe he's interested in sacrificing a land and returning it and just start the train of that, start working through all the stuff.
Yeah, World Breaker has a lot of hidden text on it. I remember the first time I did that, I brought it back from the graveyard. Someone's like, "This card does this too?" Like, well, yeah, you got to just keep reading. Like once you read the first 2 sentences, you got to read the third and the fourth. So
the hidden
looks like we're
reach
back.
is what that card gets accused of
Yes.
a lot of the time. A lot of
Yes,
hidden reach.
yeah. Looks like we're back here. Yeah. Cool. So pretty easy fix. You just swap out the mountain for a forest. We rewind back to that point, and now we're back to the point where Raja is putting a Omen of the Sea on the stack. Is what it looks like. So nothing crazy or out of the ordinary there. That's a pretty easy fix.
Have to agree with you for sure. A very easy fix. And once again, no red cards cast, so no a ton of learned information or whatever. Omen of the Sea still happening. See exactly where we're gonna choose. Carson might have priority here.
And there's that world breaker we talked about. Destroy that fetid pools. Come in for cast. 1. I like it. Rumbling.
Worldbreaker is going to exile fetid pools. Going to go ahead and rumble in for 1 damage. Thoughtseize is going to happen. Going to take care of the Cavalier of Thorns. We're going to go ahead and pass back.
Is that Rurikthar? I think it's Rurikthar. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Well, we still have the Sylvan character to cast that one, even though we can't grab the mountain. So here comes Rurikthar.
Bonk. You're not casting
a spell. Here's a hit for 5.
Yeah, good luck casting a spell the rest of the game.
And we were talking about how Carson needs to close this game quickly. And boy, does Rurikthar do that. Roger's going to pick it up. And we have a very quick game, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, everything went Carson's way there. Just, able to play ramp spells. So there was a Sylvan character. There was an Elvish Mystic unchecked into the Nissus Pilgrimage. And then you just play your 7-drop. And you play your 6-drop. And Raja's like, well, I have Omen of the Sea. And it's about it. So
I guess.
Yeah, and the Thoughtseize. So pretty good stuff for the ramp deck. It's gonna be tougher for them on the draw, I would assume. But anyways, it's cool to watch decks like that be able to perform even against control decks, because I think there's like some misconception that the ramp decks just get slaughtered by the control decks all the time. It's in like these kind of formats, and I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, it's interesting. You made the comparison to Tron earlier on, to this deck to Tron in the modern format. And I think it does have a lot of that same similarities, where Tron is actually pretty good against control decks, even in modern. There are some spots where both players can interact, but these cast triggers, like we mentioned on Worldbreaker, like we mentioned on Ulamog, and even the Emerald out of the sideboard, these Eldrazi cards being able to have cast triggers that give you your rebate, or at least some amount of value, even if your card gets countered, is a big part of swinging the matchup towards Ramp's favor and away from Control's dominance in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you. And there's even I think there's some of the what it called, Spirit of the Dragon Lord or whatever the card's called, where you can sacrifice a land and go get another replacement. If it gets countered, you can still sacrifice that land, dig through your deck, find another threat, and then Control has so many counter spells, especially like Roger's deck. They only have so many, and they have to draw them, so you got to make them have them. And I think it was pretty good there for Carson. So let's see what we got here in our third and final game. There's a Rurikthar in hand. I'm never mulliganing that hand if I'm Carson.
You're just addicted to the Rurikthar. I thought you weren't a forest guy.
I'm not. That card just kills every control player ever. There's no way that Raja doesn't take this card.
All right, no way he doesn't take the card has been called. All right.
I mean, look at the clunker. Look at the rest of the little 1/1s. But I mean, you can counter Rurikthar, but that's so sketchy.
I mean, it looks like Oath of Nissa, Cultivate, and 2 elves among the mix. Could see counter.
Yep.
I could see taking like the Cultivate. Card provides a lot of ramp and some additional card advantage.
Yeah, Cultivate's the only other card I can see taking here. I don't know. Could be wrong.
All right, well, we'll
Definitely
see.
wrong.
Chose the Elvish Mystic. Llanowar Elves not quite good enough to be Thoughtseize. Got to choose that Elvish Mystic instead.
Yeah. That's good.
All right. Well, signals that Raja might have a removal spell in hand for the second elf. Going to go ahead and deploy it anyway. You got to make him have it. In case he doesn't, it's going to look really good. Looks like Vanishing Verse going to take care of the second elf effect.
Yeah, you got it. All right.
Draw step, second land, maybe Oath of Nissa looking for another elf. Really looking to overwork Raj's interaction.
There we are.
Get a great look at that. Looks like Shrine of the Forsaken Gods. That card, I believe, makes additional mana after you have 5 lands, kind of like a Temple of the False God.
You get double colorless if you control 7 or more lands, I believe it is.
And only to cast colorless spells. A lot of restrictions on this one compared to Temple of the False God. Maybe they learned their lesson. Still good enough to show up here in Pioneer. And we have Cultivate. Going to sacrifice Malevolent Hermit. Going to counter the Cultivate.
I mean, look at Raja's hand, though. It's like land and a Fatal Push. And there's this, and I think it's just a fairy, but there's a Rurik Thar, man.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Teferi going to come down before Rurik Thar, I think. Card does cost less mana, so we'll see, if Carson can get some pressure in play to answer this Teferi prior to it hitting the battlefield. Raja done a good job keeping the board state clear. Maybe looking to disturb Malevolent Hermit as a blocker.
Okay.
Here's a Godless Shrine.
All right, you're on to hand.
Untapped. Oh, no, we're going to buy Yorion instead. All right. Very reasonable. Shrine of the Forsaken Gods. And here is Elvish Mystic.
Oh, big pickup there for Raja. Big pickup.
Oh, yeah, that Fatal Push is crucial. Keeping the board clear, then sticking it to Teferi, able to start drawing cards, getting the mana advantage that Teferi provides, and realistically getting ahead of this Rurik Thar that you keep talking about. Very important.
There's just so much mana in play. So much mana. There's no red source for notable though. For
no red source for Rurik Thar quite yet. However, I believe if he makes another land drop, no, he needs 2 more land drops. He needs to make 2 more land drops and then can basically play any colorless card in his deck. That includes Emrakul, Ulamog. Is that the 4th shrine there too?
It is the 4th shrine, yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah, definitely has the colorless creatures covered. So, this Teferi drawing a lot of cards, doing its thing. But if Ulamog comes off the top, maybe all that work just gets undone in a single card.
If there's an Ulamog here.
All right.
Here comes the Hermit.
A little bit Benevolent Geist, the backside of Malevolent Hermit. Going to make Raja's cards, non-creature spells, uncounterable. 2/2 flyer also. There's land number 6. And Wandering Emperor on Instap, that threatens to start the beatdowns.
That's a great one. That is definitely a great one. You're going to need an Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger here, like, right now.
Yeah, definitely right now. And even then, maybe the Flying Hermit can get through for enough damage. There's a look at the lovely Planeswalker we got to see from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. First Planeswalker with Flash, I think? Not necessarily sure on that, but I'm pretty sure. And if it enters the battlefield this turn, you can activate her loyalty. At any time you can activate an instant. Put counters, give first strike, make 2/2s with vigilance, and exile tapped creature. Very powerful upgrade to a lot of these control strategies. We've seen it show up here in Pioneer and some in Modern.
Those cards were not very good off that memory deluge there.
Oh, I think they have to be bad for Carson to have a chance, because remember, Carson looks to be incredibly behind, but something like Ulamog does threaten to fix the problem. And a resolved Ugin can do the same thing. Just like sweep the entire battlefield and suddenly you're back in it. Let's see what Carson's top of the deck will grant him.
It's like Tireless Tracker. It's a start,
It is a start. It's a start. We have lands to play, can activate some clues, and if nothing else, even if it gets killed or answered with Teferi or whatever, you can at least start trying to find your big, huge colorless monsters with the clue that you get. Gonna go ahead and crack that clue right away.
Well, that's an Oath of Nissa. That's a pretty good, actually, right there.
Yeah, Oath of Nissa. It's a little cantrip that can help find the big monsters.
Oof. Raja looks like they picked up a Thoughtseize, though, so that's kind of brutal.
Interesting to see the Oath of Nissa not deployed there.
Yeah. Maybe worried about a Thoughtseize. You try and do it all in one shot.
There's no more Hermits. Thoughtseize going to happen. Yeah, I think you might be right. Going to go ahead and take the Oath of Nissa. Maybe you don't want to give Raja the information of what big monster there's access to.
Yeah. It looks like there's an absorb now in Raja's hands, so got Ugin the Spirit Dragon covered.
Yeah, Ugin the Spirit Dragon's covered. Looks like Ulamog or Emrakul, the only real outs. Teferi, of course, can tuck itself. Go ahead and get rid of that one. Lots of other available plays given the amount of removal that Raja plays. So Emrakul, probably good enough. Ulamog, maybe good enough. And outside of that, not a lot of extra draw steps that Carson can take to find those cards. Yorion going to go ahead and be deployed. I think that might allow Wandering Emperor to go ahead and activate again on Instep. A neat little trick.
Yeah.
And if you flicker the Benevolent Geist, does it come back as a Malevolent Hermit? Can we get an extra counterspell for our trouble?
That's funny.
Looks like the answer is yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It's a neat little trick. Heads up play from Raja.
Yeah, and this Fatal Push is able to happen now because permits have left the battlefield.
Well, I thought if Malevolent Hermit, or specifically Benevolent Guys, left the battlefield to go anywhere but like hand, maybe just be Graveyard. I don't know. I trust Raja to know how it works. He's the cards in front of him.
Sure.
Malevolent Hermit. Oh, yeah, what's Benevolent Guys say there? Yeah. Would be put into
a little too late.
Ulamog, there it is. Man. Hello. What do we got? Ulamog can exile Teferi and the other Planeswalker. Going to go ahead and counter that one. That's 2, 4, 5, 6 plus Sky Noodle. That is enough for lethal. So Raja looks like he's got this one in the bag thanks to the absorb off the top. Ulamog, the ceaseless hunger. No longer good enough.
Yeah. Different one. That Ulamog right there is not legal in this format, I don't think.
It is not.
But we got a hand there. So, yeah. Pretty good. That I thought that match was pretty good, back and forth, and you can see the power of Planeswalkers and all that stuff, and when you're able to Thoughtseize, which is probably one of the most busted cards, maybe of all time. I'm just gonna say it. You can pick apart what your opponent's doing, and leave them with the scraps, and they just weren't good enough there at the end.
I will say, I really like, I agree. I really like what we saw there. And one of my favorite features of these iteration of ramp decks, especially compared to the Tron, keep making that Tron comparison, especially compared to Tron, is it's easier to interact with. When you're doing it with mana creatures, the control deck gets a little bit more game with being able to keep the mana creatures off the table, which we saw Raja there in game 3 do an excellent job of just keeping the board clear, full of the mana creatures. So it took a lot longer for those shrines to start making the mana and for Carson to really be able to assemble any kind of big payoff threats. So I like this iteration of the ramp deck more. I really like the interaction that was available to interact with the deck itself. And like I said, I think we saw a good set of games there with the Gruul ramp deck against the Esper control deck.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, at any rate, we're gonna get Drake out of here. Drake, it was a blast, man. We had a good time doing the semifinals and finals. Got to see a lot of really awesome Pioneer decks too, and all that stuff. Thanks for dealing with me for a few hours today, and we learned a lot about each other. So it was cool, man. Anything else you wanna let us know before you bounce out for the day?
Oh, no, I appreciate y'all having me. Of course, if you are here, you've been watching the entire time, you appreciate the coverage. Please make sure to follow the NRG series. They are awesome. Follow them on all platforms. They're at NRG series on Twitter. Of course, you can follow here and you'll know when they go live if you were not paying attention, which you should have been, to the slides with the events on them. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's right beneath my name right here at viral_Drake. But nonetheless, I appreciate all the hard work you, Norm, Max, everybody else in the crew does, and I really appreciate you having me.
All right, man. Sounds good. Well, Drake, thanks again. We're going to get out of here for just a little bit. We're turning the round over. We're going to get Devin O'Donnell in the booth next. So we will take a break. Stay tuned. Grab a drink. Run to the restroom. Whatever you got to do. We'll see you in just a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back to Lansing, Michigan. I am Matt Beaumonte. I just sent Drake off. He's going to go do housework or whatever he's doing. Special thanks to him for joining us for the end of the top 8 of our modern event and the first several rounds of our Pioneer event. So replacing Drake, we're going to have Devin O'Donnell. So Devin, come on in, man. We've been having a good time playing some Pioneer this morning. I'm hoping we can continue that trend once you've arrived.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching a little bit, back and forth on, through the entire morning. It's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of different archetypes. I, got the chance to look at all the deck list, and it seems like with the recent banning, the format has definitely kind of settled itself. Well, not even really settled itself, but it's, kind of opened up a little bit more. There's not as much, Winota here and Phoenix there. It's really a lot more spread out, which is really, really nice.
Cool, man. Well, so what? Guess what? You said there's a lot of archetypes. I have 4 different archetypes in the feature match area this round, so we're going to be able to see some cool stuff. I'm pretty excited about this Esper deck that's in our main feature match, I believe. Greasefang is a card I think is absolutely unbelievable, and I'm interested to see how that works. So that's just a little sneak peek for everybody. Sounds like the players are getting ready to deal up, and I'm excited again. 4 different archetypes. We've seen a lot of different cards. And it's been awesome. So we're gonna hop down there. Each player down there is 4-1. So there's Esper combo versus 5-color Niv Mizzet. Tell me if you've heard those before.
Yeah, so the Esper combo deck, I'm going to guess that's what you're referring to as the Greasefang deck, which is a deck that has, Greasefang came out a few months prior, and people had tried it a little bit, but it really hadn't, put up a ton of results until the printing of Streets of New Capenna. There's a lot of new additions to the archetype, as we see the smiley face there from Tyler. That's a nice little touch. But the newest printings for this Esper deck in particular, the ones that I'm going to be looking out for, are Tainted Indulgence and, of course, the card that everybody's talking about, Ledger Shredder. More ways to kind of enable the Greasefang. The combo, as it were, is essentially getting Greasefang into play and putting a Parhelion into the graveyard. So basically, the Greasefang gets the Parhelion back, you crew the Parhelion, and that's a combination of 13 damage as early as turn 3. So very, very powerful starts here, and we'll see if Cris can get that set up.
Yeah, so you mentioned Tainted Indulgence. There's a pair of those. There's 4 Ledger Shredders. Parhelion 2 is obviously, like you mentioned, the big payoff for this deck. And we'll see what Cris can do against 5-color Niv, which I assume is a very, very slow-moving deck. So going to have time to set up shop.
Yeah, this is essentially, we've seen a little bit of Rakdos Midrange, which is, essentially the Jund deck of the format. This is kind of another version of that, where it's really just trying to play trade 1-for-1 up the curve until it plays one of its power 5 drops, either Niv Mizzet or Bring to Light for Niv Mizzet, drawing a bunch of cards, refueling your hand, and it's really looking to just really trade all the way up the curve until it plays one of its haymakers.
Sure. All right, there's Valky. That's a pretty decent start here if you're going to play the 5-color deck. You don't have a ton of options at 2 mana, but Valky is definitely one of the better ones, and there's only one of those in this 5-color Niv deck, actually.
Yeah, typically Valky is a card that you obviously would want in your deck to Bring to Light for, because there's interaction where if you cast Bring to Light for X equals at least 2 or more, which obviously you would at least because you're paying blue-green for it, if you get Valky off of Bring to Light, you can actually cast the back half of it, which is Tibalt Cosmic Imposter, normally a 7-mana card, but Bring to Light allows you to cast the 7-mana card for free. Exactly, Tibalt Cosmic Imposter. So yeah, that's mostly what it's in the deck for, is really just to turn Bring to Light into another threat that offers you some card advantage.
Yeah, so pretty good there. Going to take that Ledger Shredder, which is obviously quite important to Chris's overall game plan.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't get it's hard to tell with the glare, but I'm curious as to why Cris didn't deploy the Shredder on turn 2. I'm guessing that means he has a 1-mana card, and what Cris was trying to set up is, Shredder plus 1-mana card, as you see the Thoughtseize here, because Cris really wanted to get the full value out of that Ledger Shredder. That's why he didn't deploy it on turn 2, which does make a little bit of sense, but obviously getting punished by that Valky here, because now we can't, we don't have the Shredder in play.
It's kind of a funny hand there from Tyler. Just reveals 3 lands and a pair of Bring to Lights, and Cris says, "Yeah, I'm definitely taking one of those."
Yeah, nice little full house from Tyler here.
Yeah, bonus for Tyler is he knows about the spell pierce that's in Chris's hand too, so able to play around that rather than just jamming into it and getting countered.
Yeah, you mentioned that spell pierce is a really good one to know about because had Tyler not had that information, you might have seen just jamming Bring to Light on turn 5, and Cris would have essentially blown him out pretty well there. But now that the spell pierce is known information, likely not going to cast that Bring to Light on turn 5.
All right. Looks like this Valky has turned into a Ledger Shredder now, so going to try and another land off the top, man. I think that's just all lands actually from Tyler.
Yeah, we got the Mountain and the Bring to Light. Okay, we're going to trade for the Spell Pierce, which is maybe that means Tyler drew another threat and he's just okay with making that exchange because he knows he's going to, at some point it's going to happen. But like you said, if Tyler has a bunch of lands at hand, it might have been better to just kind of wait in a couple of turns so we can get to 7 mana, play that Bring to Light, pay for the Spell Pierce.
Yeah. Man, another Spell Pierce for Cris, too. That's a backbreaker if you're in Tyler's seat.
Yeah, and that one Tyler doesn't know about, so probably not going to play around it.
And that looks like going for the indulgence here and going to go ahead and drop some things into the graveyard. Chris Smith has a really nice start to this game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely has, we have the Grease Fang in play, so anytime we find a Parhelion, we can just dump that right into the graveyard, especially now that we have Faithful Mending in the graveyard. So, for example, if Cris draws Parhelion, we could just flash back the Mending, dump the Parhelion into the graveyard, and kind of get going that way.
Yes, a great start. Cris also has Dig Through Time in hand, so, I mean, got a backup plan in case a little fail rate going on. It's a pretty cool deck. I like the way it's built.
Yeah, Cris is deciding on what he wants to discard here. Looks like we're going to get rid of that Spell Pierce, which is kind of interesting, especially, basically Cris knew that Tyler knew about the Spell Pierce, and he was willing to commit that Bring to Light into the Spell Pierce, which would signify to me that Tyler has another payoff he's trying to resolve in the following turn. So it's interesting that Cris wanted to discard that Spell Pierce with, given that information.
Yeah, and Cris going to flash back that Tainted Indulgence there.
I think it was the Faithful Mending, but yeah, flash back the Mending. Yeah. Trying to see if we can get that. We're still looking for that Parhelion. I like that play main phase. Yeah. Just play Mending, flash it back. You do trigger the Shredder, which is a little unfortunate, but you get four total looks at Parhelion that just kind of try to close out this game.
Yeah. All things considered, Tyler's actually not in a terrible position at this point. Somehow not in a bad spot. And there's a Bring to Light.
And there's that Bring to Light that we kind of assumed last turn because Tyler was, really willing to play into the known Spell Pierce. So we kind of assumed that Tyler had another payoff. We'll see what Tyler gets. I'm going to guess it's Niv. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Funnily enough, the Bring to Light actually also triggers the Ledger Shredder. So that is some cool synergy there.
Yeah, that is quite good with hey, your card's pretty good in my deck. How about that?
Get to loot away some extra lands here. We get a Niv trigger, which I've seen the 0 card Nivs. It doesn't happen very often, but I see a Dreadbore, so probably not the 0 card Nivs. Looks like 3 cards. Okay. Ooh, the Unmoored Ego is a huge pickup because if Cris does not find Parhelion this upcoming turn, Unmoored Ego is going to get all of the Parhelions out of Chris's deck. And, taking a look at Chris's deck list, we're going to be light on win conditions at that point.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. That was quite a hit for Tyler. Just 3 Bring to Lights in the first 15 cards. That's pretty good. Running pretty good.
Yeah, so we'll see if, like I said, Cris really needs to find access to or to dump the Parhelion into the graveyard this turn. He obviously doesn't. Well, he actually does know about the Unmoored Ego, so that information is face up as well.
Oh,
so I think we're going to start with the dig.
Time.
Yep.
Yeah. Decent.
So Cris is looking for, let's say, either an Indulgence or a Faithful Mending along with a Parhelion. I saw an Indulgence.
Yeah.
I don't know if I see a Parhelion, though.
No, I think that would have happened really quickly. if you found it, I think it might have happened real quick. Looks like... Man, that's rough.
Yeah, I definitely saw an Indulgence. What we might have to do on Chris's side is just take the Indulgence, just kind of hope to high roll.
Yeah, I think you're at that point now where gotta spin the wheels, spin the tires now, and hopefully hit, because that Unmoored Eagle, like you mentioned, it's coming.
Right. And yeah, looking at Chris's deck list, there's, outside of once we lose access to Parhelion, there's not really a lot of ways for us to kill. I mean, it involves Greasefang beatdowns, Ledger Shredder beatdowns, and that's pretty much it.
All right. Chris is doing some thinking here. The pass looks like.
Interesting. Okay, he did take the indulgence. Yeah, you kind of have to fire it here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
We got to loot off the shredder. Yeah. Let's see. Don't
push.
Yeah. Don't see it. No.
That one's not good. All right. So, assuming Tyler knows what's up. This one's probably gonna be tough for Cris to win.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna see that Unmoored Ego cast, and even Tread for the Greasefang too, just to make sure there's no additional threats here. And now it's gonna be rough. I guess there's a question. Do you name him? Might have been.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Slaughter game's in there too.
Yeah, I believe he has one of the deck lists. And I guess the question is, do you name Greasefang? Do you name Parhelion? Not too much of a difference either way. I guess your deck is the Niv deck is really good at answering just random 4/3, so I'd probably just name Parhelion. He's going to go with Greasefang, but it's probably fine either way.
Yeah, I think you're like, it doesn't. I don't know if it really matters at this point. Cris has no board. His hands face up. It's not quite very good, and I mean your board is pretty nuts if you're Tyler at this point.
Yeah, and and it's not like we're don't even have a threat in play. This Niv's going to close the game out really quickly.
Yeah. Tyler gets some free. Hey, that one is next on top of your deck. There's a Parhelion on top of Chris's deck. That's the ultimate slap. Yeah.
Oh man, one card deeper, and Cris looked at a lot of cards this game. Just never, unfortunately, never found that Parhelion.
Yeah. Nice for Tyler. He gets to take a peek through Chris's deck list, see if there's anything else, for the post board games that you might want to hit. Yeah, just get a good glimpse, even if you think this Esper combo deck. If you think you know every card, and at least you get to get paid off and see everything too. So.
Right, and then you get to know exactly what numbers, like how many, obviously 4 Greasefangs, 4 Parhelions, but the interaction, the number of spell pierces. That's a good one to know about for sure.
Sure. All right, Cris doing the information thoughts he's here. Big fan. Take some info on the way out. Yeah, there's that Slaughter Games Omnath. I've seen enough of this card. Please get it out of here. I saw enough of that yesterday. Get it off my camera, please.
Yeah, we thought this was relegated only to Modern, but Omnath rearing its ugly head. I think it was Drake referred it to yesterday as to the essay, or the essay card.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. All right. A little Ledger Shredder action here.
Interesting sequencing. I wonder if he wanted to go Shredder first. But
all right. There's you can have your card back. That's the ultimate kick is when that happens.
Right. And I mean, even Cris has 2 Shredders, but at this point I don't even it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Here is that Omnath. It's going to hit the battlefield here.
Yep, there is the essay, as it were, and Omnath definitely, like I said, Chris's deck is really good at dealing damage in chunks with Greasefang and Parhelion, but when you're trying to chip shot damage with Ledger Shredders and things like that, it's really hard to do that versus an additional 4 life a turn.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and consider. The best we can do here, I think, is like dig through time. Exactly, right? Is that the best we can do?
Yeah, dig through time, but then again, looking at Chris's deck list, it's what are we even digging into? We're digging into more wheel spinning. I mean, I guess more shredders, but I'm not sure that that's we're a little bit far away from hard casting Parhelion. Even then, we would need something to crew it up, but
yeah. So Ledger Shredder coming down, Ledger Shredder number 2. It's got a couple considers, I think, in hand is what both these cards are.
Yeah, so we get to do some triggering, but it's like I said, it's really just kind of, what are we even looking for at this point? That's the tough thing. Funnily enough, Parhelion doesn't even match up that well against Niv because Parhelion's a 5/5, Niv's a 6/6.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty rough.
Even if we could hardcast it.
All right, time to consider. Up here's down. Makes sense.
Chris says we got a land and potentially another cantrip there. Can do some chump blocking, but
Tyler's sitting in the familiar spot I mentioned yesterday, just arms crossed, like, yeah, all right, do whatever you want. You're dead next turn.
That's usually how the Omnath player feels, right?
That's, yeah. Yep. So, what's Tyler's last card there? I don't know. I know there's a Slaughter Games, obviously. I'm just wondering what that last one is.
Yeah, it could be another payoff of sorts. Could be a Niv. Could be the fourth copy of Bring to Light. Triumph. Okay. Do a little bit of cycle action. Dreadbore, and that will do it.
Yeah, that'll clean it up. So Tyler Matta in the 5-color Niv Mizzet deck, and then pick up game number 1 against Christmas Esper combo deck. I thought it was a pretty close one, honestly. I thought Cris was going to get there. It's just kind of like one of there's a fail rate in these decks, right? In these combo decks, and it just happens like that sometimes. Sometimes you'll go 30, 40 cards before you see your both combo pieces together. It just happens that way, and unfortunately for Cris, it went that way in game number 1. So we'll see what these guys have in store for the sideboards and see if the matchups get a little bit better, which I assume obviously they're probably ready for each other. I don't know. These decks are they're relatively obscure pieces though.
Yeah, so if we take a look at Chris's deck list here, there is a lot of copies of Monastery Mentor, the full 4 copies, which is pretty interesting. We're going to be looking to kind of increase our threat density. Specifically in this matchup, you saw both Unmoored Ego and Slaughter Games from the Niv Mizzet side. So we really want to make sure that we can have a plan when one of those cards resolve. As you saw that game, we just got our Greasefangs eggs out. So we're looking at Mentors. Aether Gust, very good answer to both Bring to Light and Niv Mizzet. Same with Disdainful Stroke. And is that Disenchant? I think it's Disenchant. Mystical Dispute, also very good against Niv and Bring to Light. So that's what we're looking for. Counter spells and additional threats.
Yeah, I was going to say that Monastery Mentor is quite good. Like you mentioned, the 2 cards right away. They're just going to take your Greasefangs or take your Parhelions, and if you can load up on a Monastery Mentor, and that's a pretty good place to be with all the cantrips and the pierces to protect it and things like that. So we'll see what Cris cooks up for game number 2 here. I wonder if you shave on some of those combo pieces, because knowing that those cards, like the Slaughter Game style effects, are in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, I could see that. Cris, I think first and foremost definitely wants to cut the 4 fatal pushes. So those are the first to go. And then trimming on the combo isn't too bad. I could see maybe the Kaido going. I don't know if I'm a big fan of Kaido. And maybe like 1 Greasefang, 1 Parhelion, things like that could go.
Sure. All right. So we'll move on to the Niv Mizzet deck for Tyler here. So Tyler's got a lot of good stuff. Even like just in the main deck, there's some things like there's Clothis and things like that. There's there's Vanishing Verse. There's a lot of good stuff going on here. Obviously, the Slaughter Games on where you are quite good in the face of small density of threats and things like that. So we'll see what Tyler's got to cook up. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. Even these Go Blanks, there's all 4, full set of 4 of those.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways that Tyler could approach this. Tyler has 4 push and 4 go blank. Push is a card that can potentially answer a Grease Fang, but it's not trivial to get that revolt trigger. In modern, usually revolt is essentially a free roll. There's a million fetch lands, but there's only 4 Fable Passage in this list, so push is maybe something that's more geared toward 1 and 2 drops. Go blank definitely a slam dunk against Grease Fang and Dig Through Time. Mystical Dispute potentially to fight over the opposing spell pierces and things of that nature. But yeah, we're looking to, I don't really think that Tyler's going to do a ton, but kind of just shave on some of the one-ofs that are a little bit slower and maybe don't have as much utility, and then go up on more, good interaction like Go Blank and Dispute.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Go Blanks are obviously quite good. I'd probably go with the Disputes. It's just you want to be able to fight back, and I don't know. It makes sense. It makes sense to be able to fight back when you're fighting over these Bring to Lights and things like that. So I like Tyler's deck. It looks really well built, and I've seen a lot of these like 5-color Niv decks, even like in Historic. It used to be like a big thing. There's tons of card options. Vanishing Verse is a really nice pickup, not necessarily for this matchup, but that card in general is just really good. So a lot of good card quality. I think that's what you need if one of these Niv decks is going to be good. Is you need good card quality, and obviously there's quite a bit of choices here in this deck.
Right, and the other thing you want to make sure you do when playing Niv Mizzet, because the way that Niv Mizzet is worded, you want to make sure that you're spreading your guilds across and not just kind of loading up on one particular guild. So it's nice where a card like Vanishing Verse, maybe there's not as many other good Orzhov cards, and that is a nice, really clean answer. So.
Sure. All right, Chris Smith leading off on a Watery Grave as we get into game number 2 here in round number 6. Thanks for joining us. Again, I'm Epimani and joined by Devin O'Donnell here. We're in the Lansing, Michigan on the NRG Series playing some Pioneers. It's a pretty big tournament overall. Probably going to shape, I would assume, shape the metagames. About a little over 200 players here today. So big event.
Yeah, definitely a really nice showing. I think a lot more players are interested in the format now with the recent bannings, which we've talked about before. But, Windowed and Iteration both gone from the format, and I think a lot more people are excited about the format, and definitely shows here this weekend for sure.
Yeah, Sylvan Caryatid for Tyler. That's a good one. Get you ramped up for the next turn, and Chris has got some work to do here.
Yeah, and you saw no turn 1 or turn 2 play from Chris. So no cantrip, no 2 mana like Indulgence or Faithful Mending. We do have a Mentor in hand, so it's possible that maybe Chris does have a 1 or a 2 mana cantrip, but just wanted to save it for the turn after the Monastery Mentor.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Only problem here is there's a Dreadbore hanging out in Tyler's hand, so yeah, Mentor going to get picked off. But looks like Chris has a backup copy actually.
Yeah, that is nice. So now, for example, if Chris has a 1 mana play like a Thoughtseize or a Consider, you could see land, Mentor. Like land, Mentor plus Thoughtseize here would be absolutely backbreaking, especially if Tyler doesn't have, if Tyler only has like one payoff or so. Let's see if we have no follow up, but I think I saw a Spell Pierce in Chris's hand.
Yeah. Those things have been pretty good, and I think Chris was on the full 4 if I remember the deck list right. There's 4 full Spell Pierces in here, pretty potent against a deck trying to go over you with Scape Shift, Bring to Lights, Scape Shift. That'd be fun, but Bring to Lights and all that stuff going on.
Yeah, Spell Pierce really backbreaking against Bring to Light specifically. There's also a bunch of other expensive cards that Tyler could just naturally draw. Some of his one-ofs, and Spell Pierce definitely good in this matchup. Doesn't get the Niv, but
yeah, another carry to come down for Tyler. So coast is clear here for Tyler. This is a really good spot for Spell Pierce.
Ooh.
Now that's really good for Chris there.
Yeah, that is an incredible exchange. Notably, Tyler did do that on Chris's upkeep, so there's a couple of reasons for that. If, you obviously saw that Chris does have 4 Spell Pierces, so if Chris does have a Spell Pierce, maybe the Mentor token doesn't get to attack this turn. Potentially, walking into a 2 mana or potentially 3 mana counterspell would be a hard cast Dispute, but I think overall I like that play.
How about Chris having his 3rd Mentor in his hand right now?
Ooh.
That's pretty crazy.
And I like not deploying it. That Tyler does have Bring to Light and Supreme Verdict amongst, a myriad of other sweepers. So you definitely don't want to jam that mentor. And it's one of those things where it's, we're just going to have one threat in play, kind of protect it for a little bit. And if that does eventually get answered, then we can, follow that up with a second one. And Tyler looks like it's hard to get a look at Tyler's hand. I'm going to guess he is a good 5-drop to play. There is 8 of them in the deck. So, between the NIV. Yeah, there's the NIV. Now, interesting to see if Cris has a Mystical Dispute. That would be, maybe a Disdainful Stroke. I think we saw that. Remember going over some form of 2-mana counterspell. And okay, Mending.
Oh.
Got it. God, Mending into Dispute here. That would be a beating.
There's a Thoughtseize. I don't think there's a counterspell here.
Yeah, I don't think I saw Cris pick up a Dispute.
Oh, man.
And if we take a look at Chris's deck list, if I recall, I don't believe there's really a way to remove the NIV off the battlefield. I guess there's 2 Aether Gust.
Yeah.
But Aether Gusting a NIV Mizzet, not exactly where you want to be. Because, I guess, making Tyler recast it, just kind of tap out to replay the NIV is not a horrible place to be. But, if you're extending, if the game is extending past the next couple of turns after you do that, you're going to give Tyler way too much value.
Yeah, it is really rough. And there's no way, like you mentioned, there's just these 2 Aether Gusts, and that's not the best. Not really where you want to be.
Right, we'll see if Cris found any more cantrips, so we can kind of get a nice
time in hand. But that's not really where you want to be either.
Yeah, Graveyard's not too stock. It looks like we're going to lead on Thoughtseize. Get a little peek. All right, what's that?
Well,
oh boy.
Command. So there's a Kulgan's command. Looks like Prismari command. Slaughter Games and 2 Bring to Lights. Good luck, Cris.
That's 5 spells, and they're all pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, we can even just bring to life for a sweeper to clean up these mentors. Funnily enough, I want to take a look at which sweepers that we have access to on Tyler's side. So we're looking at Selfless Glyph Weaver, which funnily enough is a sweeper. We got, I think, what else we got? A Shadow's Verdict, an Extinction Event. So those are what we're looking at. So, okay, probably Verdict is our best one. I guess the Verdict would kill the Caryatids too, but yeah, one way or another, we can clean up the Mentor and the tokens.
Yeah, the Shadow's Verdict is pretty solid. I mean, whatever. You lose your Sylvan Caryatids, whatever.
Yeah, they did their job.
Yeah, you're fine. Man, rough. Cris had a really good start this game too, with the couple mentors, and just pretty rough. Not being able to stop that NIV Mizzet obviously is a humongous deal.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of last game, right? Where Cris had the good setup with the Grease Fang for the combo last game, never found the Grease Fang, never found the Parhelion. But this game, we kind of went all in on Mentor, and it's just the weird part about the Esper deck is you have these 2 different plans, and cards that are good against one plan may not necessarily be as good against the other. And it's like Cris kind of drew one half of his deck, and Tyler happened to draw the half of Tyler's deck that was good against what Cris drew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's pretty rough for Cris. Again, like you said, and I was talking about it too. There's a built-in fail rate, and you try and insulate yourself by having a backup plan. And you have your backup plan. It's just like, well, I have part of the backup plan, but I don't have the other part of the backup plan. So now what am I really doing?
Yeah, looks like we're going for a dig through time from Cris. And looks like we got a response here. Yeah, we're going to Prismari command. Good timing there just to do it well before the dig resolves, because obviously if you let dig resolve, Cris might find a spell to trigger the Mentor. So I like the timing on that for sure.
All right. Again, we're in the same spot where we were just a few minutes ago, Devin, where we're digging through time. But what exactly are we looking for?
That's a good question. If we take a look now, the one thing I will note is Tyler did use the Prismari command, which was going to be, his good answer to something like a Parhelion. So if you look at Tyler's hand, we got 2 Brinks Lights and a Slaughter Games. None of that is necessarily a way to deal with a Grease Fang. So if we can assemble the combo here, potentially could get a nice little big hit in.
Well, there's a Grease Fang in hand. You gotta. Is it too late though? That's the problem here. I like it. Get in while you can.
Get him in.
Well, they're not blocking Niv Mizzet, that's for sure.
I want to say I also saw Parhelion in Chris's hand, so I guess he found Greasefang Parhelion, but just didn't draw the way to discard it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Notion Thief. Okey-doke.
The old Notion Thief. That one's pretty good. Chris does have a lot of cantrips. Consider Faithful Mending, Tainted Indulgence. So you can imagine if your opponent casts a Faithful Mending and you respond with a Notion Thief, you can get him pretty good.
Yeah. Chris Smith under the gun here again. Down to 3.
Yeah, and going back on the way that these games played out, it's like Chris, like you said, you mentioned the fail rate a lot, and that's kind of where Chris was at. He hit the fail rate game 1, couldn't find the Parhelion, and this game he found the Grease Fang and the Parhelion on that last turn with the dig, but just couldn't find the additional way to discard the Parhelion.
Yeah. So Chris going to go ahead and get his Grease Fang Slaughter Games once again this game. Pretty good cards for Tyler. And he's going to look through the deck just to see what is Chris looking for here that could possibly get him in the game. And Tyler probably feels pretty comfortable at this point.
Right, before that Slaughter Games, like I said, we had that 1 turn window to potentially set up Greasefang plus Parhelion, but now not finding it that 1 turn, there's really not a lot that Chris is looking for. He does have access to Monastery Mentor, but facing down lethal with that Niv Mizzet, as we talked about a little while ago, Chris doesn't really have a good way to answer Niv Mizzet, so that is going to present a lethal attack.
All right.
I like it. Shock with the Hallowed Fountain.
Yeah, why not, right? Get in while getting good. So Tyler Matta wins pretty convincing 2 games against this Esper combo deck, and I think the Esper combo deck is quite good on its own. It just ran into the deck that it's probably not a good matchup again. Again, can't get Niv off the table once it's there. You have 4 Spell Pierce, not doing anything against exactly Niv Mizzet, and you're just in trouble for Chris. I would say probably one of the worst matchups ever.
All right, looks like we do have a backup match for you, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can get that on the screen in just a moment here. But yeah, that was a pretty rough matchup for the Esper Greasefang deck. Playing against the Niv deck that did have access to the main deck Slaughter Games and Unmoored Ego, so it looks like we have Mono Green Devotion and Rakdos tokens. Now, I was taking a look at the deck list earlier today, and I believe the Rakdos tokens, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the Rakdos Sacrifice style deck. So Odie Cult Anvil and things like that. So we'll see how this matchup plays out. Mono Green Devotion, a deck that we surprisingly haven't seen on camera yet, even though I think it was, if I recall correctly, the most played deck. So we'll see what both players have access to. Looks like we got some mulligans. And what else we got going on? So Brant's in the play. Got a Blood Crypt. And looks like we are starting off with Witch's Oven. I did see a Cauldron familiar in Brant's hand. I'm sure if you've played Standard at all over the past couple of years, you're very, very familiar with that interaction. Multi-format too. Not just Pioneer, but Standard, Historic, all that stuff. And yep, there is the aforementioned familiar. I can hear you. All right, we got some elves for the mono green player side. Not sure if chat can hear Matt, though. All right, apologies. We're trying to get Matt back in the booth here, just having a little bit of technical difficulties. So bear with you're stuck here with me for a little bit, chat. I hope you don't mind. So we're going in with the Cauldron Familiar. Notably, Evan didn't play a second land, so we're kind of all in on these elves. Now, what I want to do is I want to take a look at this deck list for the Rakdos player. I want to see if we got any Meat Hook Massacres, because that's in the face of 3 Llanowar elves, that could be something that we're definitely looking for here. Looks like, unfortunate for the Rakdos player, no copies of Meat Hook Massacre, at least what I'm looking at here. So, oh, Gigantha, right? Never mind. There's a Gigantha, so we can't have Meat Hook Massacre. So we got there's a Kora and a Caryatid, so a lot of mana for the mono green player, and then we got a Deadly Dispute sacrificing the familiar. Let's get some good value here, which we can obviously get back at some point. And then what else do we got? Let's see, another cat. Get a little trigger from the familiar. And I can't get a good look at Brant's hand. I saw at least a swamp. Like, little dark there. It's hard to really tell what's going on over there, but all right, a lot of mana for the mono green player, and there's a lot of payoffs in the mono green deck, so we'll see if Evan has one of those payoffs available. Oath of Nissa, maybe potentially could find a payoff. Ooh, there's the Nykthos, and in combination with Kora untapping the Nykthos, going to generate quite a bit of mana, so that is definitely something the green player Evan wants to do for sure, is generate a lot of mana. All right, so devotion count currently looks like 6. And we're going to go with a troll first. So troll's going to draw a card off the Kora. Or not. Might have been a mistrigger there. But yeah, we get to untap the forest and then make additional mana with the Nykthos, because the Old Growth Troll presents us with more devotion there, which is pretty nice. So now we're at 3, 4, 7, 9, I believe. Right? 3, 4, 7, 9 devotion. And what do we got? Maybe a Cavalier? Ooh, Karn's really rough for the for Brant here, because Brant obviously has a lot of different artifacts. We have Oni Cult, Anvil, Witch's Oven. So shutting off all of those and shutting off treasures as well, that is kind of rough for Brant. And we'll see what Karn's going to get here. I'm curious. Could get something, maybe Tormod's Crypt, but if you get the Tormod's Crypt, then Brant could just get back the Cauldron Familiar in response. So not exactly where Brant wants to be, but yeah, this is a really, really rough spot for Brant. And I might even see just an uptick. No, we are going to go down with the Karn. If I recall correctly, Evan did have 5 mana still floating, so you could even see something like a Sky Sovereign, maybe a Golos.
All right, I think I'm back, Devin. I'm sure you did an amazing job while I was gone, which is awesome. So thanks for carrying it for a little while. We're having some technical difficulties here. I don't know if Michigan has good internet or not. Someone have to hit me to it, but it's just one of those things you got to deal with when we go to different venues. So thanks everyone for your patience with us. And this looks like a fun game so far.
Fun for one player.
Isn't that how Magic always is? It's usually always fun for one player. Great. Good.
Right. Yeah, chat had to put up with me while you were gone, so.
Oh, that's fine. Listen, they've had to deal with me since 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm sure they're just waiting to get rid of me for a little bit at least. Looks like Rakdos tokens is far behind, I would say. Oh,
yeah, the mono green player, or Evan, definitely had an incredible start. We had a whole bunch of mana elves, ended up oathing into a Nykthos with all of this devotion, and this is I don't really see a way out for Brant at this point.
Sure. Looks pretty rough. much is Nykthos making right now?
I can't count that high.
I think it's 12, actually. That's quite a bit.
Sounds about right.
That's good.
Oh, even have a Storm the Festival to flashback? Oh, boy.
Oh, that's fine. That's totally fine. Totally beatable in another Nykthos. That's good.
Another Nykthos. Why not?
Totally beatable.
I don't know. Have you seen the infinite combo with this devotion deck yet?
I don't think so. What does it involve?
So it involves 14 devotion, 2 Karns, and 2 Kioras, which I don't really think we're that close to setting it up. But there's basically you Karn for there's an artifact, but you play the back half of it, which returns 2. I believe it's 2 permanents from your graveyard to your hand. So you basically loop Kioras and Karns, make infinite mana, gain infinite life, and then you can kind of figure it out from there. But
that seems pretty fine. Mercy. That's great. Someone figured that out. You know what I mean? Like someone figured out that was a combo, and that's really great. That's really great, everybody.
If I recall correctly, I think it was actually Canister who added the artifact to his sideboard for fun. He just thought it was a good value card, and then halfway through the league, he discovered, oh, I just randomly have an infinite combo in my deck. And he just didn't even know about it.
That's perfect. That's how it goes sometimes. That's great.
And there's the artifact. It's called Pestilent Cauldron. I don't know if we can get it up on the screen or not, but that's
Cauldron,
we do have 2 cards. I think we just have lethal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah. That's the weird one. The back half is the important part, which is Restorative Burst is the 5 mana. Yeah, there it is. Return up to 2 target creature, land, and or planeswalkers. So if you have enough devotion where you can loop Kioras and Karns, because the fact that Restorative Burst exiles itself, so when you play the second Karn, you can just get it again. So you essentially just get to loop Karns and Kioras while making a bunch of mana, and eventually you cast the front half of Cauldron because that mills your opponent for the amount of life you gained, which you gain infinite life. So
that's really fun for one player again. That's great. All right, well, you know what? Cauldron Familiar needs to get sent down though to the Shadow Realm because this card has been just a complete beating for a really long time. So,
right, yeah, it's been a major player in basically every format. There's even been some people playing it in Modern, but mostly Standard, Pioneer, Explorer, Historic, those various arena formats, and it's always a big player.
Yeah. That is the God Pharaoh statue, I believe is the name of that one.
God Pharaoh statue, yes.
Yeah. So suppose your opponent's cast costs 2 more, and at the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses a life. So
thankfully, we got the Fatal Push to take care of one of these permanents, though. Otherwise, we would be in rough shape.
Oh yeah, it's unbeatable. If not. It's a close game. It's 12-13. I don't know what everyone's talking about.
Yeah, Brant was actually ahead at the end of that game, right? Brant was at 13. Evan was at 12.
Yeah, Brant's all right, so we'll come back to that. Sounds like we're going to get a game 2 real quick here. So, yeah, Mono Green Devotion. I think it's the first time we've actually seen it today.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it earlier.
Like a ramp deck a couple rounds ago, right before you hopped.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it earlier this morning. So
I don't know. It was like the talk of the tournament, right? Like everyone's like, okay, all right, very good. Sounds like we're going to jump into game number 2 here shortly, and we'll see if the tokens deck can get ahead. So, all right, off to a quick start.
Looks like we got a Witch's Oven and an Experimental Synthesizer. No Cauldron Familiar as of yet to go with that Witch's Oven. Notably from the mono green side, no mana creatures, no Llanowar Elves, no Sylvan Curateds. We do have the Wolf Willow Haven, so I guess that'll do the job.
Yeah, it's a strange start. I don't know if that's like by design, if they remove some because of just because they can get picked off they can get pinged for 1, but I don't know.
Right. Typically, in these types of matchups, I play. I personally, I play a lot of the Mono Green Devotion deck, and in these kinds of matchups where you're expecting a lot of like fatal pushes, mayhem devil triggers, things of that nature, you want to tend like any hand that can focus on either Woeful Haven or Sylvan Caryatid as its main acceleration means that you're not kind of relying on a card that's going to potentially get eaten up by a fatal push.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Just making land drops. Nothing to see here.
And interesting to see a Temple Garden, multiple Temple Gardens actually from Evan's side. Now, I'm going to pull up Evan's deck list. I believe that might be for some sideboard cards. If we can take a look. All right, so we got the deck list up. We got 4 Temple Gardens. Ooh, there is a spicy one. It's a spicy one of in the sideboard. We got, I don't know if you can pull it up on screen, but it's
the
Cloudsteel Kieran. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
That is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, that's a good one from Neon Dynasty, and yeah, it's an interesting little equipment.
Yeah, making it, giving not only giving your creature flying, but also, the text of you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Pretty powerful text on a card, especially if your opponent doesn't have a lot of ways to interact with it.
Yeah. All right, Cavalier coming in. Cavalier is such a good card. It's so hard for these Rakdos little tokens decks to deal with too.
Yeah, the sick part about Cavalier is it basically does 3 things. It finds you Nykthos, it provides you Devotion, and it mills Storm. And the fact that it does all 3 of those things on a really good body is just so ridiculous. All right, well, there was the aforementioned Cavalier. Got a little Thoughtseize action from Brant here.
As well, and
relatively easy selection, just Nissa and some mana.
Yeah. Alpine Moon.
Alpine Moon, interesting sideboard card because, obviously the green deck does have 4 copies of Nykthos, and that is what it enables its more powerful starts. But you see here where you draw the Alpine Moon and your opponent doesn't have their Nykthos, it almost feels like kind of a blank.
Yeah, like what, you just have this this card and it's like, all right, well, they might never draw Nykthos the entire game long.
Right, now the good thing is for Brand's side is the Cavalier does not have trample, so we have a good way to get around that with the Cauldron Familiar and the Witch's Oven. So that is definitely something where Brand can kind of tread some water here for a little bit. And we got a bunch more mana from Evan's side.
Yeah, here comes the Drain. I mean, Brant's not in a bad spot, pretty solid actually.
Right, and the fact that we have Mayhem Devil to go along with this Cauldron Familiar plus Witch's Oven is going to represent a lot of damage over the course of just the next couple of turns. Discard a second Alpine Moon. That's where you want that one in the graveyard.
What's it look like for Evan to get back in this one? What do you think?
Given the fact that Evan is so low, it probably starts with Karn, because Karn can shut off the Witch's Oven, which can in turn also shut off a lot of what the Mayhem Devil is doing. So it probably starts with Karn, potentially Storm the Festival into, say, Karn plus something else. But yeah, the fact that Evan kind of just flooded out quite a bit here means that he's definitely got to find some action here, or else we're just going to die to these Devil triggers.
Okay. Sure.
And there it is. Did in fact die to the Devil triggers.
All right, coming back to us. So, yeah, I mean, that deck just sounds like we're going to game 3. Is that right? Yeah, so we're going to jump right into game 3. That one kind of went the way that the Rakdos deck wants it to play, right? Had a couple cats, an oven, a Mayhem Devil. It just That's just the cards that they play, and they get them every so often. It's a very consistent deck, and it's just good at what it does.
Right, exactly. And, it definitely helped that Evan drew, quote, flooded out a bit, drew a couple, Sylvan Caryatids and Kioras where, Evan really needed a threat. But yeah, setting up Cauldron Familiar plus Witch's Oven plus Mayhem Devil is exactly what this Rakdos deck is trying to do.
All right, so it sounds like we have paired the next round, but we're going to go ahead and finish this matchup. We got it sped up. We got feature matches picked. So while the players are walking down there, Devin and I will go ahead and finish up round number 6 here. Make sure we give you the maximum amount of coverage that we can. Try not to get downtime and commercials and all that stuff. It's kind of the nature of doing paper tournaments, but we do the best we can to give you the maximum Magic coverage and not just, staring at a loading screen for a while.
Yeah, we're going a little fast here, but we'll see. So saw from the mono green side that we started with an Elf for Evan, which met a removal spell from Brant, and then we followed that up with some more mana along with an Old Growth Troll. Now there's the 3-card combo. We have Oven, we have Familiar, and we have Mayhem Devil. So we're gonna take a look and see if Evan has an answer to this. Most notably, I think Carr is probably one of Evan's better cards here to shut off the Familiar, or shut off the Witch's Oven. But outside of a Carr, Brant can really get some nice chip damage in here. And we see Evan taking a look at his sideboard, which typically means there is a card. So,
yeah, a pretty good start for Evan there.
The best is when you take a look at your sideboard and then you play something that isn't card, and then you make your opponent think that you have the card.
Yeah. Carn's starting off with a ton of loyalty too. It's pretty rough for the Rakdos deck. Now, I'm wondering if
the fact that it goes immediately to 6 makes it really, really hard for Brant to kill it, especially when when he loses access to that Witch's Oven, which was the main way of being able to trigger that Mayhem Devil. Now we don't really have any way to do it, and the Mayhem Devil can't attack past Old Growth Troll. So this is a pretty rough spot for Brant here.
Yeah, I agree. This Karn's going to do it what it wants, and there's a Sky Sovereign going to take out the Mayhem Devil, and Brant is really far behind now.
Yep, that is in fact the boat, and I believe looks like somebody in chat was saying we have 2 more ovens in hand for Brant, which that is rough. Oh, we got a 5/5 though.
Yeah, sure do. Checking out the hits to the table, and there's that Nykthos. Not a lot of devotion in play though. It is net positive mana at this point.
Right. Yeah. I think it's +1, right? Because we have the troll. Now it's even a lot more. Now it's a lot more.
Oh, good. All right, 7 mana.
7, and we're carding. Yeah, Meteor Golem. Perfect answer to a 5/5.
Sure.
And we're gonna hop in the cruise ship, and we're gonna just get in there. Yeah, we don't. This is don't realistically think Brant has any outs at this point, especially given the fact that he's got 2 more ovens. So
yeah, just got to put them both in play. You got to play all your cards right now.
There it is. Love it. Going out on his own terms. I like it. I respect it.
All right. So Evan Wood and Mono Green Devotion going to take Rakdos tokens down. That game was really convincing. Obviously, having main deck answers like Karn to the ovens is quite good. But they were able to. The tokens deck was able to scrap together and get one game 2. So it's probably a closer matchup than I think it was than game 3 showed. That's for sure. But I mean, the mono green deck has a really good plan. Plays a lot of really powerful cards, and it has a very consistent game plan. So I think that's a big draw to playing the deck.
Right. Exactly. And we definitely saw Karn. Karn is the most important card in that matchup for sure.
Okay. All right. Very cool. Well, Devin and I are going to take a quick break here. We already have the players seated for the next round, so it'll probably take 2 or 3 minutes to get them all situated, but we'll be back with some more Pioneer coverage, and we're getting close to our elimination round. So stick around, grab a drink, do what you got to do. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. I promised it'd only be a couple minutes, right? When do I ever lie? So we're back here, round number 7. Me and Devin are back. We're going to do some more Pioneer. This is the second to last round, so 7 out of 8. A couple of the top tables drew in, so they're going to punch their ticket to the top 8. We're going to get somebody else. I assume the winner of this will be able to draw in round number 8. So we're going to punch some more tickets to the top 8 here. So let's get ready to hop on down to the feature match area. Sounds like the players are all set. We're going to watch Mono Green Devotion again against Izzet Phoenix. And Kora Benck is 5-1. We watched her play yesterday. 2 days ago was her birthday. Coming out from Denver, I believe. So Kora having a nice little run today. And Dan is a familiar face on the series as well. So let's get it started. So you told me, Devin, that you play quite a bit of this Mono Green Devotion deck, right?
Yes, and this is, I think, a matchup in general that's relatively close. The most important card in this matchup for sure, and I'm actually going to pull up Dan's deck list to see if he even has it, because it's a card that people have been cutting a lot, is Thing in the Ice. So if I pull up Dan's deck list, yeah, see, that's the thing. No copies of Thing in the Ice in the main deck for Dan. So Thing in the Ice is the one card that, really, Mono Green deck has a lot of setup, and Thing in the Ice is a card for Mono Green that's really hard to answer from the green side. So, Dan not having access to it is going to be a really, really big here for Kora.
Okay. And I'm taking a peek at Dan's deck list as well. It has 9 creatures. So 4 Arclight Phoenix, 4 Ledger Shredders, 1 Crackling Drake. When Drake Sasser and I did the Izzet Phoenix deck a couple rounds before you hopped in, there was only 8 creatures. There was only 4 Arclight Phoenix and 4 Ledger Shredders. So they removed those Thing in the Ice for whatever reason. That's just kind of conventional wisdom now, apparently. So.
Yeah, it's, you got to make room for the Shredder somewhere. I do think that Shredder is a better card overall than Thing in the Ice. It's just this is kind of the one matchup where I think you would, given the choice, you'd probably rather have Thing in the Ice. But yeah, Ledger Shredder, very, very powerful card from the Phoenix side of things, because, as I'm sure we've seen before, it allows you to dump Phoenixes. It allows you to churn through your deck and, make your treasure cruises basically always only cost 1 mana, which is incredibly powerful. And definitely a really, really big addition here from Streets of New Capenna.
Okay. Kora's got that Nykthos online. There is a Kora. And hit the battlefield.
Kora for Kora.
Yeah, Kora for Kora. Going to make 1, 2, 3. And there's the old Grave Troll.
Yeah, and that'll draw a card off the Kora, which is really, really nice. The really nice thing about Old Growth Troll in this matchup, there's not a lot of removal that Dan can have that even touches the Old Growth Troll. One of the only ways is the card that escapes my name, Lightning Axe. But the thing about Lightning Axe is Lightning Axe hitting Old Growth Troll is not the best proposition because the troll comes back enchanted to and land, so the devotion essentially stays the same, but you're actually +1 mana because when the troll is enchanted to a land, specifically a forest, it is makes the land tap for, I believe, an additional green.
Sure. All right. Well, we get to see pieces of the puzzle. This card was really impressive when we watched it in the previous rounds. That card just does kind of everything that Izzet Phoenix wants to do. Gets to put Phoenixes in the graveyard, gets to draw you some new spells and cantrips and all that stuff. So as you can see, Dan goes ahead and puts a Phoenix in the bin already. Off to a decent start.
Yeah, and then the best place to discard Arclight Phoenix is in the cleanup step.
Yeah. It's like 7 mana, down to 5, up to 12, I believe.
Math checks out. Yep. 7, 5, 12.
Yeah. Now I told Drake I'm not a green player, but I've certainly played some Nykthos in my time. So.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Oh yeah. All right.
And I don't believe Kora milled a Storm the Festival. That's one of the things with Cavalier, which is the fact that it puts the cards in your graveyard is so huge. This is a really big play for Kora. Here's a card in the Great Creator.
Just a billion cards. You know, I get to play. I mean, look at the battlefield difference. Look at the permanents. 3 for Dan, and Kora's got 10.
A lot more than 3.
They're now 12. Now 12. How about that? Because the Tormod's Crypt. That's a great pickup too.
Yeah, and I really like main phasing this Tormod's Crypt. Not only do you get the Phoenix, which you're going to want to get anyways, but it stops Dan from casting Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a big deal. Good shout out there. Stops you from getting more cantrips online and all that. So Dan is in a really bad spot.
Yeah, and that was a card I wanted to highlight. That is probably the single, again, yet another matchup where Karn is the most important card, because it's a way to give you access to main deck graveyard hate, which you normally wouldn't have access to. And the fact that, I mean, obviously, Kora had some mana floating, so it didn't really matter that Tormod's Crypt was free, but there's a lot of spots where the Phoenix opponent, or the Phoenix player can, play the pieces and have a full graveyard, and you only have access to a 4-mana card on turn 3 when with a mana accelerant, so that Tormod's Crypt being free is really important. And just a nice tool to have access to.
All right, so Dan gonna try and find some more pieces to the puzzle.
Run it back. The puzzle has not been completed yet.
That's right. A bunch of Izzet charms. A couple Izzet charms in the main deck for Dan. I didn't see that in the other lists either.
Yeah, I think the other list, if I recall correctly, was playing Strategic Planning, which is another card that is very similar to Izzet Charm in the sense that it digs a couple of cards deep and helps you put Phoenixes in the graveyard. The cool thing about Izzet Charm is if you draw the Phoenix by other means, like if it's not off of the top 3 of Planning, then you can just discard it from your hand, which is really nice thing for that Izzet Charm has going for it.
Sure. All right, Dan just spinning the old tires. Getting ready to move to the cleanup step, I think. Yeah.
It's the best step in the game.
Moves to the cleanup step, advances his board by 1 land. So not the best place to be here if you're in Dan's shoes. And Kora got to be fist pumping a little bit here.
Yeah, and I think if I'm in Kora's spot, I'm definitely going for a Godpharaoh statue here. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, cool. I'll play this for $1 million.
I think Kora may have attacked with an Elvish Mystic that potentially would have been summoning 6, so it's possible that maybe Dan should be at 1 life higher. I'm not sure that it's going to change too much in the grand scheme of things, but it's possible that maybe we just maybe that was missed.
Okay. think at any rate, Dan is pretty toast here. He's got a grip full of cards, but yeah, just gonna go ahead and pack it up. So, I mean, there's treasure cruises and other things, and you can find some stuff, but Kora's just, at full health, tons of creatures on the board, so gonna be pretty hard for Dan to come back from that. So, you get to see the power of the mono green deck there. Plays a Rakdos on turn 3, makes tons of mana, and is able to play I think it was Kora and Karn in the same turn, and it was super powerful. Goes and gets the hate piece that you want, and yeah, just kind of a clinic there in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's why Karn is so powerful. It's not only is it the interaction that you need on the turn that you play it, whether you can get something like a Damping Sphere, a Grafdigger's Cage, or a Tormod script, but it also is which buys you a turn, and then the next turn it just goes and gets the Haymaker, whether it's Meteor Golem or God Pharaoh Statue or Sky Sovereign, anything along those lines. So Karn just does basically everything in this deck, and it's kind of the perfect home for it.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a peek at the deck lists here for these players, and we'll take a peek at Dan's list, see if he gets any help in the post-board games. And I mean, these Aether Gusts are basically where you want to start. I mean, Alpine Moon obviously is quite good against Nykthos. I assume those are coming in regardless. And there's an Aggro of the Gods hanging out there too.
Yep, 100%. We're definitely looking at the 2 Gusts, the 2 Alpine Moons, and the Anger. Not a big fan of anything else. I don't think this is a Jace, a Narset, or a Dispute matchup. Definitely not a Fry matchup. Potentially could consider Hullbreaker Horror, but I think that card being so slow is probably not where Dan wants to be. But yeah, the Angers, or excuse me, the Anger, the Alpine Moons, and the Gust definitely all want to come in here.
Yeah, and there's obviously some cards that aren't very good, he's got these axes are pretty good. The impulse, he has a 1-up impulse. I think you're just gonna see him kind of trim on some of the blue cantrips, or even maybe the temporal trespass might be something you want to cut down on. It's I think looks pretty tough for Dan though, just looking at his configuration.
Right. As we talked about before, I think the biggest thing in this matchup was Thing in the Ice. Before this was, mostly before Streets of New Capenna. That card has mostly been cut from a lot of these Phoenix lists. But Thing in the Ice was the one way to not only kind of undo a lot of what the green deck was doing. It's just all permanents playing to the battlefield, but it was a way to race. You could play a Thing in the Ice on turn 2, flip it 2 turns later, and just attack them a couple of times with the thing, and that was the one way to beat them. But
all right, let's hop on over to Kora's deck and let's see. So for this one, it looks pretty similar. Has that 15 card sideboard basically been fleshed out at this point for the most part?
As far as the devotion deck is concerned, I think usually there's maybe 1 or 2 differences. I know that I have a personally, I have a 3rd Voracious Hydra. The Great Henge is a card that not a lot of people have, not everybody has. Unlicensed Hearst, Heart of Kirin, but for the most part, yeah, a lot of these are very, very standard stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if because once you play 4 cards in your deck, a lot of those sideboard slots are locked up basically, and it looks like most of them, the package is there. The only thing different really is a treasure vault and a great henge in this deck list. So those are kind of the differences from the deck that we just saw.
Yeah, Treasure Vault is kind of cool. There are definitely some spots where, especially if you're missing a land drop, you definitely want to Karn for a land. So being able to Karn for a Treasure Vault in those specific situations is pretty nice.
All right, cool. So let's see what we got here. I mean, Kora's deck, you're just looking for some accelerants. It sounds like lands accelerants and then 1 payoff. And for Dan, I mean, the chart of course is going to be good. Maybe an impulse or an axe or something like that to kind of stunt Kora's growth is probably the best way you can start out here.
Yeah, Dan's just looking for a lot of that cheap removal, Fiery Impulse, Lightning Axe, things of that nature. Looks like we do have the answer, Strangle. So yeah, that's definitely good for Dan, trying to stunt Kora's growth. One thing I want to see is whether or not Kora has either the 2-mana ramp spell, so Sylvan Caryatid and Wolf Haven. The reason those cards are so huge, as we talked about before, is those don't die to the red spot removal. Caryatid is hexproof and Haven's an enchantment, so being able to produce a mana accelerant that doesn't die to any of Dan's removal spells is really important.
A little awkward for Dan. Drew Spiral else for his second land of the game, and kind of puts him off sequence from going Strangle Chart, of course, but as pieces of the puzzle, so you can't complain too much.
See if we can put the puzzle together this game like we couldn't last game.
Yeah, I mean, we still got 1,000 pieces to go, so hopefully Dan can put them all together in the right. The way I do puzzles, Devin, and this may not surprise you, I take all the end pieces. Is this what everyone does? You take all the edge pieces and you build the outside first. Do you do that?
Oh, I do that too. Yeah, 100%. It's the easiest way to do it.
Okay, I think everybody does that, right? Just wanted to make sure. So Dan looks like he might have some of the end pieces, but Kora finds a Karn and goes in Tormod's Crypts again, which is very rude for Dan.
Yeah, same thing as last game. I like that play a lot because, again, there's the Phoenix in the graveyard, so you're getting rid of that, but you're also preventing Dan from casting Crews, which is arguably Dan's most individually powerful card in his entire deck. So I definitely like main phase in that Tormod script.
Yeah. All right. And Strangle going to take out that Karn and then a Chart of Course. Not the worst. Not the worst.
Worth noting for Dan, only one red source, which can maybe cause some issues if he's trying to double spell with, like, let's say a Lightning Axe and another removal spell, things of that nature. So potentially something to watch out for.
I was going to say this game is quite different than the previous game where Kora was able to accelerate into a million things, but now it looks like Kora and the Old Growth Troll hit the battlefield, and there's Nykthos hanging out in hand, so Kora's going to be able to refuel and restock the board here really quickly.
Yeah, and Kora's leftovers, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of it besides the Nykthos, but it was a Topiary Stomper, which is a relatively new addition that these green decks are picking up. A card that, personally, maybe I'm not the biggest fan of, but what Topiary Stomper is good at is a couple of things. If you're flooding out, it can start attacking. It's a good body. And more importantly, it draws a card off Kora, so if you're kind of running out of gas, it's a way to kind of keep the train rolling, as it were, to make sure that you can find more and more gas.
Sure. Big dinosaur. I like it. Looks good. Looks good to me. So yeah, it's a nice little synergy with Kora to draw through your deck a little bit. And 7 lands, I think is what it is, right? Is it 7 or more lands? It's
7.
That's pretty trivial. Yeah.
It comes with the land itself too, so it kind of fuels itself, as it were.
Lightning axing down the troll. And Dan's trying to preserve life total here and hopefully get to some bigger payoffs. Looks like there's a treasure cruise and a temporal trespass in hand here.
Yeah, and then this is kind of the stage of the game where the Phoenix deck gets kind of it gets a lot more individually powerful, where it's trying to assemble Temporal Trespass plus Galvanic Iteration, which is you lead with a Galvanic Iteration, then you cast Temporal Trespass, you copy the Trespass, and you take 2 additional turns. Now, usually you're trying to set that up alongside a couple of creatures in play, maybe a Phoenix or a Shredder, and something along those lines. But here we see a Treasure Cruise, which is definitely a nice one.
Yeah, that's a good start. If you're trying to get your way back into the game, Treasure Cruise is definitely a good place to start. Man, tons of options.
Yeah, I think I see Opt, Lightning Axe, Trespass. Is that double Trespass? I think it might be double Trespass. And then I believe an additional land from Dan. The second Trespass, notably worse than the first one.
Yeah, not quite as good there. Not quite as good. I mean, it's good with Galvanic Iteration, but that's a different story. Different story.
Yeah. And there is the Topiary Stomper. That's our lovely 4/4 dinosaur that'll get us a land, draw a card.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a new one. New one here, and the art on that card is actually pretty cool. I love seeing the big old dinosaur just running through the streets. I'm pretty sure that's the card I'm thinking of. Yeah, check that one out. That's pretty
yes.
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Some stuff. Jurassic Park vibes.
Definitely, most definitely. Plant dinosaur. That's extra scary. Oh yeah. Norm says it's a dinosaur chia pet, which honestly, that's probably the best description you can give of that.
It does kind of look like a chia pet if you squint hard enough. Got an Oath of Nissa from Kora. Found 2 lands and a Storm the Festival. Unfortunately for Kora, unlike Cavalier of Thorns, Oath does not put those cards in the graveyard, so the Storm's going to go back to the bottom.
We're at that scary point in the game again, though, where Kora has a million permanents and Dan just has 5 lands in play and not and not a ton going on, although he does have quite a few cards. So there's that.
Is there any way this layer is just lethal by itself? I can't. It's hard to tell devotion. So
I was just gonna say this layer of the Hydra is gonna be extremely scary.
So that's 9, and then, Kora untap the Nykthos, bring it down to 7, 16. I think after the Stomper,
Yeah.
I want to say it was an attack for 17. We'll have to see, get the updated life total. Okay, attack for 15. Just an attack for 15, no big deal.
Yeah, with your land, that's pretty nice. That's funny.
And that's another reason this green deck is so powerful is, it has that built-in utility with Lair of the Hydra. So if you have an abundance of mana, but you have nothing to do with it, like no payoff, like where Kora is, you still have access to that Lair of the Hydra, which even if your opponent's at 20, can just kill in one attack. And, if Dan doesn't have some way to answer it, which it's really hard to answer that card as it's a 20 or larger. Outside of a bounce spell, I don't really know what Dan's supposed to do about that.
Yeah, lands, and like I know someone's like, well, Underground Sea was created, but like lands have gotten so much better. Like as we've gone on through Magic, like the creature lands are just absurd. I saw Faceless Haven do some real damage. I mean, there's Kora's deck obviously has Nykthos. It has this Lair of the Hydra. It has the new Boseiju. I mean, we're not even talking about playing the same game anymore with the way lands are created nowadays.
Yeah, and I remember yesterday we got to see a little bit in action when I was doing coverage of Modern. We got to see some Ren and Boseiju action, which you can imagine. It was specifically against Charbelcher, which actually doesn't have lands in their deck. So that combination could just stone rain your opponent to death. But yeah, you mentioned lands just keep getting more and more powerful.
All right, well, Kora grabs a Shadow Spear too. It's a pretty nice one to pick up.
Yeah, as if the 2020 lair wasn't big enough. Now it's a 21-21 with Trample and Lifelink.
Yeah, it's not quite good enough, What do we got? What do we got here for Dan?
Yeah, I'm looking over Dan's deck list. I don't think he has a single out. He doesn't have any bounce spells, so I don't think he can answer this. Oh, the Odawara. I did miss that. Okay,
all right.
That's a pretty good swing.
All right. Well, just got to deal 18 damage in the next couple turns.
I had missed that. Now, I don't recall if Kora has already played a land. It looks like she did. So that's actually really unfortunate because now she's not going to be able to replay that lair. And we'll have to see if Dan can kind of capitalize on that really, really big tempo swing. Dan's going to be looking for, some way to get an Arclight Phoenix into play, potentially a Ledger Shredder, and then combine that with the Trespass to, take a couple of turns with a creature in play. That's ideally what Dan's trying to set up here. But potentially, some light at the end of the tunnel for Dan here, potentially.
Thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. We are in round 7, so almost through the Swiss. We have one more round of Swiss left. Me and Devin O'Donnell are bringing you some Pioneer coverage here today. I was with Drake Sasser this morning. We all appreciate you hitting that follow button if you're having a good time. We do these events basically every month, so it's good to tune in. Make sure again hit that follow button to get notified when the stream goes live. And Devin and I got this round, and then 4 more, the elimination round. So it's going pretty well today so far.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, we see these players are both 5-1. I'm interested to see kind of what the rest of the top of the metagame looks like. I did, kind of my own little breakdown of, I was looking over deck list and tried to do like some small, percentages to see exactly what the metagame was look like. Green was the most played deck, but to be honest with you, it looked really, really diverse in terms of the spread of the metagame. So really interested to see, which of those decks rose to the top, if we got any of the sweet one-offs that sneak their way into the top 8.
I think I just looked at the standings from going into this round. So round 7 out of 8, and in the top 8 deck list, 7 out of the 8 archetypes were different. So that seems pretty healthy to me so far.
Yeah, that's definitely a place where you want to be. And I think, like I was saying earlier, the banning of Winota mostly, that was the kind of the turning point where, a lot of people were, that was kind of the most played deck. A lot of people were trying to gear their matchup towards it. And the banning of Winota specifically just opens up a lot of avenues and different things that you can do within the format that you couldn't do before because your deck just couldn't really match up to Winota.
Sure.
All right, we got a time walk here. And by that, I mean temporal trespass.
All right. So
we're taking a turn. The problem is we got really not much to do with that turn,
Yeah, I'm wondering how giant this crackling drake is and if it even matters at this point.
Potentially could be extremely large.
Yeah. So, well, we're going to find out, I suppose.
We need a crackling drake die similar to the Tarmogoyf die.
Could you imagine? I was having a laugh at this earlier. It's like sometimes you like draw your card for the turn, and you know how it is with the the old snapcaster look through the graveyard. Nothing to see here. Don't worry, I'm just checking out my graveyard. What do you mean? And that's kind of how the crackling drake is. You pick up the graveyard and your exile zone. And they're like, oh, it's your crackling drake. Got it.
Yeah, or the Karn move with the devotion side of things, where you draw your card and then immediately look at your sideboard. I wonder what I could have drawn.
Don't worry. I just want to make sure that there's 15 cards here. That's all that's going on. All right, here's Crackling Drake. And looks like there's actually a Lightning Axe in Dan's hand. There's that Meteor Golem again.
Meteor Golem is excellent because it's going to get to kill that Crackling Drake.
Yep.
And Kora did replay that Lair of the Hydra. So that should be more than enough next turn. And let me take a look at Dan's deck list. Yeah, I only see one copy of Otawara. So other than that, there is I don't think there's anything. Oh, actually Aether Gust, because if I recall correctly, I believe the land is green. So Aether Gust could be a potential out to that as well.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Dan's definitely maneuvered this game very well, especially with that Otawara. Kora went all in on that one turn with the Lair of the Hydra, and definitely, it was one of those weird things where I wonder, if Kora, obviously she didn't know about the Otawara, but had she not played her land first, then she could have replayed the Lair of the Hydra that turn. But,
sure.
The fact that she, basically had to take a turn off of replaying that means that now we're giving Dan an additional draw step, so.
Yeah, so Dan has Op. This must be a good one if he's going to tank on it for a minute here. It's looked like Hullbreaker. What is it called? Hullbreaker Horror? Is that the name of that card?
Yeah, it was. I think it was one of those fancy Innistrad double feature arts. But I believe you're right. I think it was a Hullbreaker Horror.
That one. That ain't enough at this point. I don't think.
No, that I don't think that one beats a 22/22 lifelink trampler or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right.
Where are we making a 4/4 with the old growth troll? That makes a lot of sense.
It looks like that's what's happening here. Just keep attacking over and over again. All right. We're gonna untap some mana here.
Yep, draw a card off the Kora.
Yep.
And we'll, again, we'll see if Dan. Basically, this game's going to come down to whether or not Dan has the Aether Gust. Now, not only does he need Aether Gust for the Lair of the Hydra, but he also needs something on top of that because Kora does have, the 4/4, the 3/3 Meteor Golem, as well as the Llanowar Elves. So, more than enough, cards that can get into the red zone here. So Dan's going to need a couple of answers here.
Yeah, he definitely has Lightning Axe. Looks like Lightning Axe Island, and I can't make out that third card, but I don't think it's Aether Gust. So
Yeah, if it was, I think that might be enough, right? Because you axe the no, right? Because you axe the 4/4 gust the layer, and you still take lethal with the meteor golem and
Yeah,
the elf.
the
So even
golem.
that's not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I love this for Kora. Just go ahead and make all the mana. Do whatever you want. It's your time. I mean, you're on camera, not me. So do whatever you want to do. I don't need to go to the bathroom or anything like that. Just take your take your time. All right. So yeah,
All
Kora
right,
gonna go
there
ahead
it
and
is.
move to 6-1. So congrats to Kora. And again, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not a standings master or anything like that, but I assume she'll be able to draw into the last round and punch her ticket to the top 8. So really nice showing there, and really played super well against the Phoenix deck. So, cool.
Yeah, definitely.
And
Congratulations to Cora, and like you said, we'll see if she can go ahead and get that draw in. And I think that is a very good example, very indicative of how we talked about before with kind of the thing in the ice versus not thing in the ice, and how that sways the matchup so much. That definitely showed there.
yeah, I agree with you. And like it felt like Cora had a game plan, and Dan just kind of spun his tire. It felt like Dan didn't really do much for 2 games, right? I don't know if I'm misreading that. Just felt like spun his tires a bunch. And again, with only 9 creatures, it's like if you don't have a shredder, you don't really do much other than cantrip through your deck a bunch until you find these Phoenix. And if your opponent is prepared with, Tormod's Crypt in this case, or some sort of graveyard hate, you're just kind of look silly just going through your whole deck. So that's the one problem I always had with this Izzet Phoenix deck. While it does do very powerful things, when that plan doesn't happen, you just kind of draw a bunch of cards and cycle through your deck, and you just get frustrated with it. So Dan hopefully able to bounce back in that last round, but good showing overall today, anyways.
Yeah, it's almost like Dan's deck is more of a combo deck than anything. Like the combo being Temporal Trespass plus Galvanic Iteration, because you're losing that big threat and thing in the ice. You kind of, either you can get some chip shot damage in with Shredder and Phoenix, but Temporal Trespass plus Iteration is really kind of how you turn the corner. And Dan wasn't able to assemble that, and I think that's how Core was able to take it.
Sure. All right, so what's next on our list? We got a backup match, or we done for the round? What do we got? We got 14 minutes left. I'm gonna listen in and here and see what we got. Sounds like we have a backup match. Anyone? Wait, maybe I can't hear. Can you hear, Devin?
Sounds like we have a backup match. Looks like we are early in game 2, and we can bring it right in live for you.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So let's take us down there and we'll get it rolling. Or you can stare at me for a little bit too. That's good too. I like that. All right. Magic the Gathering. Here we are. So Jeffrey Carr, Rakdos combo. So it's another Cat Oven deck against Gregory Johnson, who's on Azorius control. I thought Blue White was going to have a pretty good showing today. I mean, that could have been a missed call, but 5-1's not bad.
Right, yeah. When I was looking at the amount of players, I think that Azorius Control, was, I think it was the about 5th or 6th most represented deck. So there's definitely a decent amount of Azorius in the room. And we'll see if, see if it gets the right matchups. I think there's definitely, depending on how the Azorius Control deck is configured, you can definitely kind of sway the certain matchups in one way or the other with your choices on your flex spots.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking a peek too. Looks like there was 16 of the decks today were Azorius control. So.
We got, this is game 2, it appears. And, looks like the Gregory, definitely. We got some good stuff going on here. We have an active Wandering Emperor, but Jeffrey does have a Croxa, so we'll have to see if Gregory has an answer to that.
Yeah, Croxa's a good one. That's for sure. And there was a Dream Troller in hand too. That one's pretty good. It hurts to lose that. That's for sure.
Yeah, looks like that one got discarded, and this Croxa might just be able to kind of go the distance.
Wow.
Yeah, we got. Oof.
Good looking
Yeah, and then
Thoughtseize
we're
there.
gonna.
So Thoughtseize in companion with Croxa is gonna be pretty good.
We get a Devil 2 with a plethora of stuff that we can sacrifice. I think those are all food. Yeah, those should be all food.
Okay.
But yeah, then we also have the Croxa going on here, which is going to get Gregory's last card. Looks like the Wandering Emperor's going to get taken care of, and there's not really a lot left for Gregory here. Definitely gonna need a big top deck here. Taking a look at Gregory's deck list, we have some portable holes to be able to deal with the Croxa, March of Otherworldly Light. Also, we could draw Memory Deluge, things of that nature to kind of get us back in the game. But Gregory's gonna need a good one here.
All right, picks some
and
up.
that is not a good one.
All right, picks them up. So I believe it looks like Jeffrey Carr wins the match 2-0. Is that what we got? Those are
That's
accurate.
what I saw.
All right, looks like 2-0 for Jeffrey. So Rakdos going to beat Azorius Control in our 7th round here. So we're going to get a Rakdos deck in the top 8, it looks like, too. So 1 Rakdos, 1 Mono Green Devotion. I saw, I believe Zach Allen was actually 6-0 going into this round. And he was playing some sort of control deck, I believe. So that's usually what he plays. So yeah, it's going to be cool. I'm excited for our 8th round to start up, and we're going to get some more people punching the top 8. All right. So while I'm talking about that, again, everybody get out your phone. Everybody has one of these. Get out your Google Calendar, and we're going to check out the next events, okay? So I'm going to walk you through how to do this again, okay? So you can open up your phone, okay? I'm going to do this with you. I open up my phone. On the top, there's a number, and it says calendar. Click that. You're going to find the corresponding dates on the screen. Or you can take a picture of this slide if you want to do that. Or you can go to our social medias where we have all these graphics to put up. And you want to mark your calendar, not for June 11th and 12th. That's today. You missed that one. But July 30th and 31st will be in Chicago, playing some Modern and Legacy. August 27th and 28th, we're going to be in St. Louis, Missouri, and you can see it's Collinsville, Illinois. So it's literally right on the border. I remember, actually, this is a funny story. My first ever competitive REL Magic event was in Collinsville, Illinois, at, I believe it's called the Gateway Center. Is that the name of that place? I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Star City event. It was my first ever competitive REL event, so it'd be cool going back there. And then September 24th, 25th, going back to Minneapolis. I had a blast last time in Minneapolis. Maybe I'll make some more time to go to the Mall of America next time, but really good showing out there, and I'm excited to go back. So that's the rest of season 2. And make sure to put those events on your calendar and pre-register when you can if you know you're going. Again, we've capped the last couple of weekends that we've done events, so you don't want to get locked out. We're doing the best we can with space in the venue and staffing for all the events and things like that to make sure that we can give you all the best experience possible. Again, we don't want to overwork our judge staff or anything like that, so we make sure we have enough judges for the amount of players. And the way we get to do that is when you pre-register, let us know how many people are showing up, and that's the best way for us. So. All right, Devin, you're going to take a quick breather with me while we get ready for round number 8, the final round of Swiss?
Sounds good. I'm really excited. I can't wait to see what we're going to see in the top 8 here.
Okay, man. Sounds good. So we'll take a brief break here. There's like 5 minutes left in the round. It's going to be one of those things where there's a song and dance kind of at the top, like 2 to 3 tables. We'll make sure that we're going to get some win and ins on camera for round number 8. So we'll be back probably like 10 minutes or so. Grab a drink, grab a bite to eat, use the restroom, do what you got to do some jumping jacks. That's what I'm going to do to stretch out my legs. And I'll see y'all in a bit.
Follow the NRG series on social media on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. You'll find information on upcoming events, important announcements, event recaps and VODs, plus behind-the-scenes photos and videos directly from the NRG series. Connect with us today.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Matt Monty. I'm joined by Devin O'Donnell, getting ready to bring you round number 8 out of 8 here in Lansing, Michigan, playing Pioneer. So, Devin, let's talk about what these players are playing for here as we get to the last round of our Swiss. Obviously, a bunch of points on the line, bunch of cash, too.
Right. Yeah, exactly. This is, if I recall correctly, I believe this is the first event of season 2. So definitely the points are incredibly valuable for all of these players participating, especially if they're going to keep going to a lot of these series. And, definitely this is a really awesome series. Really shout out to Nerd Rage Gaming for putting this on. And, this is an amazing event series. And you definitely, these players are all, playing for something at the end of the tunnel, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, that's right. So, like you said, this is the second event because yesterday was the first. So, basically, in the best possible spot you can be as far as points to start off. And I wanted to tell you guys. So, I usually browse over at tables in the last round of the Swiss to kind of make sure we get win and ends on camera, which we do have 2 almost certain win and ends on camera. And I'm going to look over to the side here and see who the top 4. So, the top 2 tables drew. So, these four players are almost certainly into our top 8. Familiar face. We saw Sean Ryder play that Rakdos mid-range deck. That's going to be one of the decks in. Zach Allen, who got second place just earlier this morning. He's playing Esper Yorion, so that's one. Kyle Gonzales playing Mono Green Devotion. And we saw Scott Pulera also today. He's playing Izzet Phoenix. So 4 archetypes in. That's cool. So we're doing batting 1,000% so far. 4 unique archetypes into the top 8. So that's half. And then we get to see a couple of these players going to punch their ticket as well. So I'm super excited. I know the players, I think we're taking a quick break, but we got some familiar faces down there as well. We have Robert Hayes is playing against Raja Sulaiman, and that's going to be an excellent matchup.
Right. Yeah, I believe Robert was on Mono Green and Raja was playing the Esper deck that we saw earlier today. Should be a really good matchup. Both very excellent players, and we'll be very excited to see how that match plays out. And I think our backup match was, I think you said it was Zach Dubin, and I can't recall Zach's opponent. Do you remember?
I will take a quick peek here. Jeffrey Carr on Rakdos combo, and we saw Zach play also this afternoon. Was playing the that Boros aggro deck. So it's going to be cool. So again, tons of different archetypes in the top 8, and so half of our top 8 is unique, and we're going to punch a couple more tickets here in the next hour or so. And I'm super excited again to see how it fleshes out. So we're going to start off here. Raja Sulaiman going to lead us off against Robert Hayes, and Robert Hayes has a mana dork on turn 1.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, this is the ideal start for the mono green deck. I want to go back to that where we talked about, you mentioned there was a ton of diversity within the metagame. Really, really good to see, especially the first week after a banning. I think a lot of people were very scared of, potentially just the entire tournament being like, half mono green and half Lotus Field. Those decks were represented in full force. There definitely was quite a few players playing those, but as we move towards the top of the metagame, we get a nice little snapshot of it's a lot more diverse than maybe people would have anticipated.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually have no idea where the highest Lotus Field deck placed today. I can tell you it's probably not going to be in the top 32 though. Just at a quick glance. So a lot of people are scared about that deck, and we're like, something needs to get banned from this. But it just goes to show, like, you don't really know until you know, if that makes any sense.
Right, and an interesting card. Well, we see 2 of them now from Robert Hayes. Burning Tree Emissary, not a card that you typically see in Devotion decks, but the one thing that Burning Tree Emissary does is it allows you to have these really explosive starts. Burning Tree Emissary in combination with Nykthos is incredibly powerful that we've seen before because it is 2 Devotion. It's essentially free, right? Because it replaces itself, and then you can just use that 2 mana right into activating Nykthos, and we see a Cavalier of Thorns on turn 3, even after our Llanowar Elves or Elvish Mystic got removed by that Heartless Act.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the sickest starts we've seen so far today. Burning Tree into use the 2 floating to activate the Nykthos, like you mentioned, with 5 Devotion available, which just, casually puts a Cavalier of Thorns into play on the 3rd turn of the game.
Yeah, and again, like through that Heartless Act, still being able to have this, ridiculous explosive draw is really what Burning Tree Emissary offers this deck. It's a lot more high risk because there's going to be situations where, let's say you draw the Burning Tree Emissary, but you don't find the Nykthos. It doesn't do a ton for you at that point, but because your deck is so more powerful when you have Nykthos, I think it does make sense to play the Emissary.
Looks like a Void Rend, I believe, is the card there for Raja Sulaiman. This is probably one of my favorite new cards. I just like having flexible cards, and it's destroy target non-land permanent, and it can't be countered, and it's just for the full Esper. So kind of a big draw in order to play this deck, I would say, if you're looking to play it.
Yeah, and we see the Cavalier bite the dust. And one thing that I want to point out is Raja did that on the end of turn of Robert. So basically, Raja went end of turn, the Void Rend, and with the Cavalier trigger, we're going to put a permanent back on top. I would be very shocked if Raja didn't have a counterspell. That sequence of end of turn, kill your thing, untap, countered on the way back down is what Raja's looking here for. Well, I guess color me surprised. No counterspell.
Yeah, not great for Raja. And then, of course, that Lair of the Hydra, which we saw do a ton of work for Kora Benck last game, hits the field for Robert Hayes. Pretty difficult for control decks to deal with, typically with like the sweeper style effects and things like that. And Raja's under the gun here.
Right, and that's the thing about Cavalier of Thorns is, yes, a removal spell does remove it from the battlefield, but it replaces itself, and sometimes even, replaces itself with something even better. You see, Robert Hayes' graveyard is absolutely just chock full of good cards. I see a Storm the Festival, a Cavalier of Thorns. So if Raja does answer this Cavalier, Robert's just going to, put another good card on top of his deck, and then be able to just cast that the following turn.
Yeah, again, one of the problems that these control decks typically have is creature lands, and they're really good against mono green without creature lands, and things that replace themselves. So you can verdict a bunch of mana dorks and burning tree emissaries after you've taken a little bit and get to stabilize, but being able to replace yourself and then having a creature land backup, that is really tough for these control decks typically.
Yeah, there's the Lair of the Hydra, and that is definitely, a common sequence you could see here is Raja just cast Supreme Verdict. But, Supreme Verdict has a couple of issues. Again, the Cavalier trigger, and then also that Lair of the Hydra, so it's not really a clean answer.
Yeah, it's pretty rough sledding. And again, Raja's going to leave 4 mana open, and there's an Absorb in hand.
It's like we got a devotion count of 2, 4, 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah, so 8 mana available. You can do basically whatever you want with this.
Oh god, Robert has the Storm Festival in his hand too, so we got a Storm in hand and a Storm in the graveyard.
Oh,
that's boy, that is a lot. And remember, Raja didn't have a counterspell last turn, so we basically had 3 looks at a counterspell, off of 2 off the Deluge, and then 1 for Raja's draw step. But yeah, it looks like no counterspell here, so this is, when things go from bad to worse.
I'm pretty sure there's an Absorb in Raja's hand. I'm just going to let it go anyway.
You think so?
Man, this is...
okay.
I'm pretty sure,
I didn't get a good glimpse of Raja's hand.
But...
Okay. Yeah, so
Absorb,
if Raja has an Absorb...
yeah.
I wonder if... so interesting how Raja's playing this game. So I guess... maybe is that a verdict too? Maybe he just wants Robert to commit a whole bunch of stuff to the battlefield and then can just kind of clean it all away with the Supreme Verdict, or potentially he's saving specifically the Absorb for Carr and the Great Creator. Well, I guess Storm could find Carr, and so that's kind of the problem, the risk in letting it resolve.
We're just gonna do it again. Why not?
Yeah, the mono green Storm deck.
Yeah. So Storm the Festival for 6 mana. I mean, it is a crazy card. And then was it 10 mana to flash it back? And Robert has that easily covered.
Yeah, and then some, because I think Robert also has a Kora in his hand too. So if we ever decide to, or if we ever get into a spot where we're running out of mana, we can just deploy the Kora, untap the Nykthos, and get a very clean boost of mana there.
And this deck does some powerful things.
So for Robert, looks like we got 5, 10, 18, 22 power. I think we're looking at 22 power. Yeah, that's it. Just 22.
Wow. Well, Raja has 5 lands in play. So, I mean, that's pretty fair. Pretty fair. And there comes that Kora you mentioned, Devin.
That Kora, yeah. But it looks like Robert tapped a couple of lands, so I don't think he has any mana floating. So it looks like we're just going to do a... Okay, that's the card we're fighting over. Very interesting.
Kora gets the Absorb. It's very strange to me. I mean, the thing
Yeah.
is, if you untap in Supreme Verdict here, like there's just a layer there to beat you down still, right?
Supreme Verdict, I'm not gonna lie, is really bad on this board because you get 2
Yeah,
Cavalier
horrible.
triggers, the old growth trolls
Yeah,
attach themselves to
yeah,
lands, and you still have the layer of the Hydra. So yeah, it's one of those spots
yeah.
where, maybe Raja, it just didn't even really matter what he did. He just kind of had no outs at that point.
Yeah, it's just horrible. I was thinking like, oh, there's an absorb for this, but like, does it win you the game or like stop you from losing? I don't think so. And maybe it's one of those things where you like want to hold on and like, man, maybe he doesn't know that I'm playing absorb or these counter spells, but I don't know. They probably played side by side at some point today, you would assume, and have seen each other's deck lists. So, at any rate, Robert Hayes with a crazy start to the game, puts tons of power in play. The Burning Tree Emissary, and Nykthos is something I haven't seen in quite a while. So I'm having nightmares and like flashbacks again of that happening to me while I'm playing like some mopey like Dimir deck or something. I'm like, oh, great, your whole board is here. That's cool. That seems great. So, yeah, good dub there for Robert Hayes. I think it's important to get game number 1 as the mono green deck as well.
Yeah, and I think honestly that game was kind of decided by the Burning Tree emissaries. You see typically the way that Esper kind of can win that matchup is if the green deck doesn't kind of go under them, you can trade 1-for-1 with the early mana acceleration.
Yeah.
But the Burning Tree into Cavalier just put this immense amount of pressure on Raja, wasn't able to come back from it. And at that point, at the end of the game, even if Raja found a Supreme Verdict, it basically wouldn't have even done anything.
Yeah, I'm with you. Again, we see like so we've seen this a lot today, like the people's like small differences in their deck choices, the choices within the same archetype, right? So Robert has decided to play these Burning Tree Emissaries to accelerate to these starts like we just saw. And I think if you ask Robert, this is what his deck wants to do every single game. It's just exactly that. And really shined there. So we'll take a peek at the deck list here. Speaking of that, and give you a glimpse into what's going on. So taking a peek here at Raja's deck. And we've seen this earlier. I think his deck's actually it's decently built against this mono green deck. But I mean, not if it starts like that, though.
Right. So Raja does have access to a lot of the spot removals, so Fatal Push and Thoughtseize, along with I see looks like a Doomblade, Vanishing Verse. The nice thing about Vanishing Verse is we talked about the Cavalier of Thorns has a dies trigger, but Vanishing Verse exiles, so very very important against Cavalier. The looks like 3 copies of Absorb unless I'm missing one, couple Void Rends. So the removal suite is good. Now moving on to the sideboard. We see a really nice 4 of here for Raja, 4 copies of Aether Gust. That's probably the single best card that Raja is looking for. Definitely a slam dunk in this matchup. I'm not as familiar with the Esper control deck and how the matchup typically plays out post board, so I don't know if Raja's interested in these additional threats like Hermit or Graveyard Trespasser. Could be interesting though, if you maybe want to try to go under, but I doubt that's where Raja wants to be. But definitely 4 Gust.
Yeah, I would assume not. You got to cut like maybe a couple of these memory deluge. They're just really slow. You want to be able to stabilize early. So the Aether Gusts are obviously going to come in. These Dovin's vetoes probably not good. I mean, obviously they're quite good against Storm the Festival, but I just don't think it matters. You'd rather play like these Aether Gusts in that spot, better against more of the deck. Looks like they're going to shuffle up. Maybe we can get a quick peek at Robert Hayes' deck while he's still shuffling on it. Looks like he's taking a mulligan here.
If I had to guess, well, I guess I can pull it up. Here it is. I was going to say 13 card targets. Yep, there it is.
Yep. Yep. Again, so we see more of the same on those sideboard cards, kind of eaten up by that Karn, the Great Creator package. A couple of Voracious Hydras, and it's pretty streamlined, honestly. And he's just on tons of 4-ofs, and there's like a 1 of Pelucranos in there. There's obviously the 4 Burning Trees, but his deck looks pretty good. So.
Yeah, and just to note, the cut that was made for those Burning Tree Emissaries was Wolfalo Haven. That's usually a stock 4 of, so that was the clean swap for Robert.
Yep. All right, cool. Some good insight on this deck. And Raja going to lead off on the Shocklands of Sylvan Caryatid.
And this is kind of the perfect start for Robert because, as we saw Raja's deck, he had a ton of spot removal, Fatal Push, Doomblade, all that kinds of stuff. So having access to Sylvan Caryatid instead of Llanowar Elves is really important for, just having mana acceleration that doesn't die the spot removal spells is really good for Robert.
Yeah, so Raja has 2 Dovin's Vetoes in the main deck, which I just kind of missed. So I saw him draw one. I was kind of wondering why we had him. We had went to him, but they're in the main deck. Those 2 cards are.
Yeah, I think Veto's pretty good. It answers some of the better threats like Nissa, Karn the Great Creator, Storm the Festival. So I think it's a card you don't mind having access to. You don't want to overload on it because it obviously doesn't answer Cavalier and Old Growth Troll. But it is nice to be able to, on those kind of big Storm the Festival turns, having a nice counterspell that answers, I think, those important cards is good.
Well, this is big, like you mentioned. Robert has a Kiora, and it's going to eat a veto here, I would assume. Yeah. So that eats a veto.
It's interesting because Raja knows about the second Kiora, so I'm wondering in that spot if Raja would rather save the veto for something, a potential top deck Storm the Festival or Karn the Great Creator, because you know about the second Kiora.
Makes sense. Raja's going to get to the point where this deck wants to get. It's a pretty weak board for Robert. Just a few mana dorks. The last two cards in hand. One's a land and one's another Kiora. And he's got looks like fourth land wrapped up. I think he has fifth land wrapped up, and it's a fairy. So about the best you can do here.
Love this Fatal Push from Raja. You know the leftovers are land Kiora, so you want to prevent your opponent from being able to cast Storm the Festival if Robert were to draw it.
Yeah. Oath and this is a nice one here. I'm going to go ahead and replace itself, hopefully, for Robert. Looks like there's a Cavalier of Thorns in there. Quite good.
Yeah, I think it was a Cavalier. Unfortunately for Robert, again, because of that Fatal Push, now Robert can't deploy that Cavalier. So very, very heads-up play from Raja. And we're going to go for the Kiora. It is nice to get the Kiora in play before we play the Cavalier, because if the Cavalier were to resolve, we get an extra card off of it. So not the worst sequence for Robert, but...
Raja's hand, I mean, it's a fairy, but like otherwise we're just like cycling this fetid. There's a Supreme Verdict, that's a good one. But we're just like cycling and not doing much of anything, honestly.
Yeah,
need a lot of help from this.
Definitely happy that he has to fairy. That's definitely the best card he could possibly hope for here. And hopefully for Raja, he can maybe find some more action off the Teferi. But like you said, Raja's kind of on empty at this point, really looking for a card like, I think Memory Deluge is probably one of Raja's best top decks at this point, if not the best.
Oh gosh, I think that's a Storm the Festival that Robert just drew, actually.
Oh boy.
I believe it was.
Yeah, you are correct.
Man, let's
see if we have a counter spell.
Right into him and say, you got it?
Yeah. Oof. We'll see if we brick. I've missed on my fair share of this looks like a brick. Looks like a 2/2 in a land, not the best.
Yeah. So, pretty lucky for Raja there. Shields were down and the festival was stormed, but not particularly good one there.
Yeah, Storm kind of died down after a little bit. Not the best here. But yeah, and that was kind of the decision point. Robert had the option of playing Cavalier there. I mean, obviously, I completely agree with Robert's play. He definitely jammed the Storm there, but just got a little unlucky. And the nice thing about not playing the Cavalier for Raja is now there isn't really much in the way of pressuring Teferi. Whereas if let's say Robert played the Cavalier, something to attack Teferi, that Raja would have had to answer. So definitely a good sequence for Raja here.
Yeah, Raja's actually in a really good spot here. Got that Shambling Vent hanging out to play some defense, Supreme Verdict, and a Deluge in hand. So Raja's going to be able to put the pedal to the metal here. Man, Thoughtseize huge rip too to get rid of that Cavalier before it draws Robert another card.
Yeah, and now Robert's basically on empty. Now, I believe... Okay, so we got, 5, 6 mana, 7 with the Kiora. So not quite enough to flashback the Storm. How about if we find a Nykthos? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we would... Oh yeah, Nykthos would be enough because of the Kiora, but... We picked up a second layer, which is not too bad. Now we have 2 layers to at least try to apply some pressure on this Teferi. Looks like we're going to go to that layer.
Yeah. I mean, you either got to protect with Shambling Vent here. Yeah, that's a pretty good turn, honestly, for Robert, considering he drew a land there. It's not the worst he could have hoped for, but Raja's firmly in control here.
I wonder if Robert was supposed to hold back that Burning Tree Emissary. You give the option of Raja to chump block with the Shambling Vent, but if Robert does pick up a Nykthos, he's really going to wish he kept that Burning Tree Emissary, because the Nykthos would then allow him to flash back that Storm the Festival.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, here comes the big old Sky Noodle. It's going to bring back that Omen of the Sea. And
yeah, Flicker Teferi 2 to gain a little bit of a loyalty boost.
Oh, man, come on.
Does have the Gust.
Yeah.
All right. Robert's going to pack him up.
Robert
that is game number 2.
Wow. Yeah, a lot different than game number 1 there. I thought Robert was going to be able to handle it there, and that Storm of the Festival not being good was a pretty big investment. Definitely hurt. And Raja I think he got fairly lucky that Storm didn't find anything. But yeah, it's just kind of a clinic there. And the thing too is, like, what's weird about these games is Raja won that game without having to use like a verdict. I think he actually only used 1 fatal push, so not a lot of spot removal even being used. Just the Aether Gust was enough to break the camel's back. So it'd be interesting to see how game 3 shakes out.
Right, and as we talked about, that crucial turning point of the game was the decision for Robert to cast Storm the Festival over the Cavalier. Obviously, it was the correct line, just a little unfortunate for Robert that he bricked there. Had he cast the Cavalier, maybe could have pressured the Teferi, or, obviously if he hits maybe a Carr and a Cavalier off the Storm, the game's a lot different, but bricking on that Storm the Festival is the definitely the one turn that Raja needed to claw back into that game.
Yeah, and Robert's going to be back on the play here, which is huge, especially with those 4 Burning Tree Emissaries, able to just like either A, fill up the board, or B, have just a surplus of mana early in the game. And Raja's going to have a hard time dealing without again one of those Wrath style effects. And even by then, the damage might already be done. So we'll see how game number 3 shakes out. These guys played pretty fast. There's still about 30 minutes left in the round, and we played 2 games, mono green versus control. I am certainly happy about that.
Me too. But yeah, we'll have to see how, like you said, how game 3 plays out. Definitely the matchup is a lot different when the green devotion player is in the play. As you saw game 1, we had the double Burning Tree into Cavalier, and Raja wasn't really able to just get his feet in the door. And that's kind of exactly what Robert is looking for when he's in the play, just looking for Nykthos, Burning Tree Emissary, and just wants to kind of develop a massive board before Raja can even answer the first threat.
All right, sounds good. Well, they're probably still shuffling up down there. I just want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out with us all weekend long. I know people hung out with Honorug yesterday a bunch, Drake. We're just having a blast today. Me and Devin are just going to, do this round. We got the elimination rounds, the next 3 rounds up. 4 unique decks already into the top 8 for us. We're going to winner this match is very likely into the top 8, as well as our backup match, which we'll get to in a little bit. So we're going to have all those rounds, the last round of Swiss here, and then those elimination rounds. So it's been a great day for Pioneer. I think good news for Magic fans is Pioneer doesn't seem too bad so far, right? I know it's the first weekend and we have about 200 or so players, but this one's going to help shape the meta. And nothing that I've seen, I don't know if you've seen anything that looks very oppressive or anything like that really needs to get shaken up. I think that it looks like it's in a pretty good spot. You can kind of play anything you want. There's combo decks, there's control decks, there's the big green devotion style decks. There's a little bit of there's like graveyard centric decks, a little bit for everybody. So it's great.
Yeah, exactly. And, as we talked about earlier, there was 4 decks already into the top 8, 4 different archetypes. Format seems very, very wide open. I took a little bit of a snapshot, which I have over here, of kind of the top 8, or not the top 8, but the metagame of decks that people played today. We had Devotion at 12%, and then the next 5 were all 8%, Rakdos, Lotus, Mono Red, Izzet, Phoenix, Azorius, Control, and then we had 6%, 5%. So there's really nothing that's terribly dominating in terms of even numbers, along with with win rate, because obviously there's so many different decks in the top 8. And potentially, I think the Devotion deck is maybe a little bit too powerful for the format in terms of Nykthos specifically. That card is incredibly powerful, but I'm cool that they kind of just let it. They're letting it slide for a little bit, see if the format can adapt to it, and I like that decision.
Sure. All right. Looks like there is some some mana dorks in Robert's hand, and there's a Supreme Verdict in Raja's hand. Those are going to keep keeps most of the time, most of the time here. All right.
Yeah, we get an elf for Robert and no fatal push for Raja. So that is definitely the key choke point here. We'll see how Robert can kind of capitalize on. Well, okay. Didn't need the elf anyways. Only had an extra. Didn't use the mana. Got a free point.
That's
though.
terrifying. I believe there's a Karn in hand as well as a Nykthos and a Cavalier. So Robert's hand is scary.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly what Robert's looking for. Just a bunch of mana, bunch of acceleration, and a couple of payoffs. Basically perfect. So we'll see exactly which threat he decides to lead off first. I like using all of them. Yeah, perfect. I like using all the mana here. Just be mana efficient. Also, if for some reason the Cavalier does resolve, you get a lot more devotion for that Nykthos next turn.
Yeah, there is. There's definitely an Aether Gust in hand. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? You got to do
You
this.
have to. Yep. Have to fire it
you're
off.
so far behind.
Yeah. Yeah,
Pretty
unsurprisingly,
big
Robert
pickup
does
of
put it on
Thoughtseize.
top.
Just going to get rid of that Karn, I assume. Oh, there's just two of them. That's
Which one,
nice.
though?
That's good.
Not the best for Raja here.
Man.
Potentially, I don't know if he has another Thoughtseize. I think I saw, like you said, the Verdict. Maybe a couple lands.
Yeah, there's a Vanishing Verse, an Omen of the Sea, I think a couple lands and a Verdict. So whatever Robert decides to play here is going to resolve, I believe. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I was
I'd be
going to
surprised
say.
if just run it back. Yeah.
Yep, makes a lot of sense, especially because, you like I said, you want to just use your mana efficiently, and putting the Cavalier into play gives you a lot more devotion for Carr in the following turn. Is that a miss? A rare miss off of Cavalier.
Wow. Okay. Cavalier misses, but not too bad for Robert. Just follows it up with a Nykthos.
Yeah, one thing I didn't get a good look of, and we see the glare at the top of Robert's graveyard. I wanted to see if he hit a Storm the Festival. That's big to see whether or not he hit that. It's hard to tell. I want to say no, but
looks like Karn, Kiara, and a Troll up there. I don't know what the other cards were though. Raja's got some tough choices here. Well, he knows about the Karn. That's the leftover card in Robert's hand. And there's a Thoughtseize in this Omen of the Sea pile. Well, like, can you afford to take a turn off to do that?
knowing about the card, you almost kind of have to. You can't really let, if you don't have a counterspell in your hand, you basically are forced to take this Thoughtseize. You can't let Robert have access to that, especially with the Nykthos, and he has access to so much mana.
Yeah, I think one of the problems here is Raja has a basic Plains in hand. So if you use your black source here, it's going to be on Thoughtseize, and you can't Vanishing Verse either. So mana tied up in all kinds of weird ways here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can afford to take a hit off the Cavalier. It's not the end of the world. Let's say maybe a sequence of Thoughtseize the Karn, take a pretty sizable hit because you're going to get hit by the Cavalier and the Lair of the Hydra, and then follow up with the Vanishing Verse and the Cavalier next turn. The cool thing about Vanishing Versing the Cavalier is it does decrease Robert's access to Devotion, so means the Lair is going to hit for a lot less. I guess what Raja's. Oh, okay.
Bottom both, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, it's a good pickup for for Raja here, the Absorb, because now we can cleanly answer that Karn without having to cast the Thoughtseize.
It's just tough. So I don't think he has another land minus his Plains, actually. The Wrath?
Okay, Verdict's not a bad play here. Depends on what's in the graveyard. Like you said, it was hard to tell exactly what was in the graveyard for this Cavalier, but it does mean that, access to much, much less devotion for Robert on the following turn here. So it might just have to be, Karn pass or something along those lines. So definitely makes Robert's turn a little weaker.
Yeah. And I think actually Raja picked up a Void Rend as well. So going to have a sort of clean answer to this Karn as well.
All right, so we're going to go for the Troll for Robert here. Makes a little bit of sense because he does have the Nykthos, so the Troll just, is a pretty sticky threat. It's hard-ish to answer. Obviously, we know that Raja has the Vanishing Verse, but it is nice, from Robert's side, Devotion plus, sort of a sticky threat. Definitely like that for Robert. So we're going
Raja's
to
in a
go
really good
shocked
spot.
here.
Yeah, Raja's in a great spot here. Has this and then has an absorb for this Karn if it wants to go down.
Yep. Yep. Absorb for the Karn, and then Robert's leftovers are really not that much. I mean, he's got the 2 copies of Lair, but oh, interesting. Okay.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, Raja did shock and pass, so he's kind of playing with the absorb face up. So definitely heads up play from Robert.
All right. Just fire it back up. You attack again, you think?
Yeah, again, it's kind of the same spot. Okay, he's going to go for the troll. That's not bad because, you'd much rather resolve the Karn. This is actually pretty good bait. Raja kind of wants to use his mana. He feels like, he doesn't want to keep holding up 3 mana the entire game. Maybe not that specifically, but, Raja did play with essentially the absorb face up. He kind of told Robert that he had it by shocking last turn. So getting to use your mana here is nice.
All right. Game's gotten really tough for Robert all of a sudden, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Robert's just on Karn, and I don't think I got a good glimpse of the last card, but Karn and not much else, and Raja's running away with this one, I think.
Yeah, double Void Rend for Raja here. And I think there's a Fatal Push in hand too. Double Rend, Fatal Push. What are we going to get if we're Robert? So as we look through that sideboard, there's there's not a lot of great things in here. I mean, maybe the Great Henge? Is that good enough?
I'm going to pull up Robert's deck list here. One card that I would usually get in this spot is Ezeka's Chariot, but it does not look like Robert is playing that one. This is one of the spots where I really would like Chariot here as just a threat that makes a couple of bodies and can potentially raise the Yorion. But Robert not having access to that Chariot here means that he's very limited. He ends up getting a Treasure Vault, which signifies to me that last card is probably a Cavalier once access to that 5th mana.
Okay. All right, down goes Karn. And once again, Raja just has Fatal Push and double Void Rend. Like Nykthos and a Forest are the cards. Oh wow.
All right. We're going upstairs.
Yeah. I mean, well, here comes that Fatal Push, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Fatal Push in the lair. Robert, Constellation Prize does have a second lair, but losing a land in the process, a bit rough for Robert here. Kill it all. I like it. Just get it out of here.
I like it too. It's super aggressive, but I like it.
Got to get the classic no permanence victory.
Yeah,
I guess it's pretty hard when there's 5 lands in play. So
I mean, if you're playing Esper control, you can't let your opponent just have creatures. What kind of nonsense is that? Yeah, fire up the shambling. See, I like this. And then Raja turned the corner rather quickly. Yeah, and that's gonna send 6 points in, and another shambling event hits the field. Robert's in big trouble.
Oh, the Nissa. Okay, what are we looking for here, though?
Oof. Not a Burning Tree Emissary.
Yeah, 2 lands and a Burning Tree. That's probably not going to cut it.
I mean, you can take another land. I mean, I guess if you're trying to get this treasure vault rolling, I don't know what's going on. Lair of the Hydra, you can suit up a little bit, but
yeah, we can potentially fire up the lair. It looks like we're going to hold it back to block the shambling vent to sort of decrease the clock. I believe Robert should be, I think, at 14. I think it's the first damage that Robert had taken last turn, if I recall correctly. I think.
Yeah, I think Robert. Yeah. I believe Robert took 6 last turn.
Yeah. So 14 is holding back the lair of the Hydra means that if Robert, let's say if we can blank the shambling vent, that means we take 4 from the Yorion, go to 10, and then it's still a 3-turn clock versus taking 6 this turn, going to 8, and then it being a 2-turn clock off the Yorion. So holding back the shambling vent does sort of change the clock a little bit.
Okay. We're working on getting those life totals adjusted for you real quick. Our apologies here.
But yeah, I hate to call it early, but I don't really see a way out of this for Robert. It's the thing is it definitely all starts with Storm the Festival. That's Robert's single best draw in his entire deck for sure. And if Raja maybe doesn't have access to a counterspell, potentially if it resolves, you could find, let's say, maybe a Cavalier and I don't know, a Nissa or something along those lines. Cavalier can block the Yorion, Nissa can help pressure the Teferi. So it all starts with Storm the Festival.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert's in rough shape if it isn't Storm the Festival, excuse me. And all right. Yeah, Raja's in super good spot.
Cycle from Raja, I believe he only had 2 lands left over, if I recall correctly. I think if I got a glimpse at Raja's hands, so potentially, there's a little bit of hope for Robert here. Again, it's going to have to be Storm the Festival. I don't really think anything else is going to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I suppose. Robert's trying to do something with Nykthos into activate Lair of the Hydra, I believe, is what's going on here.
Yeah, so we went 2 colorless. 4. Now we're going to activate for 4. So this is going to be a pump for. I'm going to get a 3/3. Good sequencing.
Yeah, I mean,
3 to get past the Shambling Vent. All right, yeah. Yep. Sorry, the Shambling Vent was tapped. My apologies, because we cycled the Rafine's Tower.
Well, that one's going to do it, I think. That is a Wandering Emperor and a there's still a Void Rend in hand.
I still got a Void Rend too, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Void Rend plus Emperor, that should be that should be more than enough to seal it up.
Really great games played by both players. I mean, it was a pretty good one to watch, and Raja's deck able to turn the corner a little bit quickly here.
Right, and you remember how we kind of talked about this a little bit before, is the game that Robert won was the game where he just kind of went under Raja, right? He had the double Burning Tree Emissary into that fast Cavalier. When you give Raja a little bit more time to trade 1-for-1 and, you're not putting this massive amount of pressure on Raja, Raja's deck is going to very easily take over in the mid to late game.
This is some good sequencing here from Raja. I think he's going to go ahead and activate that Shambling Vent. You can assign blocks, and then you can rend also.
We got 2 Shambling Vents.
Yeah. Oh, Boseiju on one of them. Okay.
I wonder if this is before or after blocks.
This looks like before.
Okay.
It's quite good.
Yeah, I guess you have to do it before, because otherwise Raja can just double chump block.
Yeah. So Raja's going to be able to chump block 1 and still has mana for the rend if he chooses.
Yeah, remember, Raja does still have that Void Rend, so, we can just go, say, block the Lair of the Hydra, Void Rend the Old Growth Troll, let, Teferi still stays in play.
Yeah, that's brutal for Robert.
Robert's also only at 6. That is a very good point. So if we just keep the Shambling, then we can just let Teferi die, right? Yeah, we just let Teferi die and then attack for 6.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's probably a better line. But it is late, and these players have played tons and tons of Magic this weekend.
Yeah, we got the Emperor also, too, yeah.
That one's fine too. There's tons of different ways to cut a pizza. I've heard there's like Detroit style, which is not far away. I never had Detroit style pizza. Someone have to explain it to me, but I'm actually like a New York style guy myself. But at any rate, Raja Sulaiman takes that down. Another archetype advances to the top 8. So that's 5 archetypes that we know of that are all unique to our top 8, which is pretty amazing here to start week 1 of New Pioneer.
Yeah, that's kind of been the story of the whole tournament. There, from since round 1, there's just been a ton of different variety within the archetypes, and it's really, really nice to see now that especially after the bans that like we talked about earlier, there's been a lot of people who were suggesting that Lotus Field and Devotion might be kind of dominating the events and just winning a little bit too much. They were the 2 most represented decks, but as Matt was talking about earlier, there's no Lotus Field anywhere to be seen in the top 32, and I believe so far only 1 Devotion deck in the top 8. So,
yeah, you're right. So far, I haven't seen any of the Lotus Field decks anywhere. I mean, again, I could be wrong. Just a quick glance through, but I didn't see any in like the top 30 decks. So we'll see how that shakes out. It sounds like we should have a backup match. Does that sound right? We do. Okay. So we're going to get a backup match rolling for y'all right now. We'll see who else is going to make it to the top 8. I believe there's a Rakdos combo deck. So one of those cat oven style decks here against a Boros Aggro, if I'm remembering correctly as well. And we saw this Boros Aggro. You and I have seen it a couple times today. Kind of like wins the game out of nowhere somehow each time. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they come back. And they play this favorite hoplite, and it just kills you out of nowhere. And I'm like, I don't even know how that's possible. So we're going to jump down there and get game number 1 rolling, and we'll see who gets into the top 8. Should be a good matchup. I'm interested to see how Mayhem Devil and all that deals with like these Boros aggro creatures.
Yeah, this is definitely going to come down to, I think, the protection spells like God's Willing, and also one of Zach's most important cards, not only God's Willing, but also Ancestral Anger. So the Rakdos deck is really good at putting a bunch of small creatures into play. I think 1/1 tokens from Anvil. We have Cauldron Familiar, which is also a 1/1, which is obviously really good at blocking bigger creatures, and Zach is trying to go tall with one of his big creatures. But when you take a card like Ancestral Anger or God's Willing into the mix, that's how you kind of get over those, wall of small blockers, as it were.
Sure. All right. So we're going to see again my new favorite card. The favorite hoplite is coming into play.
Are you sure it's your favorite card? I thought there was some favorite hoplite slander early on today.
I don't know if slander is the word I'd choose, but you know what? You're on stream, you're commenting, you can pick whatever word you want. They have to listen to you. So favorite hoplite. We're not allowed to say bad things about it, apparently. That's what Drake told me. So favorite hoplite doing stuff. And against a Mayhem Devil now. And this is what I wanted to see though. How do we stack up against Mayhem Devil?
Well, Mayhem Devil, it's interesting, right? It kind of depends on how many times that we can. I think we actually have them flip flopped, but I think it really depends on how many times we can trigger that devil in the same turn. Because these creatures not only have 2 toughness already, both Swiftspear and Hoplite both are 1/2s, but once you mix a card in like any one of the various combat tricks, the creatures keep getting bigger, so we can kind of outsize the Mayhem Devil triggers, especially if we only have 1 or 2 of them on the stack. So
all right, Devin, so I'm going to introduce you to something that happens here sometimes on the NRG series. So and I know it's going to get asked a million times in the chat, so I'll probably answer this question about 7 or 8 more times over the next 20 minutes. The names are on the opposite sides and the archetypes on the opposite sides. So this is a pre-recorded match. This is a time-shifted match. So we don't have the ability to switch the names on there. The life totals are correct, and we'll get you the right winner eventually. You're just going to have to deal with, just, put a piece of tape over your monitor or whatever it is to cover up the names. I don't care what you do. Just don't ask 100 times in Twitch chat. That's all. So this happens every so often. So.
Yeah, and like you said, because it's pre-recorded, so we can't really, nothing much, we can't really go back at this point.
That's right. And that was an Unlucky Witness was the card that was on the battlefield there for people that were asking.
And here is an Ob Nixilis the Adversary, which is another new card here. Lots and lots of new cards from Streets of New Capenna. This one is especially nice in this deck. There are so many ways and extra bodies. There's Unlucky Witness, there's Cauldron Familiar, all these like random bodies that you can kind of casualty, and making 2 Planeswalkers is pretty powerful.
Yeah, this card, people, you know how it is. People are asking for this card to be banned like the first day it was legal in the format, in the standard format. So I'm like, I was interested to see if it would make its way into Pioneer, and it sure has.
Yeah, I think this is probably the deck, the deck that we've seen it the most in. There's been, some other potential decks that have been playing it, but this is where you kind of get to use the entire part of the buffalo, as it were, where you have so many things to sacrifice to it. You can really just get a really good amount of value, and we'll have to see what Zach has here. See if we want to go after the Ob Nixilis. It really depends on, as we talked about, potentially if Zach has maybe something to give her creature trample or protection. Do we even want to go after these Ob Nixilises? So we'll see how Zach sequences this.
Well, Reckless Rage, that's a good start here.
Yeah, Mayhem Devil is probably one of the scariest cards just because it is just the largest creature, and it's it's the one that provides the most amount of value for Jeffrey. So definitely a good use of that Reckless Rage there.
All right, we have my first contestant on the names or deck is reversed hotline. We're going to keep a tally, everybody. If it gets over 10, the owner of NRG has to buy me pizza tonight. So we are at 1 right now.
Is it the Detroit pizza?
Yeah, whatever it is. It can be that. We'll see what Detroit pizza is all about. So, all right. Some of these alt arts, I can't tell. What's that one?
There's a lot of them.
Is that Claim the Firstborn? I feel like that's Claim the Firstborn in Jeffrey's hand on the left side there.
Potentially, Claim is in Jeffrey's deck list. So,
all right. Well, I knew I was going to be tested on alternate arts as well. So, 1 vote for Norman buying dinner. Joe, good to see you. I hope you're feeling better, my friend. We definitely miss you this weekend.
Joe gets the final word.
Yeah. All right. So check it out. This Boros deck is just doing the same thing it's done every time I've seen it today. It's just suiting up this favorite hoplite, and it's asking their opponent to kill this 1/1, and they just can't. It never goes away.
Not a lot of people can, especially when you combine it with all the variety of different protection spells that Zach has access to, like God's Willing, and even outside of just God's Willing, the fact that if you target Hoplite with anything, you can't deal damage to it. So if you're, let's say, targeting it with a 3 damage spell, and let's say I Defiant Strike my favorite Hoplite, even though it has 3 toughness, it still doesn't take damage. So there's it's really hard to kill that thing.
Oh wow! And now there's a Dreadhorde Arcanist on the field as well. And that one is a fatal push.
I know that one. Yeah, that's push.
Yeah, that one's good. I'm pretty sure that's Claim. If that's Claim, that is quite good with this Dreadhorde Arcanist. All right, I'm up to 2 on names and decks reverse. I may actually make a command.
At this point, it probably makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Dreadhorde Arcanist. That is the new old border, if you will. It's a good looking card though in person. That is Claim the Firstborn. I am doing really well on alternate art cards this weekend. Yeah.
But yeah, this is a really, really big swing for Jeffrey here. Zach did tap out, and that was the opportunity. As you mentioned, you kept talking about how it's really hard to kill fatal or favorite hoplite. Well, if your opponent is tapped out, it's a lot easier to when essentially the shields are down.
Yeah. All right. And here we go.
See what we're looking now. Looking at Zach's deck list, I'm trying to think of what would be probably our best draw here. I mean, it kind of starts. Swift Spear is decent, but it's not one of those things like a favorite hoplite or an Illuminator Virtuoso that keep growing and growing and growing. It just kind of, there's sort of a cap on how big a Swift Spear can get. So you kind of want one of the other creatures that can continuously grow over the course of the next couple turns. So something like a Virtuoso, and then probably following that up, chaining a couple of cantrips. I remember there was one game we saw with this deck play where it just, there was player had not much in play, and they just drew back-to-back Ancestral Angers, and all of a sudden they went from nothing to, oh, you're dead, just dead.
Yeah, I was thinking like I feel like Defiant Strike is where we start like a lot of these mid-game turns. It's like start with Defiant Strike, we draw into something else, and that's kind of how we get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and looks like we're going after the life total and not the Ob Nixilis, which is interesting because the Ob Nixilis, as long as you have a devil, does gain life. So it's really hard to race that if the devil remains in play.
Looks like, I think that's the velocity. I think that's maximized velocity in hand there, which is
okay. That is
enough,
definitely a good one, especially if Zach can find something like a Virtuoso, right? You could see something like Virtuoso, potentially velocity it, connive into maybe a way to give it trample or protection, and then again one of those things where you could have nothing in play and all of a sudden you're just dead. Ooh, Invigorated Rampage.
Invigorated Rampage, yeah.
That's not too bad. So I assume we're going to give the Swiss Spear +4/+0. Or actually, No, because Zach hasn't cast their spell. So if we want to kill the Giganta, we have to +4 the Swiss Spear, which I think is what happened. Yeah, I'm going to guess that's what happened.
Okay. +4/+0 and trample. So that deals 1 damage, right? Is that right? Should deal 1 damage over the top. Jeffrey's down.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, it should deal 1 damage to Jeffrey.
All right. Well, that hive is
Yeah, I was gonna say sort of a close game, but we still have the hive. We still have the Ob Nixilis going after Zach's hand and life totals. So, oh yeah, there's the Croxa too. I had forgot about that one. So Croxa's gonna end this game pretty quickly.
all right.
That I believe is Voltaren Epicure, the one that deals a damage and makes a blood. Yeah, okay, that's gonna do it.
All right, so we're gonna move on to game number 2, and Rakdos, the Rakdos combo deck. It has enough small things. I think I played a version like of this deck. It might have been Jund at the time, but it was in Historic and had like Claim the Firstborn, and it felt miserable to play small creatures into Claim the Firstborn, and because they just take them and they'll sacrifice them to your oven, and you're just like, oh, this is just ridiculous. Claim the Firstborn is a busted Magic card. That's all I gotta say about that. And that's kind of like what this matchup looked like a little bit so far. Might change in game 2 or 3 with some more protection spells coming in. But I do know that playing like small creatures, especially one that you suit up really, really big, 1 or 2 creatures, if one gets claimed and eaten by an oven, you feel really far behind and really bad.
Right, and especially that's not even counting Mayhem Devil in the mix, where potentially you could see sacrifice your creature, maybe deal another point or two to one of your other creatures, and it really just gets out of control with Claim plus Witch's Oven. And the nice thing about that for Jeffrey is that, remember, a lot of Zach's creatures can get out of range of, as we talked about, those Mayhem Devil triggers. So if that does happen, something like Claim plus Witch's Oven is a way to kill a creature regardless of size. So that stuff is very important for Jeffrey.
Sure. All right. Sounds like we're going to be able to get to game number 2 here in just a second. So, yeah, we can check out deck lists real quick. Why not? Let's use some tech.
Sure.
So, Zach's list we've seen earlier, and the red cap melee is probably pretty good against things like Mayhem Devil, but there's the Unlucky Witness, there's the Epicures, tons of things that it hits. I just don't know how many of that effect you really want in your deck.
Yeah, from Zach's side of things, I think I like the Vanguard because it is a creature that is really hard to kill. As we talked about, it's kind of awkward against Mayhem Devil, though. How many times can you really afford to pay for a life for that thing? But yeah, we're looking at maybe Red Cap Melee, potentially to kill Mayhem Devil. Unlicensed Hearst, I don't hate it because it's good against Croxa and Cauldron Familiar, and potentially some number of Portable Hull Braid to kill those Witches Ovens.
Okay. Yeah, how about Unlicensed Hearst? That one's probably pretty good, right? It's got to be good in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I like Hearst a lot because, again, as it does hit Croxa and Cauldron Familiar. I think there's probably some other stuff that it's good against, but yeah, I think the Hearsts are pretty good in this matchup.
Okay, all right, very good. So we'll move on to Jeffrey's deck here. Jeffrey Carr playing that Rakdos combo deck, and there's not a ton that's great. There's another claim in there. Duress and Fatal Push are probably worth playing. Again, though, getting to get up to the 4th claim, and I didn't realize there's these 2 village rights as well. I mean, there's tons of ways to just sack the little creatures, and that really hurts in this matchup.
Yeah, one card I actually kind of like a lot from Jeffrey's side is Thoughtseize. So the reason I like Thoughtseize so much is I think the most important cards from Zach's side of things are those protection spells. So you can imagine a situation where if Zach plays a creature and holds up a mana and you Thoughtseize him, he either has the opportunity, if he only has one protection spell, you either cast and responds, in which case then you just respond with your push, or Thoughtseize lets the protection spell gets taken and then you just get to slam the push. So I think Thoughtseize is a good way to break up the heroic deck from here.
Sure. All right, well, let's jump into game number 2 here, and see if anybody's going to pick up a dub. If Jeffrey Carr is going to be able to get a win here. And again, I understand that the names and things are backwards, but I will help guide us along the way. Jeffrey Carr is up a game over Zach in that Boros aggro deck. So,
what's the count at, by the way? I think we were at 3 the last time.
Oh, yeah, we're at 3. He just Norm gets in the headset and says he just owes me pizza. So that sounds great, guys. Somebody tell me a good pizza place in Lansing, Michigan, please, whenever you're ready. All right. So
a lot of action going
Stomp
on here.
gonna
We
go ahead.
see, favorite hoplite gets fatal pushed, and looks like there was a stomp that's going to take out something as well. So a lot of stuff going on, and that was the stomp from Zach. Okay, so Zach did bring in the Bone Crusher Giant. Kind of like that, the matchup is Jeffrey does have access to a lot of 1-for-1, so having that 2-for-1 in Bone Crusher Giant is pretty nice for Zach here.
Yeah, and honestly, Jeffrey's deck. He is really cooperating right now. There's an oven and there's a Mayhem Devil on the battlefield. There's an oven and a Claim the Firstborn all in hand too. So looking really good for Jeffrey Carr here.
That is Reckless Rage. That was, again, as we talked about last game, that is probably the best target for Reckless Rage because a lot of Jeffrey's other creatures kind of either replace themselves or come back, like Voltaren Epicure, Unlucky Witness, and Cauldron Familiar. So that's definitely the best target for Reckless Rage in Jeffrey's deck.
And you can see that was actually a deadly dispute there. So Claim the Firstborn. I'll take your creature, and then I will I'll deadly dispute it as well.
Oh boy, and it looks like Zach. Yeah, Zach's stuck on 2 lands. Kind of rough here. He's got a lot of stuff in hand, but question is, does he have the time to, or can we actually deploy it? We're gonna go with an Arcanist here. Looks like we have Reckless Rage along with Defiant Strike in the graveyard. So some good stuff for the Arcanist if we do get to serve. Well, never mind.
Gosh, there's another claim.
Oh, I'm sacrificing it to Obnixilis. Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
Yeah, actually brutal.
Yeah, this is this is a beating.
Yeah.
Probably gonna go
take your
down on one and then up on the other. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And this game does not look particularly close. Again, I mentioned the Claim the Firstborns are just really rough for these small creatures, and 2 Claim the Firstborns already have happened, and Zach looks like he's in big trouble.
Yeah, that combination of Claim the Firstborn plus Sacrifice Outlet is so brutal because the thing is, most of the time with these Sacrifice Outlets, you're getting something else out of it, right? With Witch's Oven, you're getting a food, and then with Obnixilis, you're getting an additional Planeswalker. So it's so much more than just a straight up 1-for-1 because you're getting all of that additional text from whatever card you're sacrificing it to.
All right, so Bone Crusher Giant comes off an adventure and staring it down.
Yeah, we're going to go upstairs with these Obnixilises, and having the Devil in play means that every time we activate these Obnixilises, we're gaining a bunch of life as well as dealing Zach some damage if he doesn't want to discard cards. And then Croaks is kind of that's the nice thing about this deck is it has a lot of good kind of ways to 1-for-1, and then Croaks is kind of the way to shut the door, as it were.
Yeah. Zach discarding a portable holder. He has to have another one, is that means, right?
More than likely, yeah. I didn't quite get a good... I see a white card. I'm going to guess, yep, portable hole. Good call.
The hole. Gonna get sacked to the oven. Gosh, it feels so bad to play against this deck. I'm having nightmares again of that. Like, it's just so hard because your removal's bad, your small creatures are bad. So, like, what do you really do?
Yeah, it's a lot, like you said, a lot of it's pretty bad. Carr and the Great Creator is probably, as we saw earlier, that's probably one of the best cards against this Rakdos deck, but not every deck can support Karn. So. And even Graveyard Hate, it only goes so far, You have all these creature lands, you have Obnixilis, you have Mayhem Devil. Like, yes, Graveyard Hate is good against some of the deck, like Kroxa, but I think there's too much to justify bringing in, like, heavy Graveyard Hate like that.
Yeah, it's really tough. Gigant in a hand, and that's your whole turn. That is rough beats.
Yeah, and then we also have these Obnixilis ticking up, which is just dealing us more and more and more damage.
Yep.
God, Witness to sacrifice to the oven, which gives us more stuff for the Kroxa. Also, 2 cards off the Witness. What's that? Claim.
Claim the Firstborn. That one's good.
Is Claim 2 or less or 3? It's 3 or less. Oh boy, so I get to take that Bone Crusher.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is quite good. It gets to not only does it get to attack you for 4, you get to sacrifice it for a couple food as well if you need them.
Yeah, that's definitely rough. Zach did have the threat in play with the Bone Crusher Giant. We're going to be able to easily take that, and that I believe should get us, if we're not already there, that should get us pretty close to the escaping of Croxa as well, which is definitely going to put a wrap on this game. Unless do we just have lethal here with all these Ob Nixiluses? Potentially.
It looks like it. Jeff's moving pretty fast, so it looks like he's like already done the math in their head.
Casting something. Looks like we're casting the other Ob Nixilus. Oh, now we have 3 Ob Nixiluses in play. Okay. seems reasonable.
Totally fine. Back-to-back names are backwards. We're doing good here.
We got a Fatal Push and the Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah.
Guess maybe okay, that's going to be enough. I was going to say maybe you could play a Giganta, but that is going to do it.
Yeah, that is a really tough matchup. With the way that Jeffrey's deck is configured with the 4 Claim the Firstborns post board, that's really tough for these like red-white heroic style decks to fight through. Just being able to take all your creatures and eat them with Oven or sacrifice them in some sort of way to gain card advantage back, things like that, super, super difficult.
Right, and the thing is the removal spells just on top of that, like the Fatal Pushes and things of that nature, just make it to where Zach is kind of pressured to use his protection spells early to get around the Fatal Pushes, and then to claim the Firstborn into all of these various elements of sacrifice. So it's kind of once you clear that protection spell out of the way, then claim the Firstborn is going to resolve.
Yeah, it's very tough. We've watched some matchups where like the removal spells are like 2 mana, which is fine. That's you trade your 1 mana creature for the 2 mana removal spell. That's technically you're ahead there. When their removal spells are 1 mana and they also get to attack you, that's miserable. That feels really bad. So tough end to the day for Zach, but a great showing, obviously. Decks seem really good, powerful. Stole a lot of games away from people just going all in on creatures, and favorite hoplite did a lot better than I thought it was going to do, and I think that deck definitely has legs. It'll keep getting iterated on, and once the metagame settles, they'll have better answers, more protection that fits with the style of deck, and I think it can only get better.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, that is yet another different archetype in the top 8. So we'll have to take a look at the final standings here, but we're at least, I think, what are we now, at 6 different archetypes in the top 8 so far. So really good showing so far. Really awesome tournament, and definitely glad to see all this diversity, especially with the new bannings as well.
Very cool. So I'm going to take a look. It looks like we are like 10 or 12 minutes over the round. I'm going to check real quick in my thing here. There is 1 single pairing remaining. 1 match out, and so we're gonna probably, sounds like we'll take a break here. So what we're gonna do is, and this takes a few minutes, probably about 15-20 minutes for us if I had to guess. So we will get the top 8 bracket all settled up. We'll get the players all situated. They'll do all the paperwork that they need to do to get ready for us. We're gonna take some photos up on our social media, and then we're gonna get live with the first quarterfinal. Devin and I will come back. We'll talk about the bracket. We'll show you the decks and all that kind of stuff. So stick with us. We're going to be ready in just a few minutes. Again, run to the restroom, grab a quick snack. We got 3 more rounds, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals here. Probably in about 15 minutes or so, folks. So stick with us. Make sure you hit that follow button on your way out.
NerdRageGaming.com is the place to get your hands on all the hottest Magic singles. Browse our full selection of staples from every format, and shop an exclusive inventory you won't find anywhere else. Shop regularly and get rewarded for each purchase with our customer rewards program. Automatically earn store credit each time you shop and work your way up to 10% back on all orders. Be sure to use the code STAYHOME for free shipping. All this and more at nerdragegaming.com.
everybody. I'm Matt Monty. I'm joined by Sean Gallagher here. We are in Lansing, Michigan today. So take me through a little. So you're number 12 on the leaderboard, which is pretty amazing. Being up there, a lot of great players in the room. We just qualified 3 players last season. Sounds like you're going to make a run for the championship also.
Yeah, I'm going to make a run for it. I have a little bit of driving to do. I mean, I drove 10 hours here, and then I have Chicago, which is like 6 or 7 hours at the end of July. But depending on where we're at there, I mean, I'm going to keep driving to all these.
Very cool. Well, we're happy to see you. I know I've seen you a bunch, and we've kind of gotten to know each other a little bit. Just, in passing, I come check in every so often. Like, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You know, you and I are pretty easy to spot. You're in this outfit. I'm in this. So we're probably like 2 of the easier people to spot. Right. So tell me a little bit about you and I just talked a little bit. We've seen this money pile deck. Now you've played Modern Horizons 2 makes your deck possible, right? Yeah. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah. So for this year, Modern has been pretty good to me. Modern Horizons 2, I got second place at Milwaukee playing Murktide, which is almost exclusively Modern Horizons 2 cards. And then I decided that deck wasn't expensive enough, so I decided to play 4 color.
Perfect. You gotta have 80 cards. So why not, man? If you got the money, spend it.
Exactly. So I don't have a lot of friends, so I have a lot of money to spend on money card on Magic cards. So I have my Modern deck money pile, and then just plays all these busted Modern Horizons 2 cards, and then the talk of the town is what's going to get banned next. Yorion, Renin 6, who knows? But
yeah, it's really interesting. So I came over actually and watched a little bit of your match at the end there. Yeah. If I'm on the opposite side of the table trying to play against Solitude, Fury, Forced Negations, it's really difficult. Now, back when I was playing a bunch, it's pretty heads up. I thought to use you, and I'm like, oh, cool. I know what we're playing around for the next several turns. Yeah. Nowadays, and if you have mana up available, nowadays it's like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to bounce my stuff? Are they going to cycle? Are they going to, all the evoke cards and stuff like that? Yeah. It's really difficult to play around your deck. It's probably really difficult to play too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to play, but the one nice thing about the deck is even when you're pretty far behind me, my opponent last round had 5 creatures in play, and I just got to blink my Yorion with an Ephemerate, blink out 2 creatures, and cast a Supreme Verdict. Like a 5 or 6 for 1. So you have a lot of these cards that kind of just maximum value. I mean, Expressive Iteration, we all see how busted that card is. So when you're just playing 2 for 1s, it's really easy to come from behind. That's one of the powers of playing Money Pile for sure.
Yeah, it's a sweet deck, that's for sure. So tell me a little bit about the team you're on, Arclight Gaming.
Yeah, so I've been a part of Team Arclight now, co-captain with Nicole Callahan, Lady of the Cris. We have a couple of people who are actually playing on the NRG circuit. Piper Powell, who won, I want to say, in Milwaukee, I think, maybe. She won playing Living End, which was awesome to watch. And then she ended up top 8ing the next day playing Blue Red Delver. Yeah. So she did really well. Team Arclight is mainly about our team working together, kind of making sure everyone's able to get to the next goal, less about the individual accomplishments, and making sure that we're all working together to help each other get to that next goal.
Very cool, man. Well, we got 1 qualified for champs. You're hopefully next, man. Number 12 is a great spot to be. And, obviously today's the start of the next season, so making a good push for it. Got a great deck. How do you feel about tomorrow? That's the one thing I want to ask about, too.
Yeah, so I'm playing Yorion today. I figured, why not play it again tomorrow? So I'm playing Blue-White Yorion tomorrow. The reason I like the deck is because it has a reasonable Phoenix matchup, and I think that with Winota being banned, people are going to kind of gravitate towards Phoenix being one of the better decks. So why not play a Broken Companion in that format too? I thought so.
Very cool. All right, man. Anything else you want to chat about? Any shout outs you want to give before we wrap it up?
Yeah. So I mean, shout out to my friends in Minneapolis who are watching. They'll probably make fun of me for this interview, but
hey, that's fine. Me too.
Yeah. And then one last thing, I wanted to shout out Eric Hawkins who helped us make top 8 last time with an awesome top 8.
Oh, yeah. That has to be one of my all-time favorite moments I've ever seen because I'm sitting probably, 50 feet away, and Eric's rubbing the top of his deck, and I'm like, oh, man, he's going to hit it. And it's a no-look, just slam down. So if you get a chance to go watch that match, I mean, the called shots are so cool. How often does it really happen when someone knocks their deck and they actually hit the card, right?
Yeah, it was wild, honestly. It was a miracle on 4th Street for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So, all right, well, Sean, thanks for the time, man, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks.
And I'll catch everybody next time for a good interview, and we'll sit down and get to know some more players on NRG Series.
All right, welcome back. I went back in time and I changed shirts. Look, I'm in a black shirt now. I was in a white shirt then. This is great. Devin, we're ready for the quarterfinals, man. So it's been a long journey to get here. 8 rounds of Swiss. let's check out the top 8 slide here and see kind of what we're looking at. So again, we mentioned there's quite a few different archetypes here in this top 8 playoff. So Sean Ryder playing Rakdos Midrange versus Scott Pulera, who we've seen almost all these players today actually on camera. And Scott Pulera playing Izzet Phoenix. I believe I watched Carly Peterson in, I think, round 1, maybe round 2, playing Mono Blue Spirits. She is playing against Raja Sulaiman, who is playing Esper Control, which will actually be our main feature match for this quarterfinal. On the other side of the bracket there, you got Larry Fields playing Rakdos Midrange versus Kyle Gonzales on Mono Green Devotion. Then our backup match for this quarterfinals is going to be Jeffrey Carr, who we just watched on Rakdos Combo, against Zach Allen playing Esper Yorion. And Zach actually top-aided and got second place in the tournament this morning, which is pretty amazing. He's been on a heck of a run here on the NRG series, so excited to see him back in a top 8. And it sounds like the players might be ready for us, Devin. If you're ready for Magic, man, I am.
I couldn't be more than ready. We'll, like you mentioned, we'll see if Zach Allen can do one finish better than his finish in Modern Event yesterday. So,
all right, cool. So here we go. Raja on the left with that Esper control deck, and Carly's playing Mono Blue Spirits. Earlier on in the day, I believe, I think Mono Blue Spirits played against like an Azorius control deck or something like that. It was Dimir control actually, and Carly just put their opponent in the dumpster.
right. The thing that Carly has going for her is she has a lot of disruptive elements, right? You think Geist Light Snare and the one drop that escapes my name, Mausoleum Wanderer. So a lot of disruption in terms of counter spells and ways to kind of protect. And also the really nice thing about Carly's deck, and she can play almost entirely at instant speed, right? Things like Rattle Chains and all these counter spells. Brazen Bar, you see another flash creature here. So it's one of those things where we can kind of just play that kind of like flash style game and play kind of on the same terms as the Esper control deck.
Yeah, it's amazing how it worked for her in that round that we ended up watching, and all of the creatures being able to have flash with rattle chains, like you mentioned, or just being able to protect themselves. Sometimes they outgrow the red base damage spells. Is really really amazing against these control style decks.
Right, exactly. We see a Thoughtseize here. It looks like, and you see that is a big tell here. Thoughtseize takes Rattle Chains. That is one of those cards that allows Carly to play at Flash. And not only is the Rattle Chains itself have Flash, it gives every single other spirit you have Flash. So once the Rattle Chains is in play, Carly gets to dictate the pace of the game and how you have a threat in play, and it's one of those things where you just get to hold the ball of your mana the entire time. And it's a situation like here where she kind of has to tap out and is at the mercy of whether or not Raja has another removal spell, rather than getting to hold up mana and still have access to those threats with Rattle Chains.
Yeah, and you see very efficient for Carly as well. There is that's an Ascendant Spirit there, followed up by a Supreme Phantom, so kind of like a Spirit Lord, if you will. And it's going to be quite a bit for Raja to get back in it if Carly's able to untap here and start drawing cards and suiting up one of those spirits.
Right, and remember, we do know that that Carly does have access to Curious Obsession, so especially if she can kind of back it up with a counterspell. Now, one thing I will mention, Raja does have copies of Void Rend, so if he has access to that, that can get past the counterspell. Remember, Void Rend is uncounterable.
Yeah. Looks like Raja's going to lead off on a Fatal Push here, maybe. Thinking. Gonna wait for Carly to deploy some mana to pump that up, and she doesn't, probably sniffs out a counterspell.
Yeah, or a Fatal Push doesn't want to kind of walk into using a lot. She uses some of her mana on the Ascendant Spirit, and it gets Fatal Push. That can be a pretty big tempo swing for Raja.
Yeah. So another Ascendant Spirit off the top here for Carly, and Raja just has, it looks like, lands and a Dovin's Veto in hand. So
yeah, Dovin's Veto, not the best, but it can answer the Curious Obsession that we know about. So we're shocking here. So we got something.
Yeah. Carly going to go ahead and pump up that Ascendant Spirit, it looks like, to make it a 2/3. And that is going to get Heartless acted, is what that is, I believe. So.
Yeah, it looks like the leftovers are, like you said, Dubin's veto, a couple lands here. So Raja wanted the shock to be able to Heartless Act. Perfect timing on the Heartless Act because we're doing it while Carly's tapped out or has access to less mana. So something like a Rattle Chains wouldn't be able to get in the mix and kind of counter that Heartless Act. And now you get to hold up Dubin's veto for that Curious Obsession.
Yeah, I think Carly actually picked up a Spectral Sailor there, which is quite good as well. Man, these things having flash is a real beating for the Esper control decks.
Right, and that's why we, you saw Raja take a huge priority on that Rattle Chains, because if that's in play, every single creature in Carly's deck can be played at instant speed, which makes life so much harder for Raja.
Yeah, Raja goes and picks up that Yorion from hand, and Carly already has a built-in answer to that with that Brazen Burrow. She's gonna go ahead and deploy it anyway, just as a 3/1. I don't mind that really.
Yeah, you just want to kind of keep the pressure going, right? You don't want to give Raja a lot of time, especially because we know about the Orion, so that's going to get vetoed.
Yeah.
I think Carly might have had a counter spell in her hand, and that's why she was setting up, Curious Obsession plus counter your removal spell. Unfortunately for Carly, that was met with a Dubin's veto, which she can't fight over.
Yeah, I really think the leftovers are 3 lands and Yorion for Raja here. Just
yeah, and if Carly
great.
does have a counter spell, something like what was the 2 mana one? I think it's
Lofty Denial, maybe?
Lofty Denial. Yes,
Yeah.
Lofty Denial. Could go ahead and counter this. Geistlight Snare as well. Yeah, there's the snare.
Yeah. Geistlight Snare, tap land. It's like, all right, well, we'll run this back a few turns in a row.
Yeah, 2-turn clock.
Yeah. All right.
Now, one thing that Raja could have access to is something, if he rips a Supreme Verdict, that can't be countered, so that's kind of what he's looking for. I think it was a land.
I think it was an Omen of the Sea, which is actually not the worst here.
Okay.
Which
looks like it was an Omen. You're right.
Yeah, you're just digging for this, can't be countered Wrath of God. There's something to be said if you're Carl and have a counter spell to counter this to not let Raja dig.
Right, because I believe all of Carly's counter spells are what we call soft counter spells. So counter unless you pay 3, counter unless you pay 4, right? So, in a situation like this, even something like a Spell Pierce, right? If you Spell Pierce that Omen of the Sea, if Raja pays for the Spell Pierce, he then cannot cast Supreme Verdict even with a land.
Okay. And there is a Teferi. Is that
okay?
That's bouncing. So it's tucking the Brazen Bar, which is important to note. But here comes Spectral Sailor.
So 3 damage, not quite 4. Let's see if we can pick up a Lord here for Carly, or Curious Obsession also does it because it's +1/+1.
All right, we rush it down to 2.
This is still pretty good.
That is a Shambling Vent. That ain't gonna do it.
Cycle the Triome.
What do you think about like so it didn't work out there. What do you think about like in your upkeep cracking that Omen of the Sea to try and find an answer? Maybe Raja could have done that. I don't know. Again, it's one extra card, I believe, difference. Get to scry a couple, but at any rate, Carly Peterson going to pick up game number 1 here, pretty easily, I would say.
Right, especially at the end there. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that, but Raja drew a Shambling Vent and then a Teferi, and then he cycled the Triumph, drew the Teferi, but he had 4 mana untapped, and the 5th land was the Shambling Vent, so wasn't able to capitalize on that. And that's kind of exactly how Carly drew it up. That's exactly how she wants the games to go. Just cheap threats backed up by cheap interaction, and that's kind of the dream scenario for the mono blue deck.
Yeah, really rough for these Esper decks. So we're going to jump into the players' deck list here and see who might get a little bit better post-board. So let's see Raja's deck here. Now, I mean, you can't really beat, like, Kaya is pretty good, and the Mystical Disputes are going to help, but there's only a pair of Mystical Disputes down there in the sideboard.
Yeah, only 2 mystical disputes. Those are obviously slam dunks. I think we're gonna, like you said, looking at the Kaya. The nice thing about Kaya is Carly does have access to a decent number of 1 mana creatures, specifically Mausoleum Wanderer and Spectral Sailor. And also, if I'm not mistaken, Kaya answers any permanent with 1 mana value. I believe it's non-land. So you can also hit Curious Obsession, which can be very important as well. So I like the Kaya. I like the disputes. And potentially we might also see these hermits, or these whatever these cards are called. I can't remember the
Malevolent
exact
Hermit.
name of it. Yeah, Malevolent Hermit. The nice thing about Malevolent Hermit is you can kind of potentially trade it off early for something like a counter spell out of Carly's side or a Curious Obsession, and then get some nice value in the flashback here because the 2/2 flying body on the backside can trade with one of Carly's creatures.
Yeah, I assume we want to get a little more lean, so like things like these absorbs may come out in favor of like mystical disputes. Raja does have like Oath of Kaya, which is actually a pretty good beating against these creatures, and he also has access to 3 Supreme Verdicts in the main deck, so maybe just kind of digging around for those will help out, and I think that he'll be a lot better served in game number 2.
Yeah, the one thing I will mention about Oath of Kaya is Carly's deck is really low to the ground in terms of the mana value, and Oath of Kaya being a 3 mana sorcery speed removal spell can be awkward at times.
Sure. All right, so let's check out Carly's deck and see what how she's going to get better. So there's actually quite a bit here. There's actually 4 mystical disputes in the board here.
Yeah, what is this? There's a one of here. It's called Slip Out the Back. I gotta look this one up. So 1 mana, put a counter on a creature. So it's 1 blue instant, put a counter on target creature, and it phases out. So
Yep.
that could actually be something that she wants access to, especially against Supreme Verdict. Remember, Supreme Verdict can't be countered, but if you can kind of phase or blink out one of your creatures in response to a verdict, kind of a way to keep something on the battlefield post Supreme Verdict. So I like that. Disdainful Stroke, pretty good against the fairy and things of that nature. Potentially good against Memory Deluge as well, so something you might want access to. You mentioned the 4 copies of Disputes. Those are a slam dunk. And then this other card, Witness Protection. I got to look this one up. This is 1 mana, enchant creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a 1/1. Okay, we don't want to do that. That's the legitimate business person card. We don't want to bring
That's
that one
right.
in. But
yeah, that's right.
but yeah, the Mystical Disputes, the Disdainful Strokes, and the Slip Out the Back. I think I like those.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you get rid of some like the soft counters, and you bring in like the more hard counters and things like that. And Carly's deck is really well suited for this matchup. It feels like an uphill battle for Raja. Game 2, he'll be on the play, but if there's a game 3 and Carly gets a chance to be on the play again, it's gonna be really tough for Raja to battle all this.
Yeah, I think honestly the card that, if I'm on Carly's side, the card that I want to cut the most is probably Shacklegeist.
Yeah.
So you can afford to go a little bit down on creatures because this is one of those matchups where you're not trying to flood the board because of the existence of Supreme Verdict. You're trying to play more of a protect the creature type of thing where you play one creature and just back it up with a bunch of interaction. So, and Shacklegeist being a card that largely has no ability, the ability to tap a creature is not that relevant against Raja's deck, and it doesn't have flash by itself. So I think that's the card where that Carly's probably going to cut here.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. It's probably Carly's worst creature in this style of matchup for sure. So cutting down on some of those and being able to protect and get some more counter spells for Carly only needs one creature, like you said, to go the distance, and as long as one sticks, probably going to be okay. Also, like the other funny part is, Wandering Emperor does a pretty good job of gumming up the board sometimes against creature decks, but not against some flying deck. So it'll be interesting to see if Raja actually values that card or kind of cuts it in favor of other things.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where it is a removal spell, but it also costs 4 mana. So when your 4 mana removal spell trades for 1 mana versus a Spell Pierce or 1 mana versus a Geistlight Snare, it's just that tempo swing is so massive.
Sure. All right. Gonna lead off on a Godless Shrine. Smells like a removal spell.
Yeah, really heads up play by Raja, shocking the Godless Shrine. Honestly, even if he didn't have that Deserted Beach should come into play tapped.
Yeah, so
I
let's pause the game real
believe.
quick.
Yeah, can we pause the game real quick?
I think you're correct. That's a Deserted Beach.
That's definitely a Deserted Beach, yeah.
Okay.
The Deserted Beach should have come into play tapped. The second land that Raja played.
We're trying to back it up. We'll make sure that's the case here, and we'll see. It shouldn't be too hard of a rewind to do if we need to rewind anything. Good catch, by the way, Devin. And well, maybe they're not pausing. We'll see. Hopefully they're pausing.
Yeah, we always want to try and catch these as soon as possible. It's tough with the players playing so fast. They're playing at a brisk pace, and it's hard. Kind of at some point, it's really hard to kind of back it up. But we'll see if we can get the board state resolved here. So we got a Mausoleum Wanderer for Carly. I didn't get a good glimpse at Raj's hand. I see a verdict. I see a couple of potential fancy full art cards. I can't quite tell what those are, though. Yeah, interesting start from Carly. No 1-drop, no 2-drop. So what that leads me to believe is she probably has some form of counterspell in her hand, trying to get a creature into play, maybe back it up with a counterspell. So looks like we're maybe trying to get this resolved here.
Yeah. So we got some judges on it. They are going to do whatever they need to do to probably reverse where we're at. So we'll let them do their thing, and me and Devin will do some chatting here while we wait for this to get resolved. So, man, this Mono Blue Spirits deck might not have been a deck that I would personally play, but it's really well suited here in the in this format. It looks like being able to fly over the green decks, and then being really well suited against the control style decks as well.
Yeah, the way that the green decks used to be built, so there was kind of a shift at some point. It's hard to exactly pinpoint when the shift was, but the green decks used to be focused on stuff like Voracious Hydra and Vivian. Vivian being the 4-mana planeswalker that allows you to fight. And you can imagine if you have access to Vivian and Voracious Hydra and all these ways to fight creatures, your average matchup against the creature decks is pretty good, right? Because you have a lot of ways to fight. But now that the devotion decks have moved away from those and more towards planeswalkers and things of that nature, they're really not as good at killing creatures. So that's where the deck like Spirits kind of gets its edge once the green decks start cutting cards like those. So yeah, Spirits a pretty good choice for this weekend, I think.
Yeah, served Carly pretty well. So. All right. Come back to us here, so you get to see our pretty faces for a little bit longer here as the judge staff are we have an amazing judge staff. They get to sort this out way above my pay grade. So I'll let them do their thing, and then someone will tell me what happened, and I'll just spit it back out to y'all at home. At any rate, thanks for hitting that follow button. If you have it's your first time checking us out, thanks again for tuning in. We are in the quarterfinals here in Lansing, Michigan, and we are working towards crowning another champion. As soon as any of the other backup results come in too, I'll let you know as soon as we figure that out. The deck list should be available, I believe. Now they're all public now that all information is available to our top 8 players. So y'all can go home and you can find, you know what I'm going to do, Devin? I'm going to go look at the standings and I'm going to try and find a Lotus Field deck. And you're going to tell me what place the highest one was. Okay, we'll play a game.
I'm going to put the command in chat as well, because I believe there should be a deck list command. Yeah, it looks like somebody did that for us. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the deck list, type ! Deck list in chat, and that should bring up the page. So if we could look at the standings.
This one says...
I'm scrolling down. I'm looking for Lotus Field. Oh. I can't seem to find it.
I saw that said Simic combo, and that is not Lotus Field, by the way.
Oh, is that the Kinnan deck? I think it might have been the Kinnan deck. Yeah,
I see
that deck
Lotus
is sweet.
Breach. I see Lotus Breach, and I found my first one. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back
What's
up.
The number?
Sure. It was 65th.
Oh boy,
4 and 4.
Wow.
For Lotus Breach. Yeah, it's also shocking to me. I thought it was a pretty good deck, but yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. I can't believe it was that low and a little underrepresented too. Sometimes these like combo centric decks, they feel kind of intimidating to play. I know back when Rally the Ancestors was like the best deck to be playing in Standard. I have played a ton of Magic. I play the Magic like 6 hours a day, and I still was like, I don't really know if I feel comfortable playing this deck, just because of like the elements that you need to be able to put together, and you kind of feel like an idiot if you mess something up. But yeah, it's definitely sometimes daunting, but the reward's pretty good when you play decks like that. And I always urge everyone to kind of step out of their comfort zone. Not only just if you think you don't know how to play deck and then you play it and you really like it, but also you get to learn from like your opponent's shoes, right? So if you're playing Rally the Ancestors, and you don't really like it, but you get to learn things that your opponent is thinking, or you get to learn tendencies and turn setups and things like that. It's good to get all perspectives, so kind of branch out and figure out what your opponent's trying to do too.
Right, and going back to what we were talking about, Lotus Field having a bad weekend, I think part of the reason for that is because the Devotion deck was so highly represented, which we did expect.
Yeah.
But the Devotion deck typically does have a favorable matchup against Lotus Field, and the reason for that is because of the Carr and the Great Creators in the main deck, giving him access to Damping Sphere and things of that nature. So, looks like we are back here.
Okay, sounds like the fix is no fix. We've went past the point of fixing that land drop, so we're gonna move along just as is, and that's that just sometimes those things kind of happen.
Right. Yeah. It looks like after a couple. Sometimes it really depends on what changes, what with the board state. But yeah, a couple of turns had passed. One thing worth mentioning, we did talk about the hermits in the post board games for Raja. I'm pretty excited that he brought those in. I think they are very good. Mostly because it's essentially a 2-for-1, right? You can get a counter spell on the front half, and then on the back half cast it again, and then be able to trade with a creature from Carly.
Yeah. All right. Going to be a Fatal Push lineup. I think that's going at the Supreme Phantom. That's going to get Spell Pierced.
Yeah, so this is a decision for Raja. He can either let this go, or he can fire off that the Hermit. So that's I would assume a pretty good spot for the Hermit here. Trade the Hermit for the Spell Pierce. Next turn, especially if Raja has nothing else to do, he can just kind of get that back into play, make a 2/2 flyer. So yeah, we'll take a look.
All right. And that Mausoleum Wanderer, that's been a menace for Esper control decks for a long time.
Right, yeah, and it's basically we've I'm sure chat's all familiar with cards like Thalia of Great Guardian of Threeben. Mausoleum Wanderer kind of has that similar effect where you don't necessarily always want to play into it, and especially with Raja missing a couple of land drops here. I recall him missing a land drop on turn 3. Looks like maybe he found a couple after that, so maybe not as bad for Raja, but yeah, definitely kind of taxing Raja to in one way or another.
All right. So. All right, looks like the Benevolent Geist comes in.
And okay, what did I miss there? Where'd the Hermit go? Okay, we
The Benevolent Geist.
Okay, Raja
Yeah.
cast it. I got it. Raja cast it, and I think that met a counter spell from Carly. Okay.
Yep. There is that Kaya we spoke
Ooh.
about earlier. Another Spell Pierce for Carly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kaya really good for Raja here, able to answer that Wanderer, but yeah, another spell pierce from Carly, really, really good for her. Now, I see Raja does have a copy of Supreme Verdict. Obviously, he's not really interested in firing that off for one creature. Wants to see if maybe Carly will commit more. So he's going to hold on to that for a while. And I believe Raja picked up Yorion. Oh no, Yorion's still over there. I saw something different. Okay.
Tons of counter spells here from Carly.
Yeah.
Trying to make some headway on Raja's life total, but Raja's only down to 13, and she's got 6 lands in play. Not exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, what Carly's really missing here is a second threat. A second early threat. There was a couple of turns early on where Raja missed a land drop, right? And if Carly had an additional threat on that turn where Raja missed a land drop, Raja was only able to resolve one removal spell. So imagine if all these turns are going by with Carly having 2 creatures. This game looks a lot different.
Yeah, oof. And we talked about Oath of Kaya, and Carly just shows land 7, land 8, and scoops them up, and gonna bring it to even here in this first quarterfinal match. So, just there was a lot of removal met with counterspells, removal, counterspell, removal, counterspell, and then the final removal spell stuck. So that's kind of how these games are gonna play out. Either the last removal spell sticks or the creature sticks, and that's kind of how I think this third and final game is gonna go. And like you mentioned, Evan, Carly didn't have a second threat, so once the one gets taken off the board, you're just kind of stuck there with nothing, and at that point it was just all lands for Carly. It didn't really work out.
Right. Yeah. It's she. Well, I think she went turn 1 Wanderer, turn 2 Supreme Phantom, but when the Supreme Phantom got answered, and then that's where she got sent tap with all of her mana. Wasn't it? That was the turn where she really needed that second threat, something like a Rattle Chains or Brace and Borrow or something like that. And had she had that second threat, that game probably looks a lot different because now she's connecting with 2 creatures, which is while answering all of Raj's removal spells, but yeah, that 1/1 Wanderer not going to get the job done by itself.
Yeah, a little tough there. So I think Rattle Chains is probably the biggest card in this matchup for Carly. Just the biggest creature, I suppose. She has a bunch of counter spells and things like that. Like we saw the Spell Pierces hit. We saw that Lofty Denial. There's all these 4 mystical disputes. So yeah, I would say you're able to put down like Spectral Sailor or Ascendant Spirit plus a Rattle Chains is the best start you can possibly have. And again, she's gonna be on the play for game number 3.
Yeah, Rattle Chains, as we've talked about a couple of times here, definitely the card that Carly's best card in the matchup. It allows her now, obviously, things like Spectral Sailor and Brace and Borrow already have Flash, but giving every single creature in your deck Flash allows you to play just dictate the pace of the game. You get to hold up all of your mana while you're continuing to deal with Raja's removal spells up the curve, and then on turns where Raja doesn't decide to deploy a removal spell, then you can not burn your mana essentially, and you still get to deploy creatures. So really, really important card for Carly. That's the card that she's going to be looking for the most.
Yeah, blanking, one of Raja's removal spells. Like you're putting the onus on Raja to time his removal spells at the best possible time, and it's really difficult push and play. I've been on the side where the control deck side before playing against the Spirits deck, and you're like, well, should I just jam this now? There's no way they have Rattle Chains, right? And then they have Rattle Chains, and you're like, okay, well, here I'll kill this Rattle Chains. There's no way they have another one, right? And then they have another one, and you just feel like so far behind. So it's definitely a difficult matchup to push and play from each side. But I'll be interested to see again if Carly has a 1-drop on their first turn. It's going to be tough for Raja to be able to come back from without like some sort of sweeper or a bunch of targeted removal spells.
Yeah, and then a card that we saw a couple of times from Carly in that match was Spell Pierce. That card is an absolute beating because most of Raja's cards outside of Fatal Push cost 2, 3, 4 mana. So that's really a way to get this massive, massive tempo advantage from Carly's side. And then on Raja's side, Supreme Verdict, that one you can't counter. So definitely looking to see, like you mentioned, if Carly, now obviously Carly knows about the Supreme Verdict, so it's one of those things, it's a balance, right? Where you have to figure out how much pressure do I want to put into play, how much do I want to commit to a Supreme Verdict versus how much do I need to have left over if Raja does have a Supreme Verdict. So it's really all about a delicate balance and figuring out, when do I kind of push my advantage a little bit, when do I hold back, and it's really going to depend on, I think, those cheap counter spells.
Yeah, the other thing I saw in Carly's matchup, I want to say it was round 1. It was one of those early rounds. She has 3 faceless havens in her deck also. So once one of the Supreme Verdicts happens, you're still able to build with this creature land, and that's super important. Able to squeeze, I believe, 3 of them into a mono blue deck is a big deal. Again, it's kind of insulation against those Wrath style decks. So you're able to put a few things down. If they're to sweep you some way, you still have this to clean up, and that's a pretty big one for their deck.
Yeah, and now you mentioned creature lands. That is something we've seen a lot over the course of basically every single round. You look at the Rakdos decks, they have Den of the Bugbear and Hive of the Eye Tyrant. You see the green decks have access to, what's the green? Lair of the Hydra.
Yeah.
We have, Raja's deck has Shambling Vent. What's the blue one is Hall of Storm Giants. So just the creature lands in Pioneer are so important, especially with, these control decks having sweepers, and you have the Niv deck that has a lot of sweepers. Really, really important to have access to these creature lands when your primary game plan is being dealt with.
Yeah, definitely with you. Very important, and I think I mentioned it earlier when you and I were doing it. It's like they don't make lands. Like the old lands have
Yeah.
nothing on the new lands. Like a 4/3 attacking land is crazy. Like and it's colorless. Anybody can use it. So it's pretty crazy to see how we've adapted here. So sounds like we're
Yeah,
almost ready.
compare those to things like Raging Ravine and
Yeah,
what was the
Lava
the
Claw
blue red
Reaches.
one? What was
That's a terrible
the
card.
Wandering Fumarole and
Oh,
things of that
terrible.
nature? We've come a long way for creature lands.
Yeah, Wandering from. I remember playing that. switching it from 4-1 to 1-4 and felt like I was the smartest person on planet Earth. It's like, yeah, it's not even good. So yeah, we've come a long way. So sounds like we might have game 3 underway. Yeah, we're almost ready to roll here. Third and final game of our first quarterfinal here. We do have a backup going at the same time, so we'll get your results on our other backup matches too that were off camera when we can, and we'll kind of see where we're at for the day.
Yeah, I think the backup match was actually Raja's, I believe Raja's teammate Zach, who we mentioned earlier. I think they played the exact same 95. I saw a post on Twitter. They were kind of talking about it. So yeah, definitely worked in the deck together, and results are definitely proving it.
Okay, all right. Sounds like we're ready, and Carly deploys an island. No one drop yet.
Yeah, that's very, very important here. No one drop, but we do have a 2-drop.
Yeah. And now that is a Shacklegeist, I believe, which is, we mentioned it was maybe their worst creature in this matchup, but again, still a 2/2 in the air, so not the worst. At least you have a 2-drop, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's better to have something than nothing. It is probably the weakest creature in Carly's deck, but given the fact that they didn't have a 1-drop, it makes a lot of sense here. You kind of need something to just you can't just sit here and play Draco with the Esper control deck.
Yeah, I think it's great too because it's a card that you'd rather have die first, right? So if you're going to present a threat, I think it's the one you want to present first. That way, Raja again has to deal with it at some point, and if it's going to be a fatal push or a Blood Chief's Thirst, whatever it is, you'd rather have that one go down than any of your other cards.
All right, so we have land number 3 for Raja, and I believe I see 2 copies of Hermit, a Mystical Dispute, may or may not be a fatal push. Well, hard to tell. We'll see. Okay, very very crucial turn here. Just passing with not main phasing any removal spell, and that has to be a really good sign for Carly. She gets to untap with both of her threats, and if she has any type of counter spell, we can maybe go after Raja's removal spells here.
I love this, by the way. Just attack for 3, and Raja says okay, and Carly says okay, and now Raja has to act. So that's definitely the onus is on Raja to act in this. And there's that rattle chains we talked about. Going to give hexproof. Going to get countered actually. So big time
There's
play.
the Mystical Dispute.
Yeah. Big tempo swings there.
And that's a pretty big tell for Carly. If Raja had something like a Supreme Verdict in hand, there's no way he would have fought over that Rattle Chains. He would just untap and slam Verdict. So at least from Carly's perspective, if I'm Carly, I'm thinking, okay, Raja probably doesn't have Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, almost certainly no Supreme Verdict here. And there's double Hermit. That's a choice, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing you got to think about is, what if we just start to? Oh, okay.
Well, now
That's
again,
a really good turn for Carly.
Like you said though, that's the tell, right? It's you have to be able to read things like this. And Carly says, you know what? You don't have Supreme Verdict. I'm going to put 2 Supreme Phantoms down. And I'm going to crack you for 4. And now you have to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think that like exactly what you said. Carly kind of got the read that Raja didn't have the Supreme Verdict. Felt like the coast was clear, and definitely going to get rewarded. Now we'll see if Raja has an answer to one of these Phantoms, which will significantly decrease Carly's clock. And it looks like he does have a Void Rend, so that'll clean up one of the. All right, I like it. Oh, wait, isn't it? What is it? Tap? Is it tap a non-flyer? No, just tap any creature. Oh yeah, but we'd rather leave up the 1/3 because the 1/3 blocks both of. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
Another Supreme Phantom. Wow.
All right, another Phantom just getting into the red zone. This
6,
is going
right?
to be 6. Yeah, this is a 2-turn clock. Raja's in trouble.
Right. There's a Vanishing Verse.
Let's see.
Alive for one more turn at least.
Yeah, a Versa Teferi and I think a Veto.
Oh, there's a Rattle Chains though.
That's it. Rattle Chains is going to protect it, and that is going to do it.
Oh wow, what a rip for Carly.
Crazy game here.
All right.
Yeah, I think Carly played that incredibly well.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. I mean, you said it, Devin. If Raja, so man, that's a great one to rewind back. So, like you said though, so if when Carly goes to give hexproof to her creature, Raja fights over it. And like you said, the read is Raja would not have fought over it if he had a sweeper effect of some sort, right? And you have to be able to make those small choices in your head. Those things have to register and click in your brain if you're going to play a deck like this mono blue deck, to know when to put your foot on the gas and push to the floorboard. And Carly said, "Fine, you might have it. You might have baited me. Here's 2 Supreme Phantoms. Let's go to work." And she got there in the end, and a really incredible read. That's just a really heads up play, and great play by Carly.
Right, yeah, very, very well sequenced. As you mentioned, the early Shackle Geist were nice bait cards that she really didn't care too much about, just stuff on the board that allows the start attacking and blocking. But cards that she didn't really care that much about, trade those for removal spells, and then follow up with the haymakers like the Supreme Phantoms to get the clock going. And yeah, she was able to close it out. Very, very impressive stuff from Carly.
Yeah, unbelievable, great read. That's going to be a good one. Sounds like all of our top 8 matches are done, and I'll tell you what. So let's do this. Let's take a brief break here. We're going to get our semifinals ready to roll, and Devin and I will come back. We'll talk about the results from the other 3 matches, and we'll get you a semifinals bracket. Again, the deck lists are all available. You hit !deck lists in our chat. You can check them out on MTG Melee. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with the semifinals in just a few minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty. I'm joined by Devin O'Donnell here on the Nerd Rage Gaming Championship Series. We are in the semifinals here, so I'll get that updated on there in the bottom for you in just a second. Semifinals, we're going to take you through our top 4 bracket here, and you'll be excited to know there are 4 unique archetypes in our semifinals, which I'm super happy about. We've got Scott Pulera, who we watched earlier today, play Izzet Phoenix against Carly Peterson. We just watched her win her quarterfinals match with that really impressive showing by Mono Blue Spirits. Then on the other side of the bracket, we have Kyle Gonzales, who's playing Mono Green Devotion against Jeffrey Carr, who's playing Rakdos Combo, which we watched that matchup earlier today. So we're going to start with Izzet Phoenix versus Mono Blue Spirits. But we do have a backup match if we have to get there. So I'm pretty excited. I mean, let's start here. Top 4 playoff. Devin, who you got winning the whole thing?
So, if we want to go over both matchups really briefly here, I think Phoenix is probably slightly ahead of Spirits. The thing about the Phoenix deck is it has a lot of cheap removal spells, so I think it can kind of, kind of interact with Carly's soft counter magic pretty well. So I like Phoenix in that matchup. With Devotion versus the Rakdos Sacrifice deck, really think I like Devotion. It all depends on whether or not Kyle can find Karn the Great Creator. That's the one card in the matchup. And then if we talk about Phoenix versus Devotion, personally, I like the Devotion side of things. I might be a little biased, but I got Devotion taking the whole thing. No biases, I promise.
All right, well, I'm going to say I feel mostly the same way about these 2 semifinal matchups. But from what I've seen from this Izzet Phoenix deck, it's doing pretty powerful things. And I think if Scott can get past this matchup, I think he's going to do okay against either one of the 2 decks on the other side. So I'm going to take Izzet Phoenix to win as a surprise to no one who knows me and knows what I like to play either. So that's our top 4 here. We're going to jump down to that in just a few minutes here, but let's talk about what the players are playing for here one more time before we get ready to send them 2 players into our finals. As you can see there, this is our second event of the season, so these 20 points are going to be very impactful. Every player here is going to leave with at least 15 points, so great start to the weekend, great start to the next chapter here on their journey through the NRG series, and $1,200, $600, $400, not too shabby either for a day like today.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at. You definitely mentioned the points are incredibly important here. This being the first weekend of season 2. Really, really nice to get the ball rolling, and if you have a good finish here, maybe that makes you more incentivized to go to the other events across the season, and definitely worthwhile in the long run for sure.
All right, so let's talk about the rest of the season here. So we talked about this being the first weekend of season 2, so we have 3 more weekends. Next one coming up in about 6 weeks or so. Going to be July 30th in Chicago, August 27th in St. Louis, and then September 24th in Minneapolis. Again, please take out your phone, put these in your calendar, do something to remind yourself so you're not scrambling at the last minute. We have capped the last 2 weekends, and I would be absolutely stunned if we don't cap Chicagoland as well as St. Louis. And Minneapolis was a giant last time too. So make sure to get yourself pre-registered for those events and come see us. All right. Sounds like the players are ready to roll for our first semifinal. So we're going to jump down there, and Devin and I are going to take you through. All right. So Scott drawing up his 7-card opening hand here. Don't look like there's any lands. Last 2 were lands. That's good.
Better late than never, right?
Right.
One thing we didn't touch on is the play draw. So Carly's going to be on the play here. Very, very important for the Mono Blue Spirits deck. I mean, you could say that about basically any deck, but specifically when the Spirits deck is trying to set up a early creature, kind of back it up with the cheap counter magic, and really, really important to kind of get the ball rolling here as we see a Wanderer on turn 2. Now, it's kind of interesting to see whether or not maybe Carly had that on turn 1 and chose not to play it and hold up Spell Pierce, wanted to protect the Wanderer. So, interested to see how this plays out.
I forgot about how good this card's about to be. This Ledger Shredder against
my
Blue Spirits. That one's going to be quite good, I think.
Yeah, that specifically, Carly as a Mono Blue deck does not have any removal spells. And Carly's deck is really, really benefiting from casting multiple spells in the same turn. So you can imagine the combination of having no removal plus wanting to double spell is going to be really rough. Also, it's just a good blocker. It blocks basically everything in Carly's deck. So this is going to be rough for Carly.
Yeah, just the 1-3. That's pretty good. So the only thing she really has access to, and this is in air quotes, you can't see them removal wise, is the petty theft mode on Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, which is not bad, especially if you let the Shredder get in play for a couple of turns, maybe get a couple of counters, conniving to make it big, and then you can bounce the big Shredder and maybe punch through some damage that way. The one, I think the really important part about Carly's game plan here is the Lords. We're talking about Supreme Phantom specifically. That's kind of the best way for Carly to outsize as we see a second Shredder here. That's a beating.
Yeah, brutal. And this is going to connive here with this opt. And I got to tell you, partner, this is really rough for Mono Blue Spirits just off on the third turn of the game.
Yeah, this is definitely a bad spot for Carly, not having access to removal, and I mean you see Scott's hand just basically a abundance of riches here. We're considering discarding a lightning axe. That's how good our hand is.
Imagine that. Imagine the terror on your face if that happens. Oh no.
I see 3 red cards. That cannot be good for Carly.
Yeah. So when this happens, you have to think to yourself, "Oh wow, that's really great for me."
Yeah, they discarded a lightning axe. Perfect.
Yeah, phenomenal.
That just means their hand is rolled up, and a cruise discarded as well. Not even going to attack, just playing defense. I kind of like it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Here comes that petty theft we spoke about, and
Okay.
but again,
Now, this isn't terrible because Carly can counter it on the way back down, so that might let us answer one of the shredders. But the second one is really what's gonna do Carly in.
it just feels so bad. Here comes a Wanderer, and that pumps up the original Wanderer. So can almost get through.
We're getting there. One spirit at a time.
Yeah.
You see something like, even if Carly has the Lord, the Supreme Phantom, if we connive and discard a spell, that gets us to a 3/5 versus a 4/4 Mausoleum Wanderer, so we can't even attack past the 3/5 at that point.
Yeah, super difficult. I am glad you pointed out Scott sitting back on defense. I think that's very important because Scott's deck is probably going to go longer a lot better than Carly's deck, and especially with things like the time warp style spells and things like that. Like Carly's gonna have a lot to deal with.
Right. Yeah, and as we talked about, Brazen Borrower is kind of an answer to Shredder, but we see the issue here is now we just replay it, get more spells, more connive triggers,
Right.
and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse for Carly here.
Oh yeah. And this card, this Ledger Shredder has been phenomenal. There's a strangle.
Yeah,
I
and
believe
you
in
see
there.
Scott's leftovers are just removal spell, removal spell, removal spell, and treasure cruise. So that's pretty good leftovers here.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine your opponent has discarded 2 removal spells and just staring at you from across the table with these giant Ledger Shredders. That feels terrible.
Yeah, we're resolving to consider. Gonna bin a land here. And remember, Carly does have the Mausoleum Wanderer, so Scott's not going to want to play that Treasure Cruise just yet. Want to wait until we have access to mana to pay for the Wanderers. Even a situation where, let's say, Carly has a flash creature like a Rattle Chains, you want to get into a position where you have, even if you can't pay for both Rattle Chains, you want to force Carly to sacrifice both, right? Yep. So you want to maybe try and play the Treasure Cruise when you have 3 mana available. So you're basically trading the Cruise for both Wanderers, which is still a good trade for Scott.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time for Scott to send this Fire Impulse out.
Yeah, looks like Scott's probably okay. We're gonna go after the Wanderer. Same thing, I guess.
Yeah, and if it, you know what, and the thing is, if it eats a Spell Pierce, now this should connive again. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, that should connive. Yeah.
God, man, that's good.
This is gross.
Yeah, that's disgusting. So and like you and I said, like Carly's doing things, but these Ledger Shredders just going to sit back and they're really unassailable at this point.
Yeah, it's I mean essentially just a mode at this point. Carly literally can't attack the rest of the game, and Scott's just gonna sit here and eventually find ways to overpower, like you said, the time walks and the Arclight Phoenixes. Scott really doesn't have to do much. He's just gonna sit back on these for most of the game until the point where Carly has nothing left in play, and then we can turn the corner that way. There's no reason to get aggressive.
Yeah, well, here comes a treasure cruise. It looks like as Scott picks up his graveyard and starts delving away some things. There's 7
And this
cards.
is that spot that we talked about last turn, where even if Carly has a flash creature, the Wanderers become 2/2s. You then still have to sacrifice both Wanderers to counter the cruise, which is still a fine exchange for Scott.
Oh, that's so nasty. There's an Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, now we could see maybe a strategic planning, connive away the Phoenix that we just drew, and maybe another removal spell to get back the Phoenix. It's an absolute nightmare for Carly.
Yeah, and like again, like you mentioned, even if this gets like spell pierced or whatever happens here, Scott doesn't even care. These Ledger Shredders are massive.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's countered. That's fine.
Still resolve the connive, yeah. And Scott did pick up a Phoenix. That's instantly going to the graveyard.
Another treasure cruise. Is that one good? Not sure.
God.
Mercy. All right.
Maybe a bit of a small thing. It's likely not going to matter, but I think I'd prefer the extra counter on the smaller shredder. Rather spread out my counters a little bit. It's likely not going to matter, and it's probably one of those like 2% things. But
sure,
I think I'd rather have the counter on the smaller shredder.
All right. I think it's time to just like attack here for $1 million.
The Phoenix is probably a free attack at least.
All right.
Okay. That is also a reasonable attack. I was going to say, even if we trade for the Phoenix, we can get it back next turn. But this is also good, too, because the Phoenix is still a good blocker in the same way that it is a good attacker, because you don't really care if it gets trades off.
Sure. Hey, why not? Why not?
Why not?
Draw them up, Scott. This is your time. You're in the feature match area, so draw them up.
How many Ancestral Recalls do you resolve before your opponent's had enough?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Let's connive again. Why not?
Yeah, because the...
oh, my God.
This is brutal.
This is a lot. This is a lot.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's for sure. And Carly scoops them up.
Carly's had enough. Not surprised.
Had enough of the Ledger Shredders. I can't say that I blame her. That was, yeah. Obviously, Ledger Shredder are going to be pretty important in these games. And, I was thinking about like the Phoenix deck in itself, and I was like, oh, well, the Phoenixes can block forever. They come back a lot. There's all these impulses and stuff. Didn't even register that Ledger Shredder is just going to be a moat for the entire game. So, yeah, that was, I assume that this matchup just looks like that. We'll take a peek at the sideboards and all that stuff, the deck list, to get you seeing what's going on. So let's see what Carly can do. So obviously these mystical disputes are quite good here. Is this really something you want to like entrancing melody to take stuff? I mean, I don't know.
That's where I was going to go towards. I think you kind of have to. I mean, the nice thing is you get 4 mystical disputes, which is very good. That is a 1-minute answer, similar, to like the thing about mystical dispute versus stuff like spell pierce, Geistlight Snare is it's not as conditional, because the card that you care the most about by far is Ledger Shredder. So disputes slam dunk there, and I think you do want access to these melodies. You could even see, depending on how many counter spells Scott has access to, maybe play a bit of a longer game. Let Scott continuously connive, and then you maybe turn 5 or turn 6 play melody for 2, back it up with a counter spell, and that could just be pretty backbreaking on for Carly.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I'm trying to think of like what you want to cut if you're in her seat. Is there like some of the soft counters you think are probably the best things to cut out?
I think this is, we talked about this last time. I think this is probably another matchup where Shacklegeist isn't quite as good.
Yeah.
The tap ability is not going to come up that often. Like tapping a Phoenix doesn't feel that great. Potentially, well, now that I think about it, that might be Carly's main deck, quote unquote, answer to a big Ledger Shredder, is just tapping it. That can potentially punch through some damage.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. I just feel like these soft counters got to go for the disputes and the melodies. That's like 6 cards. It's not bad. You get rid of like the 6 soft counters that you have, and hopefully that's good enough. So at any rate, we'll see. And like unlicensed Hearst is like good here, but is it good enough? That's my other question.
It's decent. It's really, really depending on whether or not you have it early. The Phoenix deck is, as we've seen, the Phoenix deck is really good at putting a lot of cards into the graveyard because things like Pieces of the Puzzle, which puts a lot of cards, you have multiple cantrips and turns where you're like cantrip plus Shredder Trigger Connive, so you can really continuously refuel the graveyard at a rate that is faster than what Unlicensed Hearst is offering. It's 2 cards versus maybe I put 4 or 5 cards in my graveyard at the same time. It is targeted, which means it gets the Phoenixes out of there, but it's not going to stop something like a Treasure Cruise, like a Leyline of the Void or a Rest in Peace normally would.
Sure. All right, let's check out Scott's deck while we're in here too, and see if that gets better. There's like these Crackling Drakes. There's an Abrade. It's just, man, there's so much stuff. There's Mystical Disputes too. There's a lot of stuff even coming in, making Scott's deck even better here, I think, in the matchup.
Right. So from the Phoenix side of things, it's interesting because typically, at least from my experience, I think what Scott wants to do is he would normally expect the player to have a lot of graveyard hate, which means he would trim on stuff like maybe trim Trespass, trim Iteration, trim Cruise, trim Phoenix, maybe not trim Phoenix, but things like that where you're making your deck a little less reliant on the graveyard and bringing in Crackling Drake and cards that don't care about the graveyard hate. The thing is, Carly doesn't have a ton of graveyard hate, and the graveyard hate that she has access to is the stuff like Hearst. It's not the slam dunk, Leyline Rest in Peace type of stuff. So I'm not even sure that Scott necessarily has to go that route. That being said, I still like Crackling Drake. It's really hard for, again, Carly has really no removal spells outside of the air quotes Brazen Borrower and Shacklegeist. So Drake is a really good body and, some counter spells, some removal spells to shore up that as well.
Yeah, I think I would probably cut these like Galvanic Iterations, 2 of those, like the 2 Temporal Trespass, and just like, just overload on removal spells and things like that. And because you don't need Trespass. You don't need to take another turn to steal a game. Like you're just gonna sit there for a while and kind of bleed Carly out. It feels like.
Yeah, the Trespass iteration stuff is more for where you need to race. You need to end the game as quickly as possible. But basically, those you fill up your graveyard, take a couple of turns, finish the game with Phoenix. That's not what this matchup is about. As you saw, Scott in game 1 didn't even attack with the Ledger Shredders for quite a few turns. So Scott can afford to just kind of play a Shredder, sit back on it with all of his removal and counter spells, and then take the game at his own pace. Right? Yeah. He's not trying to end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I think you and I have the kind of same game plan, and we'll see what Scott does. Scott looks like he's going to be able to keep 7. Carly going to take a mulligan down to 6 as well, which is also really rough for Carly because you need a ton of creatures because Scott's going to have a bunch of removal postboard. Looks like
I was going to say 5? I thought it was 5. Yeah, I thought it was 5.
Rough.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in, and already a bad matchup, and no 1-drop either. Again, Carly may be holding the 1-drop here. Yeah, it looks like she is. Okay, so we saw this last game as well. She just chose not to deploy the 1-drop on turn 1, wanting to hold up the ability to protect it, which I like a lot.
Okay. It's like a bunch of removal spells, a Treasure Cruise, and a Crackling Drake. That is a great hand there for Scott.
It's definitely a hand. Yeah, going back, the other thing that I wanted to mention about the reason she's protecting this 1-drop so much is because her removal spells are soft counters like Spell Pierce, and also contingent on having a flying creature like Geistlight Snare and Lofty Denial.
Wow. All right. So Scott's going to fight over that, and Carly has. Okay, so this is important. I mentioned that Faceless Haven, and that is at least a creature that can. And the thing is, that Scott has this axe, which is a little annoying for Carly, but at least the Haven acts like another creature.
Yeah, that's Haven does, give the Carly the ability to have some kind of pressure here, even in the face of all these removal spells. But as you mentioned, with the axe in hand, Scott's not too concerned with that.
All right, another land here for Scott. Carly has a Spectral Sailor.
Okay, not too bad. Got to untap with it, potentially undo one of the mulligans here. Yeah, Carly's just going to sit on the Sailor. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Scott didn't fire off the Fiery... Does he have a Fiery Impulse? I thought he did.
I think he used that one. There's just a Lightning Axe as the one removal spell hand.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You don't want to use the axe on a sailor. I think it makes sense. If it was an impulse, I wanted to maybe see Scott use that before Carly gets to untap and get an extra card. Just make sure that Carly can't dig her way out of this mold of 5.
I like this. Scott's just kind of saying, all right, if you're going to tap your 4 mana to draw a card, I'll just wait until then. And yeah, Carly's in rough shape here.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, Scott doesn't really care that much if all Carly is doing is spending her entire turn to draw 1 card. Scott can very easily keep up with that with all of his, cantrips and stuff like Treasure Cruise can just easily outpace the cards that Sailor can provide.
Sure. I think I'm into I don't know. I think I'm into Axe and then Cruise here.
Yeah, he's thinking about going on a cruise.
That's quite good. Carly says, yeah, sure, draw him up. Oh, gosh.
The Drake and the Shredder, huh?
That's just... That is misery.
We don't like to write games off this early, but this is going to be a quite the uphill battle for Carly.
And he goes ahead and going to go ahead and Axe now. I think that's a good use of the turn. Just, cutting off Carly's resources.
Yeah, especially doing that while Carly's tapped out to, after she already fired up the Spectral Sailor. So that very good timing. Doesn't want Carly to be able to have something like a Spell Pierce to be able to counter the Lightning Axe.
Now, what I will say is Carly picked up that Entrancing Melody that you and I talked about in the sideboard segment. So maybe she gets a little lucky with this. We'll have to see.
Well, the problem is, so Crackling Drake is extremely good from the Izzet Phoenix side of things. Carly doesn't have that many spells, so if we steal a Crackling Drake, it's going to be what,
it's a 1 right now, I think. Yeah,
it's only a 1 right now. Well, the Melody would make it a 2.
That Melody, yeah. All right. That's I mean, the Haven is a plan also.
Yeah, that's true. We do have Scott to 11. Now we're going to 7. Okay, 2-turn clock from the Haven. Something, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, you gotta have a plan. Every great comeback starts by being behind by a lot. So, this is not where we're at here.
We're going to go Shredder Drake.
Oof. Yeah, and it's going to be brutal. It's going to be absolutely brutal.
Okay, no Drake. So no 4th land from Scott.
Yeah. That's a connive.
Gets a connive. Well, okay, interesting enough, Scott discarded a land there. It's actually really important. So Scott has a Fiery Impulse and a Braid. If he had discarded a spell to make the Shredder a 2/4, and Carly went Melody or Shredder, Scott would not have been able to cast 1 removal spell on the Shredder.
Right. Yeah. Big deal. What do we got here? There's the hearse, which
Okay.
A little late to the party there.
Not too bad. I don't think there was a Phoenix in Scott's graveyard.
No, I did not see one yet. Okay.
But the hearse is something where, a couple of turns of activations can really get it out of Scott's damage-based removal. Now, the one thing I will say is I noticed that Scott did have an Abrade in his hand, so that might be, a bit of a risky proposition.
Man, just continue to rip removal here. This looks like a time for a Abrade, yeah.
Yep.
Ship it. One's down.
Probably going to go strategic planning, do a little conniving here, trying to find an Arclight Phoenix.
Well,
yeah, I'll just take an Ancestral. Sure.
5 spells, no big deal. All right.
And we'll resolve planning. Oh, maybe. Okay.
Yep.
We're resolving planning. Kind of into just taking lands here. Yeah.
Sure.
This lets you cruise and hold up a removal spell if you need to.
Man, this is just nuts.
This is a lot to handle.
And this one going to meet. So Brazen Bar are going to enter.
Yeah, doing that in response to the cruise, just in case Scott finds a Mystical Dispute off of the cruise, so I like the timing there.
Sure, gotta do something.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned this earlier. We had talked about this matchup. We thought that the mono blue deck was a little bit behind. This was I hadn't even realized how incredible Ledger Shredder was in this matchup.
Oh,
This was just removal
yeah.
spells, Phoenix, and cruises. I was like, okay, well, this is probably a close matchup. Shredder makes that a lot worse for Carly.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot worse. This what we got here?
Okay, we got a Melody.
Sure. Try and get him for 3.
I think Scott picked up a Dispute. Funnily enough, Scott discarded the Lightning Axe and also put a counter on the Shredder. His only removal spell left over is that Impulse. Now, I will say, and Carly knows about this, Scott still does have access to the Crackling Drake.
Yeah.
So that can kind of brick wall the Shredder for the time being.
The thing is there's these faceless havens. I'm never gonna get that name right. These faceless havens just hanging out on Carly's side, which I mentioned earlier was like a big deal too. Never mind. Scott's just gonna
Shredder Drake. Okay. Got a counter on the Shredder. Could be worse. So now
that thing has
definitely
to be giant by now.
The Drake, yeah. We probably can't count that high.
Gotta be huge.
Carly is definitely looking for that second copy of Entrancing Melody, though.
Yes, most definitely.
Steal that Drake.
All right.
See if she can find it. Didn't quite get a good look at it. Looks like we may or may not have a 20-sided die for that Crackling Drake, so you can get a better idea of how big it is. Probably an easy trade. Yeah, easy trade for Scott here, I think.
Yeah, you got to get these lands off the table. It's the most. It's funny, but it's the most menacing thing on the table right now for Carly. I think you have to take this trade.
Yeah, and you got your card out of the Drake already. I believe Scott had a second Drake as well, so this trade, you don't even really care about this thing dying. The only consideration is if, for whatever reason, if the Drake is lethal, then maybe you consider taking a hit, kill the Shredder, and just try to kill Carly in one attack, but...
Sure. Scott has this Hall of the Storm Giant, too. Yeah, tons of power on the board.
Yeah, definitely could, at some point fire up the Hall. I'm more into, at least this turn, it looks like we have some cantrips, a pieces, a land, and that second Drake. So probably going to go, I think I would lead Drake, see what you draw, and then potentially maybe pieces, but we'll see how Scott wants to play this.
Yeah, there's the world's really Scott's oyster at this point. There's tons of decisions to be made.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, oh god,
volley, come on, man.
How about 2 more removal spells and Mill the Phoenix?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where, Scott's going to have to maybe take a little bit longer to think about his plays. But when you're in a spot like this, when you're this far ahead, you have to really think about how you actually lose the game. What does you losing the game look like? So, the answer to that question is probably nothing at this point, but still want to make sure we cover all the angles for Scott.
Strangle. Everybody's conniving. Oh, is that a rattle chains? Yes.
Unfortunately, Letter Shredder. Okay, found a Lofty Denial. Not too bad.
Well, Scott gets the connive here still, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, I think Scott's connive trigger was on the stack.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe he just hasn't resolved the trigger yet. Okay. Or potentially missed it. Oh, no, here it is.
Yeah, okay. Right now. Yeah. He's still got Rending Volley and a Fiery Impulse at this point, if he really wants to rumble. Which, yeah, makes sense to me. Sure. Spend 4 cards to get my card off the table.
Yeah, and he gets the Phoenix back. I was going to say for a second, there's potentially a situation where Carly draws Brazen Borrower, can maybe go like fire up the Haven, attack because it has Vigilance before blocks, tap the Haven, bounce the Shredder. But I believe Scott does have that Phoenix in the graveyard to trigger. I think Okay, probably seeing if we played a land yet. I don't believe Scott has played a land yet.
I do not think so either. Is he going to miss the Arclight?
I think. We'll have to see.
Is Phoenix
I don't
a
think
May?
it's a May. No, it's not a May.
I might want to double check that. So we'll get them to pause it real quick. I want to double check.
Yeah, somebody put it in the chat. It doesn't say May. It just says Return Arclight Phoenix.
Okay, so that's actually pretty big because this is a free block with the.
Oh yeah, with the Phoenix, just an easy block.
Yeah.
And Carly likely would not make that attack if there was a Phoenix in play.
All right.
Have to see what happens here. I mean, not too much has changed in the board state. It's really tough with these situations. I don't exactly know what the criteria is for rewinding and things like that. I think most of it is if not too much has happened. Of course, across the past couple of turns, we took a draw step for Carly, an activation of a manlet creature landed attack. All right, well, and we're untapping.
I will get confirmation after the match, but it seems like it says they've let that go. So here we are.
Okay, so we got Shredder into Crackling Drake. Another pretty good sequence here for Scott. Discarding a Consider. Interesting. I guess they Scott just wants to get the sizing on the Shredder. I actually don't hate that. Wants to get one Shredder that's big enough to kind of rumble with the Faceless Haven. So good. I definitely like that.
All right.
We got 2 mana Supreme Phantom.
Yeah, and that pumps this Haven, right?
Does pump the Haven. Thing is, probably just going to trade it for the Drake. Honestly, I guess Scott is a little low on resources, but he has the haul too. I think personally, I'd probably just trade it with the Drake. You already get your card out of it. I guess he's wondering if it's okay. This is also a good double block too. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, you get to preserve your big threat. You only trade for one of the Shredders. I mean, you're going to end up trading for the big Shredder, but that's fine. You get to keep a Shredder. Still a 1-for-1 trade. Get to keep your biggest threat.
Yeah, I think Scott's totally fine with that. Then just draws the Treasure Cruise. No big deal. That's totally fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to count my graveyard. No real reason. Just looking. We're just looking, guys. Okay.
We're counting it for the Drake. We're not counting it for the cruise.
I'm just looking. Okay, it's nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Oh, it's great.
I'm curious to see if whether or not this Drake is just a one turn, just a one shot. It's got to be close, right?
It's super close. There's a fry. Oh yeah, we're frying it.
They get a connive with the Shredder.
$1 million damage. All right.
I think it's a one shot.
Yeah. So Scott Pulera, pretty impressive stuff. It looks like that is a miserable matchup for Mono Blue Spirits. So, and I mean, yeah, just tons of removal. The Ledger Shredders are, just stone walls the whole game. So, really great play there. I think both players, Carly did the best they could. Almost got Scott down with the creature lands, and you're just going to run into a bad matchup at some point throughout the day. You got to hope it's not in the top 8. It's just kind of the nature of the beast, though.
Right. We talked about how bad the matchup was for Carly, but even that game where it looked like every single thing was going right for Scott. At the end of the game, it didn't look the worst for Carly. There was a spot where she had a couple of Faceless Havens, got Scott down to 7. So, as bad of a matchup it is, she still definitely put up a good fight. So,
yeah. All right. I don't think we have a backup match. I'm not sure unless so it's done. So great. So we will have a finals here in just a minute. Okay. So you can't draw it up any better, Devin. Mono Green Devotion versus Izzet Phoenix. The decks you and I both chose to win today. We're going to get to watch that matchup square off in the finals. So I am super excited about that.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. These are definitely the if I had to put a tier or a metagame in place, these are probably first and second on that tier list. I think these are probably the two best decks in the format, and it's really nice to see. And also the really good thing that I want to point out: Phoenix in the finals, even after the expressive iteration ban. Deck's not dead.
That's right, it's not. So, all right, well that's cool. We're gonna get the players. They're gonna take a quick break. Looks like they're grabbing some water and taking a quick restroom break. I encourage everyone else to do the same. That way you can sit with us through the finals match here. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be back with the finals here, and we're going to crown a champion here in Lansing.
NerdRageGaming.com is the place to get your hands on all the hottest Magic singles. Browse our full selection of staples from every format and shop an exclusive inventory you won't find anywhere else. Shop regularly and get rewarded for each purchase with our customer rewards program. Automatically earn store credit each time you shop and work your way up to 10% back on all orders. Be sure to use the code STAYHOME for free shipping. All this and more at nerdragegaming.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty. I'm joined by Devin O'Donnell here on the NRG Series. We're getting ready to kick off the finals of our Pioneer event. Devin just mentioned it's the number 7 versus the number 8 seed. How often do you see that?
Not very often. These are, I would say, probably the two, in my opinion, the two most powerful decks in the top 8. So maybe not the most surprising thing to see, but it is very rare to see the 7 versus 8 because, they're on the draw the entire time. And as the 7 seed, you actually get to be in the play, which you don't really expect to when you're going to come in as the 7 seed.
Exactly. To fist pump a little bit. Yeah, I get to be on the play for the finals. This is ridiculous. Who would ever guess that? So we're going to jump right into it. It sounds like players sound like they're waiting on us. So we're going to jump down. We're going to have 2 pillars of the format now. I'm going to say it. Mono Green Devotion versus Izzet Phoenix, and we are ready to roll.
All right, and as we talked about, Kyle gets to be on the play because he is the 7 seed here. Worth noting, no 1-drop.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I assume Sylvan Carrington's not too far from now, but there it is. Like you
there's the
mentioned
Haven
earlier. Yeah, the Haven or the Carrington. If there's not a 1-drop, it's going to be one of those. So.
Yeah, it's very rare. You basically will never keep a hand that doesn't have. If you don't have an elf, you 100% have a 2-mana Accelerant. So, not surprised to see that here from Kyle. One thing I will mention: we saw a list earlier that had at Burning Emissary. This is not that list. This is the 4 Topiary Stomper, though. That's a card that we did see earlier at some point, and that is an interesting one. I'm still a little undecided on it, but it is another way. The nice thing that Topiary Stomper does is it's a ramp spell that also draws you a card with Kora. So kind of a cool thing. And then if you eventually get the 7 lands, you can start getting in the red zone with that thing.
All right. So you see, Scott's hand is chock full of like impulses and an axe. So those cards are okay. They're not great right now against no mana dorks, but he's got tons of cantrips as well in hand. So looking pretty decent for Scott.
So we got a Kora and a pass with no land. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So all gas for Kyle here, and the nice thing is with the reason that Wolfville Haven is so good is with Kora it produces an additional 2 mana essentially because you tap the land for 2, untap it with Kora, which gives you another 2. So even on 2 lands, Scott still has that, or excuse me, Kyle. I'm going to keep getting that wrong. Kyle still has access to 5 mana here, so you could see a Cavalier of Thorns, which will draw a card off the Kora, and then potentially fight a Nykthos as well.
Okay. And a couple more cantrips going to Scott's hand. He's probably got to be up to 7 or 8 cards at this point.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I saw a Phoenix in the bins, right?
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
So Scott discarding a land here.
And that was that an Elder Gargaroth?
Yeah, Elder Gargaroth, yeah.
Yeah, that's a 1-of in the main deck. Okay. Surprisingly enough, that card's actually pretty good against Phoenix because the removal spells from the Phoenix deck are, Lightning Axe and things of that nature. Lightning Axe doesn't touch a 6/6, so.
All right. Finds a land for Kyle, and Scott's in trouble all of a sudden.
Right. Yep. There's the 5 mana that we talked about to play the Cavalier, draw a card, and then also hit a land off of the Kora, or excuse me, off of the Cavalier. So really, really good spot here for Kyle. Doesn't quite have the Nykthos, but definitely still has access to a good amount of mana here. And once Kyle finds Nykthos, this game is going to spiral out of control for Scott.
Yep. All right, and Scott going to go ahead and pick up and read Cavalier of Thorns here. And Scott picked up a Arclight Phoenix, but again, he's going to have to find a way to get that into the bin. He does have Lightning Axe, but it feels real bad to have to 2-for-1 this Cavalier of Thorns.
Yeah, and it's actually not even just a 2-for-1 because Kyle can also get back something in the graveyard from the Cavalier. So yeah. I think I see there's a Vivian, an Elvish Mystic, a Wolfville Haven, and I can't tell what that 4th card is.
Another
Kora, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, might not even use it. Yeah, because he just, wants to try and find lands, I guess, at this point, like Nykthos and things like that. So doesn't want to put one of those cards on top.
Sure. All right.
So we'll see what Kyle picks up here. Still has grip full of cards. I saw a Carr and I saw a Gargaroth. I think I may have seen a Wolfville Haven potentially. Multiple Karns. And see what else we're working with here. So, Kyle does have access to 6 mana. Okay, which is
a lot of mana.
essentially break even, right? You use 2 mana for the Haven, but you get a mana back and then an extra mana off the Kora, so still have access to 6 mana, which is nice.
So it's 4.
And potentially a Storm the Festival.
Yep. Yeah, Storm the Festival. Okay. Is that a break? That doesn't look very good. Never mind.
No, that's the opposite of a break.
Never mind.
And that'll take us 5 cards closer to the Nykthos. And as we said before, once we find Nykthos, it's should be pretty smooth sailing here from Kyle. And yep, there it is.
That is quite the combo there.
Yeah, and now we have a reach blocker for Arclight Phoenix. We now have assembled Nykthos plus Kora in an abundance of devotion. So if Kyle gets to untap with most of his board intact, we might even get to see the combo. I don't think we've seen it yet, the infinite combo that involves multiple cards, multiple Kioras, but we might be able to see that here in the finals.
Yeah, Scott is digging and digging here. Picks up another cantrip, looks like a strategic planning. And Treasure Cruise. I mean, I guess if you're gonna start trying to get back in the game, Treasure Cruise is a good way to do so.
Yep, definitely definitely Scott's best card here. I don't believe he had a second Phoenix, but if Scott did have something like a second Phoenix, you could see both Phoenixes attack the Kora. Only one could get blocked by the Cavalier of Thorns. That could take out the Kora, and that would be really important for Scott here, because that Kora is representing so much mana by untapping the Nykthos. So getting to kill that Kora could really, really mess with the rest of Kyle's turn here.
Yeah, Kyle's going to have basically infinite mana next turn with this Kora and this Nykthos activation. And Scott just has Arclight Phoenix. He has not played a land yet for the turn, but his hand is not very good against the board currently.
Right, you see like a lot of those. Looks like another Treasure Cruise.
Draw them all. Who cares?
Really good turn for Scott when you spend 2 mana and draw 6 cards. But as we talked about, it's really just not even going to really compete with what Kyle's doing when he has access to. It's hard for me to count, but somewhere in the nature of 10 million mana.
Yeah, I think that's a good rough estimate if I was counting. And here comes the troll. Oh, man.
All right, quick maths here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9.
10.
So it's 12.
12, yeah.
12 from the Havens. And then untap 12 minus 2, 10 plus 12 is 22.
Checks out.
Okay. Draw a card.
The Gargaroth. There is a Lair of the Hydra. I think this one's basically over.
That is, what that one is?
That's got to be the topiary, some alternate art of it.
The only reason I know that is because in between breaks, I went to TCG Player and I bought 4 copies. So
no way.
the reason I know that art, so
That's
it's the only card I didn't have. So
yeah, nerdragegaming.com also sells cards. In case you were wondering, I don't know if you knew that or not. All right, so I'm gonna scoop them all up, and that was a lot of mana, just kind of making him do his thing. And Kyle Gonzales gonna get up a game, and they're having a good time about it over there. So Scott down a game here. That one went kind of how I think the games usually go, especially if there's no mana dork that gets Fiery Impulse right away or anything like that. If Kyle has time to set up shop, I think his shop is a little bit bigger than what Scott has to offer.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, we even saw a little bit of stumbling from the devotion side of things, and it really just didn't even matter. You didn't see a 1-drop, but we had the 2 mana ban accelerate with Wolfwillow Haven. And the thing about the Phoenix deck, and I'm going to keep going back to this, no Thing in the Ice. Yeah. So that is the one card that the Phoenix deck can really have access to. It both puts a massive amount of pressure because it has 7 power, very easy to transform, and it also essentially undoes everything that the devotion deck does. You saw that battlefield that had 5, 6, 7 creatures for the devotion side of things. You think about flipping a Thing in the Ice, you pick up all of those permanents. It resets the entire board. So not having access to that is going to be really rough from the Phoenix side of things.
Sure. All right, so let's check out the decks while we have a few minutes while the players shuffle up. So you mentioned Scott Pulera's deck not having Thing in the Ice. I wonder if that's something where, like, after this tournament, you go back and see, like, what maybe was good, what wasn't good, and, like, what matchups are going to be more prevalent, and you try and find space for Thing in the Ice in the sideboard somewhere later down the line.
Yeah, definitely. Given the performance of Mono Green this weekend, that's going to be something that the Phoenix players are really going to look into. How do we get our thing in the ice somewhere into the 75? It might be more of a sideboard plan where you just want to bring it in this matchup specifically. Because I think Ledger Shredder is a much better game one card, but in specifically against the Mono Green deck, I'd much rather be on thing in the ice. If we look at the sideboard here for Scott, we're looking at a couple of, or actually, is that only one Aether Gust? Yeah, I think it's one Aether Gust. Potentially the Disdainful Stroke to answer the big creatures and planeswalkers. Maybe Alpine Moon to hit Nykthos. But other than that, I'm not a big fan of these Crackling Drakes. I think they're a little too slow. And yeah, that's really it. I'm not really seeing a ton here. Gust, Disdainful Stroke, and potentially Alpine Moon.
Yeah, I don't know. You would know better because you play them on a green deck. I don't know how important those 8 planeswalkers, excuse me, are to the overall plan. Like, is Pithing Needle consideration in this matchup?
Maybe. We saw this matchup earlier, and we really got to see how important Karn the Great Creator was.
Sure.
At not only the turn you play it, you get to get a piece of disruption like Tormod's Crypt, and then the turn after you get to get the Haymaker like Godpharaoh statue. So Pithing Needle could be potentially really good against that. So I don't hate that.
Yeah, I think that's a card I would almost certainly bring in. Sometimes like your Strangles and your Fire Impulses, you have too many of that effect. I know it's great against like a bunch of the mana dorks, but again, we saw the Haven and even Sylvan Caryatid, things like that are going to be impossible to combat. So maybe you have too many of those effects in your deck. But Scott gets to be on the play this game. Maybe your play draw plan pans out a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that Scott is on the play means he can potentially dictate the pace of the game, depending on whether or not he has enough removal spells to answer the early mana creatures. And then from the mono green player side of things, we're really going to see whether or not, as we saw that game, what the really important thing was that 2-mana ramp spell, right? It was a ramp spell that didn't die to a fiery impulse. So that's really what you're going to be looking for here in the opening hand is a piece of ramp that is not dying to the traditional interaction from Scott's side.
Sure. All right, let's see if we can get that mono green deck list up here. See how Kyle's deck gets a little bit better post board as well. Again, we have kind of the Karn the Great Creator package is kind of locked in there. I mean, there's not a lot that seems too great against what Scott's up to.
This is, we like to call this no changes. This is, one of those spots where Voracious Hydra, if I knew my opponent had Thing in the Ice, I would like to bring it in. But knowing that there's no Thing in the Ice here, there's not, Ledger Shredder is a fine card, but it's not something I want to bring in Hydra for. It's really only there for specifically Thing in the Ice and obviously the smaller creature decks. But yeah, the rest of the deck is Karn targets. There's an Emrakul the Promised End. I don't think we want access to that.
Right.
And so the rest of Cyber being Karn targets, pretty easy. Just run it back. Deck's perfect. No changes.
All right. So we're running back the same 60. All right. Sounds good to me. Players sound like they might be shuffling up for game number 2 here. Yeah, I'll give them a draw opening 7s. And Kyle, up a game. All right. The hand's not bad for Scott.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of cantrips. I think that might be the 1 Aether Gust. That's pretty good.
Yeah, quite good. All right, there's a Shredder. That's about as good as it's going to get to start off here.
Right, definitely need some early pressure. Scott's going to really, really look to be casting a lot of cantrips here. And there it is. There's that 2-mana ramp spell that we talked about. So you see that Kyle has a hand. Again, didn't deploy a 1-drop on turn 1. Really understanding the matchup and knowing that 1-drop is 99% to die and really prioritizing the 2-mana ramp, which I really, really like.
All right, Ledger Shredder beats. And Scott's left with a bunch of counter spells. And there is everybody's favorite plant, the dinosaur.
Is it a plant dinosaur? Oh yeah, this is the Chia Pet, right?
Yeah,
that's what Norm called it.
That's what he called it. So that one's gonna get Aether Gusted. Man, it looks so good, that card too. So that one gets sent back. And okay, Scott finds an opt here. That's gonna be pretty good for this Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, so you might see something like an opt along with another, looks like a consider here.
Yeah.
I'm going to connive, see if we can find a Phoenix. A Phoenix is going to be really important here. We need to put a little bit more pressure on Kyle. The game is going pretty well for Scott, but he needs to kind of amp up the pressure.
Okay, well, that one will do it there. That one he just picked up there. was a Crackling Drake. That one does a lot of damage really quickly in big chunks.
Yeah, so I might have missed. I might have, that might have been an oversight on my part. I thought that maybe the Drakes were going to be a little bit too slow, but with Scott on the play, maybe they are a little bit more reasonable.
All right. Kyle down to 17. There's a treasure.
And we see
That's a huge draw.
And we saw a disdainful stroke on the Cavalier, so very good sequencing. Gusting the Topiary Stomper, and then, nice disdainful stroke into the Cavalier. That's as good as disdainful stroke is going to get. And the really nice thing about that is the Cavalier has reach, which would normally be able to block all of these flying creatures that Scott has. So that disdainful stroke is massive for Scott.
Yeah, that was a big one, and this has this thing already has 5 power. There is a treasure cruise looming.
Yeah, looks like with leftovers, we got a cruise and impulse. I think that might have been a trespass. And I think maybe another shredder.
All right, well, here comes the goons. There is a Karn. Oh, man. And a Stomper.
Karn and a Stomper.
And does not have reach, though. That's a big deal.
It does not have reach. That is, it also can't attack or block. We need one more land for that.
One more land away, yeah.
But I think this is going to be that very common play that we've seen basically every time the first card comes out against Phoenix, where you just instantly get a Tormod script to prevent your opponent from casting Treasure Cruise. Now, the really nice thing about this is that Crackling Drake means that we're still going to have a massive amount of pressure even through that Tormod script.
Yeah, so even if Kyle does, go get that Tormod script, this Crackling Drake's still massive. So maybe Kyle goes to a different game plan here. He's got that great henge pulled to the front.
Yeah, so you get a bit of a discount on the henge with the Topiary Stomper, so it all kind of depends. I think maybe if Kyle has some leftovers in his hand, some additional creatures, you could potentially see the henge to, kind of pair that with some of his leftover creatures, but he's going to go for the Crypt, which I think I like that. Just being able to stop Scott from casting Treasure Cruises is really important here.
Makes sense. Let me go ahead and play it, and that's going to connive. Okay. What are we getting rid of here? Is it the second shredder? I mean,
it kind of feels like
slow, right?
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're a little bit past that. We're gonna go for an impulse. That's fine too. Impulse is a lot worse when you have no graveyards. So
yeah, I was gonna say the thing about that is it grows the Crackling Drake as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. You want to discard a spell so we can get the Drake a little bit bigger.
It's actually.
This is not a bad turn for Scott because we get to go kill the Karn with the Shredder, attack Kyle for 6, and still represent a lethal attack because the 6 puts Kyle to 9 and we have 9 power.
It's actually quite good for Scott because he picked up a Lightning Axe there. So he has Lightning Axe plus Impulse to clear the way for this for these 2 flying creatures. If that's the draw for Kyle.
Yeah, if Kyle picks up something like a Cavalier. Yeah.
That's a quite.
Where's in a braid? I think it might be in a braid. I think we got a braid axe something.
I think it's a braid axe impulse. Let's see. That looks like a strangle. And this thing just continues to grow. And that's going to connive, put a counter
There's
on
the
that.
axe.
That's 12 points right there, right?
Oh, is there any chance
13?
we just have lethal this turn?
That's 13.
I didn't even thought about that.
We're getting very close.
14, right?
14,
6, 10, 14?
10, 14. Yeah, he's got a strangle in hand.
Yeah, one spell and we're done.
Yeah,
wow.
This one should be over if Scott sees it.
Unless we got a miscount on the Drake here, but looks like I think we're good.
Yeah, if Scott sees it, this one's over with. 10, 13, 14. Kyle, you're at 15. This is the last point I need.
Yeah, cast this strangle.
The Karn? Yeah. All right.
It'll do it.
Scott sees it.
Wow.
All right. Good on Scott.
That was a crazy game.
Yeah, and you got to see the power there of Crackling Drake. Again, we mentioned they're going to have some game plan against your Arclight Phoenix. And if it is Tormod's Crypt, totally fine, because Crackling Drake is your insurance policy against whether it's like a Rest in Peace style effect or some way that exile all these spells from your graveyard. Crackling Drake just, one shot your opponent basically out of nowhere, in unison with that Ledger Shredder that grew really big that game too.
Yeah, and the really nice thing about Crackling Drake from the matchup is you see a lot of the Izzet deck is spinning its wheels, right? It's casting a lot of cantrips, it's trying to interact with the smaller creatures with things like Fiery Impulse and Strangle, but it doesn't really have a way to kind of get that close out the game, right? It's not really, chip damage with Shredder and Phoenix is not going to cut it against Devotion. So having access to that threat that just you saw that game just literally ended the game in a single attack is really, really nice, and maybe something that I hadn't really thought about in the post-board games, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it looked pretty good there. And again, it was kind of a slow start there on the mono green side. Again, no turn 1 mana dork. Maybe it's by design. Maybe some of those are trimmed. I'm not really sure what has been trimmed or what hasn't been trimmed here. But Scott was able to get that Ledger Shredder in play early, churn through his deck a pretty decent amount. And then, again, Crackling Drake hits the table. And at that point, I think it was even 5 power just right away on turn 4. And that's good enough. A couple shots from that mixed with a few chip shots, and that's going to be good enough to end the game. So I'm interested to see what game 3 looks like, though, on the draw here for Scott.
Right. Yeah. This is this is definitely a matchup that changes heavily based on play versus draw. So we, for example, that game we saw the green. We saw Kyle on the draw that game and didn't have a 1-drop. The first play was on turn 2 and was kind of just didn't really get under the Phoenix player. And we were able to just to play that Crackling Drake and go the distance. But on the play, things get a little bit different, especially if we have a 1-drop into a 3-drop, and there's no removal spell on the other side of things. That's definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, there's also the very time I believe it's the one of Aether Gust, and Scott managed to have that one come up into his. I believe he drew it like the second turn of the game, so has the Aether Gust for the Cavalier to to set his opponent back, and he's going to need an Aether Gust again, I think, in this game, especially on the draw, to be able to keep up.
Yeah, he actually drew the Gust and the Disdainful Stroke, and kind of had him in sequential on those 2 perfect sequence turns where, he was able to answer a threat, play the Drake, and there really wasn't much left over. You saw the Storm the Festival hit the Karn, but at that point it was too late. There was already a threat in play, and it was, kind of just the game just basically just ended right there.
Sure. All right, sounds like we're getting ready to roll into our third and final game here of the finals here in Lansing. Again, thanks for joining us this weekend. Devin and I have been having a great time in the second half of the day here, bringing us, the last few rounds as well as the quarterfinals and semifinals. I can't think of like a bad game we've had this weekend so far in Pioneer, at least.
No, I can't either. And I think the matchup that we covered, which was Phoenix versus Mono Blue Spirits. I know we had talked about a lot of reasons why we thought the Mono Blue Spirits deck was behind, and that we didn't even consider the fact that the Ledger Shredder was a card, and that was really that was something cool to watch.
Yeah, that was definitely a beating, and it's really cool. Again, if you're all interested in Pioneer and playing an X Pioneer event, all these deck lists are going to be available on our MTG Melee page for this event. So you can go check them out, make whatever changes you want, run them through some leagues, do whatever you want to do with them. It's really cool that this is 200 plus player event, and it's the first one basically of this size since the banning of Iteration. And like you said, Phoenix is still here.
Right, we're not going anywhere. We're not leaving. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely one of the best decks. And I have to take a look at Scott's exact deck list. I'll pull it up real quick, but I think it's pretty much very similar, if not the same deck list, where you basically just swap straight up expressive iteration for strategic planning. And the cool thing about that is, now I'm not gonna say that strategic planning is a better card than iteration. It's definitely not, but it does offer some interesting things where it just puts the other cards into the graveyard, so it helps fuel Arclight Phoenix and as well as Treasure Cruise along with Temporal Trespass.
Okay. Well, looks like Scott has a turn 1 impulse 2, and Kyle's considering another mulligan. Oh, gonna go ahead and keep 6.
All right.
If he has an elf on one, Scott's gonna be so happy.
Yeah, this is the one game we have an elf. Scott does have the removal spell.
Oh yeah, Scott's got to be thrilled with this start.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots from the green side you'd much rather have the 2-mana ramp spell.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get to do anything on turn 1, but that your ramp spell is not dying to that Fiery Impulse, and we do have the turn 2 Shredder. That's really big for Scott.
Turn 2 Shredder's great play. There's the Stomper. I don't know. Like, would you have just like lit the elf on fire there?
Instead of playing the Shredder, it's close. There are, obviously considerations if Kyle has something like an Old Growth Troll or a Kiora, it's really important to get him off 3. Those are two of the two of the premier 3 drops that the green deck has. I guess the Stomper too. But yeah, it's also knowing that Kyle has access to Stomper alongside Kiora and Troll. Maybe it makes more sense to just kill the elf, but it is nice to get the Shredder into play, start pressuring, use your mana more efficiently, which is also really important. So I think I like the Shredder.
I think my decision is like if my opponent's on a mulligan and 2 of their cards are land elf, I'm almost like, and another one is an elf. I'm inclined to just like light all their mana creatures on fire and hope they don't have a 3rd land. It's a tough call.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair too. Just kind of make it so, and also notably, we don't see a Fiery Impulse, or is that an Abrade? I think we have Axe Abrade, right?
Yeah, it's an Abrade and a Lightning Axe, I believe.
Interesting to not see the Abrade fired off here.
And another one.
So these things will eventually start attacking, right?
Yeah, eventually they're going to attack. At 4 lands here, halfway there, a little over halfway.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, Topiary Stomper is not a card that I have personally tried a ton. I've maybe played a couple of Magic Online leagues with it, so I don't have a ton of experience under my belt. It hasn't been the most exciting in my testing, but...
I was just going to ask how aggressive we're about to be with these removal spells now.
Yeah, so interesting we waited the Abrade, which that's a pretty big tell for Kyle. He probably has either an Aether Gust or a Disdainful Stroke. Likely Stroke, because we wanted to hold up Disdainful Stroke for something like a Carr or a Cavalier.
Scott attacks and does nothing. Wow. There's a Haven. It's not a land, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, and that one also notably does not die to the Fiery Impulses, all the red removal.
So this should connive. Yep. Okay. Scott gets it. I mean, hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good there.
That's where you want the Phoenix.
Looks like Scott's going to consider. Got to find Aether Gust here, right?
See, the thing is, I'm not even sure we want to gust the Kiora. I think we might just let him have Kiora. Yeah.
Sure. That's fine too.
Because you can just save the Gust for maybe another payoff. I mean, I guess the Kiora is +2 mana, but Kyle's already on 5. Maybe it prevents him from casting Storm the Festival, but then you can also just gust the Storm the Festival, so...
Scott is very close to being able to Treasure Cruise plus. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I might take this opportunity to axe something to get another Connive trigger as well.
Yeah, you want to use your mana too, because as you see, Scott's hand has no additional land, so you're kind of a little choked on what you can do. I think I saw a Crackling Drake, a Pieces, a Cruise, and a Planning, I think? Or maybe that's the Stroke.
Gonna get rid of that. Connive. That's a land, but
yeah, that is the Stroke.
It's tough. Do you want the land or not here?
Because you're resolving Cruise next turn, I'm inclined to just discard the land. You can likely find a land off the Cruise.
I'm with you. So that should have... All right, well, there's your haul. Scott can do
this is kind of a big question here, and maybe a big point of contention. Do we start attacking Vivian, or excuse me, the Kiora? I'm inclined to say no, but I don't know. Maybe you could argue either way.
What do we got here? Oh, it does not look very good. A couple Crackling Drakes. It looks like Consider. Not the best. And that land just comes in tapped as a Spirebluff Canal.
I think I like going after the face here.
Yeah.
I feel like attacking Kiora is just always a losing battle. It says so much loyalty.
If the game goes anything like that last game went, he has a pair of Drakes, and like those are enough to end the game. You're gonna have to stroke a Cavalier here. And like I think you just have to not care about the rest of these creatures. And you have to care just about the Cavaliers and the Karn.
Right. Yeah. Cavalier mostly just having reach is so huge in this matchup, being able to blank shredders and trade for crackling drakes. Also, every time when you trade with the Cavalier, you get something back from Kyle's side. So
Sure.
yeah, definitely saving that disdainful stroke. Now the question for Scott's side, do you just jam the Drake or are you still going to go shields up on that disdainful stroke?
Yeah. Well, if your opponent's going to give you another connive trigger, looks like Kyle's debating deploying another card to the battlefield here.
We saw Kyle peek at the sideboard. What do you think he drew?
Yeah, no kidding. I'm just looking at my sideboard. Don't look. Don't worry. Nothing going on. Nothing fishy in my hand. Just checking.
Okay.
We get the
Ooh.
connive first, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
connive
want to
first.
miss that. It has a lava coil. Okay.
I was like strongly thinking about just letting the Karn resolve, but that seems so bad. You probably just want to go stroke, untap, play the Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, I really want to save it for a Cavalier, but not that bad. You have to cast the stroke.
Yeah, I think it's loose to let the Karn resolve. That seems like just opening up for bad stuff.
Yeah, and using your mana is really nice because now you just get to slam the Drake, and you've already converted your disdainful stroke. So
sure. I mean, these Drakes are going to be huge. They have to be massive at this point.
Yeah, we need that D20.
Consider. He has a steam vents. I think he drew for the turn here, so he has the 4th land wrapped up. Yeah, I see it there in the hand. That is Spiral of Canals. That is.
Yeah, he did have land 4 rolled up. And then we're going to get a little connive action. We have a second Drake, too.
Yeah, I mean, this Drake has to just be like a 10 at this point, maybe even bigger.
At least, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, I think it's right around there.
Yeah, as long as it's a 2-turn clock, that's where you want to be on Scott's side.
Did he draw from the Crackling Drake there? I don't think so, right?
No, I think he just connived. Yeah.
So we need to get them the draw card. Or no?
Little pause here.
A miss trigger
potentially. Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, it has 8 power. That's.
It definitely has 8 power. That's the important part.
I think Kyle's actually just on like Cavalier or bust here because Scott's hand is. Well, maybe not. It's got a lava coil. That gets you to 9.
Yeah,
10,
Cavalier's really only Kyle's way to interact with this Drake in a meaningful way, right?
Yeah.
So there's no removal spells. I mean, Voracious Hydra, if Kyle brought that in, potentially could let us kill the Drake. And I think I remember seeing somebody in chat saying they caught a glimpse of one in the previous game. So that might be something that Kyle brought in. Not the best answer because you can't really let the Voracious Hydra survive. The Drake's got a little bit too much power there, but you would get the trade for it.
Well, Scott's in pretty good shape there. Looked like a backup Cure in hand. So if he might be able to grow this Crackling Drake. We'll see what he draws here for the turn.
Yeah, let's see if we can have a repeat of game 2 where we just, fire off one.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah.
This one's probably over.
Yeah, I mean, you could even just go Steam Vents untapped, attack for 8, leave back the Shredder, play Drake, hold up Gust, and if Kyle's last card in hand is a blank, and he draws any card he draws, you just fire off the Gust and the game's over. So
yeah, there goes a lava coil. That's going to grow the Drake up to 9. And that's a swing for 11. So Kyle's down to 3 here.
Yeah, same thing. Just basically hold up the Gust.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Like either way, your threat's going to be lethal. It looks like one of your 2 threats are lethal if Kyle finds a way to remove one. Sylvan Carrington.
Yeah, look like a Sylvan Carrington. I think that'll do it.
Yeah. Man, these Crackling Drakes were so good. So good in the finals, man. Wow. All right.
Crackling Drake.
Well, a lot was said about how dead Arclight Phoenix was going into the tournament this weekend, and it just goes ahead and wins the tournament anyways. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, great finals match there. Those Crackling Drakes, like all day from the sideboard, have been really, really good. A nice, see, we'll get one look at expressive iteration for the deck. So that's it. That's all we get. Gone. Draw big X through it. So, pretty good stuff. I mean, again, I think the deck is very powerful. has a very consistent game plan. You get to churn through your deck so much, see so many cards. It is definitely definitely rewarding to play that. I would say that.
Oh, for sure. And what's really nice about that finals is you saw kind of game one where Scott was really behind in terms of he didn't really have a ton of good like aggressive threats or ways to kind of close out the game, and you kind of saw how that play out game one. And both games two and three were decided on those sideboard crackling drakes,
Yeah.
a card that I wasn't 100% sure, but the more I see that matchup play out, it makes a lot of sense because Scott just needs ways to close out the game, and a 10, 11, 12 power flyer, definitely good ways to close out that game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is you're able to stall a little bit with like lightning axes to kill the trolls, whether it's a few little counter spells to slow them down, and then at that point maybe they're out of gas, or maybe their card is a Karn or something like that, or maybe it's not Cavalier Thorns, right? And you slam down this giant flyer, and then within like a turn, maybe it takes you 2 turns to finish them off. You're able to finish them off though, in 1 or 2 chunks, huge chunks, and it's just good enough. So man, it was nice game plan in the post board games, and a Crackling Drake's here to stay.
Oh yeah, 100%. Definitely, really, really good sideboard card, and especially Crackling Drake specifically is really good against a lot of the graveyard hate, like Rest in Peace and Leyline of the Void, which can typically be, cards that are problematic for Arclight Phoenix and Treasure Cruise specifically. But Crackling Drake really gives you this additional avenue of attack in those post board games, and just very, very well played by both players.
Yeah, cool, man. All right, well, I had an awesome day today. It was great. We got to watch the finals of the Modern event. We got to watch every round of Pioneer here. We saw tons and tons of new decks. It was a good one, man. So I don't know. Any closing thoughts you got on Pioneer or Modern to end the weekend?
First and foremost, I had a blast. Thank you so much for having me. It was really, really good time commentating over the course of the weekend. Specifically with the Pioneer format, we saw a ton of diversity within the archetypes and the spread across the top 8, even outside of the top 16, 32. So it's a really, really nice thing to see. The format seems really healthy. A lot of the gameplay looks really interesting, a lot of back and forth. And I really, really think that Pioneer's in a good spot right now. And the format look awesome. I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, it was amazing all day to watch all these new decks. I'm sure there's tons of things that are undiscovered within the format itself too. So it's great to be able to see new format kind of spreading its wings a little bit. No pun intended for the Arclight Phoenix, but we get to see everything kind of take a little bit of a form here. You're going to know what to attack for the following weeks and all that stuff. So at any rate, it was awesome tournament. Just for me, I want to thank all the staff, all the amazing judges that we have, the convention center staff, everyone, the concessions, you name it. Everyone does an amazing job to put on these events. Norm Cohen, our owner, Max Khan, everybody does a great job here, and we get to put on these events. Thanks to you guys for watching. We had tons of new followers in the Twitch chat. Everybody who checks out our social medias, there's tons of like interviews, pictures, and things like that from the event. So make sure to check those out. Go follow us there. Check out our events and everything like that. Um, and it was just a great weekend of Magic, and we're looking forward to seeing y'all in about 6 weeks in our hometown, basically of Mundelein, Illinois. That should be an awesome event too. And just one last thing I want to do, I want to shout out. I want to dedicate my broadcast to good friend Steve Skolsky. I didn't know if I'd ever get back in the booth. Steve passed away a while back here, and he was a mainstay on our tournament. And I just want to say it's awesome. I can feel his presence here in the room. So rest in peace, Steve. And thanks everybody for doing an awesome job this weekend. And we're going to catch everyone at the next one here in about 6 weeks.